watching man's getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex piss, come on, new one's better. It's a playground, better watch a man's getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex piss, come on, new one's better. Moves like Jagger, piss, come on, new one's better. We ain't in a mix, no grabber. Them trick bang fraud like scammer. Ex pay me real, that's a real bone capper. Pass don't matter, build strong, still pray this thing don't shatter. When shit gets real, so the real don't scatter. Got bread and batter, 4 hands on the bread like platter. Said it's cold out, they ain't back in beef, got the phones out. Watching where I sleep and where I roll round. Guess I'm gone now, they ain't even there when it goes down. It's a playground, better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex piss, come on, new one's better. It's a playground, better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex piss, come on, new one's better. My new one's bad, that's my baby. He let me shine and never shady. Girl say cute, but that don't faze me. If you ask him, then he say he got a queen and that she crazy. Please never play me. He said please never break me. He's switching to Mercedes, thinking that it faze me. I can love you for the dark and all my days, but you just never break me. It's a playground, better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex piss, come on, new one's better. Playground, better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex piss, come on, new one's better. Playground, bitches got a ring and feel the safe now. They say a pretty bird, but I don't wanna cage out. It's a playground, telling me mine, I don't play about. I tell them rise up, used to cry, river shit don't dried up. I lost a couple bros on the climb up, I don't mind, but ain't lost nothing that ain't mine, cause it's a playground, better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex piss, come on, new one's better. Playground, better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex piss, come on, new one's better. My new one's bad, he ain't entertained, he don't move like that. Tell him move right back, put shots over time, let her shoot right back. Real boss, you can tell how we move like that. It's a playground, bitches got a ring and feel the safe now. They see a pretty bird, but don't wanna cage out. There's bad games on the road like a playground, like a playground. It's a playground, better watch your man's getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex piss, come on, new one's better. It's a playground, better watch your man's getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex piss, come on, new one's better. completely froze. Colder I go. Colder I go. So still, calm like the waters at the sea. Silence as if to say my mind's actually at peace to some degree. To some degree. If time's supposed to heal, why do I feel like I can live hours? The pain that's in my throat continues to grow. They say it'll get better. How can they know? Water, dry like the cinders in the flame. Bubble, heating. Now it's time to evaporate. Now I think. The pain that's in my throat continues to grow. Say it'll get better. How can they know? If at rock bottom, I've hit a new low.
Welcome to the Esports World Cup, the pinnacle of esports competition, waged over 7 action-packed weeks, featuring the world's best players competing in the best games for a chance to take home a share of our life-changing prize pool. There's a ton of money on the line, so let's break it down. $44 million will be split across game championships, qualifiers, and achievements, with the remaining $27 million reserved for the best performing clubs across all tournaments in the club championship, where we'll crown the best esports club in the world. However, earning that title will be no easy feat. Throughout the Esports World Cup, clubs will earn points based on their placement in each title. At the end of the Esports World Cup, the top 24 clubs will earn a share of the $27 million, with the winner taking home a staggering $7 million, and of course, the title of Best Esports Club in the world. And it doesn't stop there. For these 7 weeks, Riyadh Boulevard transforms into the ultimate gaming festival, featuring everything from heart-pounding community tournaments and creator meet and greets to all-star show matches and live performances from global music icons. Bigger, bolder, and better than ever before, all kicking off with a jaw-dropping opening ceremony. Rise above and write their place in history? Watch it all here at the Esports World Cup.
No competition is as ruthless as the Esports World Cup. Its trophy system is no exception. The Club Championship Trophy, awarded to the one club that rose above the rest and reigned supreme across all EWC games. The Game Trophy, when a competitor closes their eyes, it's all they see. And it's not complete until it's sealed with a champion's key. Every participant earns a key engraved with their name. That's their right to compete. This year, returning champions hold a key unlike any other. Only one can place their key into the game trophy and become an EWC champion. The frame of the champion's key is embedded into the totem, a stone marker of legacy displaying every champion of the year. The keys of the eliminated will be crushed. The champions select 3 broken keys as a personal token, a reminder of who they have humbled. Beneath the totem, a resin block holds the remaining keys, a graveyard of fallen contenders. Will your dreams be broken or your name carved in gold and stone? At EWC, nothing is granted, everything is earned.
This is the Esports World Cup Club Championship, the ultimate cross-game competition that will crown the best esports club in the world. Let's break down how it works. Clubs will be able to compete at the Esports World Cup and as many titles as they can qualify for. The clubs will then earn points based on their placement in each title. To qualify for the club championship, a club will need a top 8 placement in at least 2 competitions. But to win the championship, a club must place first in at least 1 competition. At the end of the Esports World Cup, the 24 clubs with the highest number of points will earn a share of the $27 million, with the winner taking home a staggering $7 million. And of course, the title of the best esports club in the world. Who will rise above and write their place in history? Watch it all here at the Esports World Cup.
Hi, my name is Miles Ross. I'm here at the Esports World Cup with Team Falcons, and we're going to be playing a rapid-fire question game. Boys, we ready?
Ready.
Eternally locked, you are. I appreciate it. Who is more likely to trash talk the other team?
This guy right here. Probably me.
Yeah. Who's more likely to pull off a crazy clutch or a highlight reel moment?
Soka.
Hey, I appreciate it. I didn't think it was hitting me, man.
Who's the biggest jokester when the cameras are all off?
Soka.
Oh, yeah, no, I'm not.
The 2-time back-to-back. Who's more likely to oversleep and be late for practice?
Oh, this guy right here.
Got that one.
No doubt. No doubt.
Who grinds the game harder?
Soka. Hi, Soka.
I don't get off. I don't even shower.
Dripping passion. Who's more likely to ignore the strat and just go rogue?
D.
D. Oh my God, D.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it works out, right?
Sometimes.
Sometimes.
Hey man, you live or die hero. That's how it goes. Who shows the most emotion after a big win?
Soka.
Yeah, Soka.
Who's more likely to come up with a brilliant strategy mid-game?
Soka.
Killing it.
Hey,
Yeah.
we got switchy questions though.
Who's most likely to rage quit in a game? Who's got the highest level? Who's got the highest rage ceiling?
This guy right here.
Yeah, I guess.
Maybe Shifty, yeah.
For sure. He's a crash out.
Who breaks the strats more and then says, no, trust me, bro, I got this?
Maybe not the last one, but D definitely does good.
Who's got the best food recommendations?
Soka.
Gotta be this
Hey,
big
what the
guy.
hell? Hey, come on, yo.
Live and prove.
I'm targeted.
Who's more likely to say, yo, we're still in this, even if you are losing?
Soka, I think.
Yeah.
I think I've literally heard him say those words.
We'll be down, but come on, yo, we got it.
We've got this, we've still got this. Who's most likely to give credit to teammates, even if it's not necessarily true?
Oh, dude, he loves getting the good guys, bro. It's gotta be this guy. He gives it so he can get it.
I give it to you, but you gotta give it back.
Oh, that is it, boys. Thank you so much for your time, boys. Thank you so much. I've been Miles Ross, they've been the Falcons. See you in the next one.
Peace.
I'm Goj here at EWC with Novo Esports. We've got Cams, Vortex, and Havix. We're gonna play a short game, okay? Pros, cons, and then rate each of these teams 1 to 10. You ready?
Yeah. We're ready.
All right, we've got to start out hot though.
Okay.
We got to talk 100 Thieves. Talk to me about them.
They're a pretty solid team, but maybe they've never fought a good team on Control.
That's a con then? They haven't fought a good team yet?
Yeah.
What's a pro for them? What's a good thing about them?
Not playing against EUs that are plays that are so different. Maybe that changed their playstyle and they need to rearrange how they play.
Rate them 1 to 10.
I'll rate them a solid 8.
8.
Yeah.
The other team that also lands there, Imkoi.
They don't know how to play a good team like 100 Thieves. Maybe they're gonna get wiped easily. And we're gonna third that.
Con is that they land on 100 Thieves. Is that...
Yeah, and then we're also gonna land there. Then maybe too much party for everyone.
It is gonna be a party. The question is who's gonna have fun.
That's for sure.
What's a good thing about this team?
They have a good gun fight.
Fast pace.
Rate them 1 to 10.
7.
7, yeah, I agree.
Let's talk about Fnatic.
I mean, I don't know. They didn't qualify for Vegas. I'm not sure if. Nah, I'm just kidding. But I don't even know who is gonna con them. But
I think Gentlemates.
Gentlemates, well, then they're
cooked. So a con is that they're.
Inkyo's gonna go for them.
Inkyo's gonna kill them all.
Yeah.
Okay, a pro about this team.
They've been here a long time.
Experienced.
Experienced for sure.
Rate them 1 to 10.
I think 7.
Yeah, 7.
7.
Well, let's talk about Twisted Minds.
Yeah, we're talking just about really good teams. We're not talking about bad teams.
Well, we'll talk about some bad teams here in a second. Sounds like you've got some ratings that are lower than 7.
Yeah.
Let's talk about Twisted Minds first, though. Pros, cons, rate them 1 to 10.
Their game plan it's perfect. Their setup is to be top 5, top 3 for sure.
Cons? Anything con about?
Maybe too confident.
Okay, rate them 1 to 10. Twisted Minds.
I think 9.
9.
Yeah.
9.
Yeah.
Okay, let's talk FaZe.
They have like too much of a name, but just for the company.
Too much of a name, they can't back it up?
I don't know. I don't think so. I'm not sure.
Okay, let's rate them 1 to 10.
I'll say a 5 or Susu.
All right, well, hey, you have a lot of respect for the other teams, some kind words, but also maybe some question marks around some squads. This is Novo Esports here at the Esports World Cup. Good luck, gentlemen. We'll see you around.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well, day 1 has concluded. Day 2's about to get started. One of our consistent storylines that refuses to change is Falcons continues to dump on everybody.
No surprise there, but big surprises from our last second edition of VKA and the Apex squad Inner Circle on the bubble.
Without a doubt, Inner Circle surprising everybody. They're my dark horse, potentially break into top 7. The question is, can they do it? Repulse, they're coming for you. You had them in D tier, and they want to surprise you.
How about some of the favorites also maybe in a little bit of trouble? Twisted Minds, where are you at? Sitting on the bubble. They have to have a big day in day number 2, and it's all kicking off right now.
The French fans have arrived in Riyadh. The Gentlemates will have a loaded house full of people making noise, trying to cheer them in to the Final 14. Welcome back to the Esports World Cup. We're on the boulevard in the heart of Riyadh, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. I'm joined here at the desk by some of the biggest brains in all of Warzone. We've got I Hold Shift, Dream Crazy, and Reflections. And I want to start with you, Shift. What happened on day number 1? For anyone who didn't know that the tournament has already started, what'd they miss?
But the long or the short version? Falcons were winning.
Falcons are winning. Used to that one.
There were surprises, though. That's the biggest part. We had our power rankings. Some of them did provide the results we wanted to see. Others did not.
Ellen, who are some of the biggest surprises for you on day number 1?
Oh, it's got to be Inner Circle, right? Like, this was a D-tier ranked squad. A lot of teams said the Australians wouldn't do it, but they're making some noise.
All right, in Reflections, is there any team that you need to have a better day 2? I was looking at my guy Rated. All Gamers were on the struggle bus day 1.
Yeah, All Gamers. I think you could even argue FaZe because they started off so incredibly strong, finished further down than we were expecting. So for FaZe, I'm hoping they elevate themselves today.
In case you're just tuning in, this is day 2, and we have 9 more drops coming your way because 21 teams are still in the event. All of them will take the stage as we split them up 2 groups at a time. Walk me through it, though. Where do you want to be at the end of day 2?
Yeah, it's cumulative from day 1 to day 2 in terms of your total overall score. The top 7 automatically make it into the match point finals. That'll happen on Saturday. Everybody else will still have one more chance to make it all the way to Saturday, but they have to battle one more time. That happens tomorrow, where the top 7 from those 14 will join our previous top 7 from day 1 and 2.
And Reflections, they are playing for some serious money. Warzone at the highest level, $1 million prize pool.
Incredible, isn't it? $1 million in first place, $250,000 at $250,000. For me, my goal, if I was one of those teams on the struggle bus, I at least want top 9 because you're guaranteed a little bit over $10,000 apiece.
Ooh, all right. So some big money. It's a little top heavy. You finish on that Final 4, that's where you're going to want to be if you ask me. But Ellen, we have a whole bunch of games coming our way. A little bit different this time around is who's playing first on the stage.
Of course, a little bit of a switch up, but A versus C we're going to see here on the day, which Chris, A group has been so dominant. Falcons being the only team to even win from that group.
Yeah, Falcons winning twice yesterday. They'll be going up against the likes of Virtus Pro and Inner Circle from Group C. But when Group B takes the stage a little bit later, what are your expectations, Alan? Who should we be watching out for?
100 Thieves came out hot to finish off the day yesterday. I think the biggest question is, can they keep that momentum, especially considering that they're going to have to go up against the Falcons again? And when they did at the beginning of the day, they didn't look all that hot.
We had so many great moments, so many winners, some surprises as well, and we got them all for you in our Kadia top plays. Let's take a look at some of the best moments, and go ahead, give me a little play-by-play here, Reflections. What are we witnessing?
Oh, it was Lays. Lays was taking the storm at the very beginning, challenging the likes of Twisted Minds. At one point, even opening up with a 3-piece here, roaming around. I mean, again, taking the fight to literally everyone. He's got a tall task ahead of him, and the reason why his team may be a bit underrated, so Lays knew, I need to take everyone by surprise.
Absolutely. He wasn't the only one putting on a show for us. Skullface was in the mix, showcasing the long locks in the 100 Thieves jersey.
Yeah, man, and it's love to see him in final form, too. Again, he really did. He was a big part of the factor why they won that game number 8, leading Blast to push up top, take down VKA, and they secured a big one to go from 13th all the way to 3rd.
Shift, we just saw Koi with their win. Here was Twisted Minds with some big dubs as well.
Yeah, Koi surprising in a positive light, looking really solid early, whereas Twisted Minds really did not have the finish of the day that they would have wanted. Another squad in the mix, though, again, that they keep battling against is in Group A, and that is this Falcons team that find themselves always dropping nearby.
Falcons able to win back-to-back. They also set the single game record. How many points did they score in a single game?
Are you ready for this, Chris?
Yeah, please hit me
It's
with
over 56 points.
It's actually nuts.
Literally a third of their points came from one win. Like, what are we talking about? That's unbelievable stuff.
That's some ridiculous slaying power right there. We're going to keep our eyes on the Falcons. We're going to keep our eyes on their competition as well. Dream, if the Falcons are not going to be the top fraggers on the day, who do you think could run up against them?
Oh, man, the Bradford Biffle Team Vision, baby, because, man, that chem fight, and especially the fact that they've been disrupting Virtus Pro a lot, that has been Virtus Pro's thorn in their side.
There's been a lot of emotion poured out
on that stage. A lot of trash talk as well. Let's take a look at our Bravia reactions. And Taylor, who do you feel was vibing at the end of day number 1?
Oh, vibing had to have been Skullface clutching up towards the very end. You can even argue Sage with a near clutch himself against 5 Fears, but movie star Koi definitely stole the show. You see several of the players, 5 Fears getting active. Movie star Koi again also into the feed. And well, for Virtus Pro, they finish strong and they finish well done.
So many exciting moments. VKA was the surprise of the day, and that team right there, the Aussies from Inner Circle, walked away with the dub. Today, though, they not only have to get some dubs, they need to put out some more kills.
We had 9 total drops yesterday. VKA and Inner Circle won a combination of 3 of them. No one had that on their radar whatsoever, but job's not done. They both full find themselves in the bubble.
One thing consistent throughout day 1 is everyone is ready to run their mouth. Let's take a listen.
Chasing me, they're chasing me. How much? Oh, another. I'm dead. Oh my god, Clumsy! Fucking shit stain. I gotta stack. Fucking farm these shitters. Guys on top tower. Yeah, we can stop and hold. Yeah. Farm these shitters, okay? I'm telling you, these guys are not that good. That's fucking shit, bro. And you need that shit, nice. Come on, man! Come on, baby, frère. Come on, baby. Bien joué. Wait, dead. You fucking dog shit, Lennon. Let's go, baby. Is that their anchor? We can push them out. Yeah.
There's a whole lot of different language, but one thing is universal. Trash talk and smells. As you see Z Smith saying, guys, we're playing for $1 million. Can we throw some deodorant on, please?
That's just stock gamer COD knowledge right there. Passion Pit does extend to Warzone, apparently.
I want to shout out to our North American team. Some of them are sponsored by Old Spice. Some of the European squads might learn about it.
Hey, we've been saying this for years since we've been going to events. We need a deodorant sponsor.
Yeah, we're going to work on that for us next year here. Taylor, we expect things to be a little bit cleaner on the stage, though. Yeah. Day 1 is all about getting your mistakes out of the way. What has you excited on day 2?
Day 2, I want to see if we have consistency from those dominant rosters, right? 100 Thieves being one of them, because they are the closest to truly challenging the likes of Falcons, along with Virtus Pro. Consistency is what I'm looking for. More importantly, I think from Inner Circle, Day 1 was great for me. Yes, they're in 10th place, but they have a real chance to break into top 7.
I like that call out. Let's take a look here as the players are officially on their way to the arena, ready to play in the Kadia Esports Arena. There's a look at Virtus Pro, who walked away with a Game 6 victory after a quiet start. We saw Sage, Dongy, and Noob showing their true potential.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing about it was at the beginning of the day, what roles were they running? We saw Dongy top water tower a couple of different times and then eventually get into the mix. This squad, though, is the one that I have my eyes on. Team Vision, one of the top average placers next to Falcons. They just need to find a win and need to find more kills to boot with it.
And I saw a tweet at like 2 a.m. It said, can we please show more Lennon today? Guys, keep your feedback coming. We love you here at EWC. We have an app as well. Follow along with all the information. And, of course, tweet us, EWC_EN. Dream Crazy from that Vision squad. FIFA, Lennon, Echo, what's the expectation? Who are you watching?
I'm going to be watching Echo. I mean, Lennon, obviously, we already know. He put up big numbers. He's a slayer. FIFA. He was a little bit worried about Resurgence because, he's more of a big map player. But Echo, he's this, European IGL that has just really, took the stage of being, like, the best. And I just want to see him lead them to getting a win today.
That, of course, is our Group C competition. Over in Group A, though, we have to highlight the top dogs. Falcons are on the top of this group. The only team from Group A to walk away with a dub on day number 1. Now, Twisted Minds was able to finish in the top 8 at 7th. Everyone else on the struggle bus. Leviathan is the team I want to highlight. 20th place after day number 1. What are our expectations for the Germans? Can they pop off tonight?
They might be able to, but the question is, how well will Falcons do on day number 2? I said it best, consistency is what we need, and consistency, I believe, is what we will get. There was a lot of questions. Would the Falcons roster come in and be as dominant as years previously? I think yesterday absolutely proved they're still on top.
Yeah, after their first 3 games, we had the interview with Ahsoka, and there was the question of, how do you guys feel coming in? And Ahsoka was chilling and even said that, our first 2 drops, we were just trying different stuff. Didn't work out great for them in particular. That second drop only merited them 4 kills and a 9th place finish, and then they bounce back. They do what they do normally, and wouldn't you know it, they dropped 32 kills for a win. And then they followed up by coming back later in the day and starting their second set of 3 with a win.
32 kills at that point was more than these teams had combined through 3 drops.
Yeah, and you've got your top 2 overall player leaderboard kill leaders right now. in Shifty and Biffle. I mean, it's just, they're lights ahead of everyone else.
May I just say one thing?
Yes.
Is that Falcons, they probably thinking we already qualled. Let's make today weird. We saw Shifty and Biffle push to bio, which surprised Gentlemates, and I think that they have the confidence to really just to dictate who do we want to play on finals. Let's just ruin some of these other teams.
Just to put it into perspective, Falcons, 167 points on day number 1. Twisted Minds, another top 4 team, according to us, coming in, 94 points. Let's take a look at Allman's new crew as he teams up with Aiden and Z Smith. They didn't walk away with the dub. They had opportunities for multipliers, but it seemed that the early game is where they were getting some real rough times.
Without a doubt, Leviathan challenged them in Factory. Biffle also coming from Team Falcons all the way from Stronghold over to Factory to challenge them. Then you also add in Vision, who loves to wake their way down from Chemical onto the Harbor side of things. They're constantly being contested. But again, for Aiden, he's used to this. This Factory location has been his home for the longest time when it comes to Rebirth.
Yeah, there's a really big polarity in their results from their 6 games. The games that they didn't get dropped off the get-go and get super challenged, they finished in the top 5 with about 20-plus average kills. The games that they did get challenged, to your point, Reflections, they finished outside the top 10 with only 5-6 kills.
Right.
It's a duality they need to figure out today.
But it's not going to change, right? Because Leviathan's in their group. So it doesn't matter which other group you get paired up with. These guys are going to be in your lobby every single time today.
I believe Dandro said it best. The thing about Aiden and the squad, and they sometimes have a hard time getting things going, so I want to see them just come out firing right off the gate. They know that, okay, we are at 71 kills, but an average placement of 7. They need to bring that up.
There is the key. It is still intact, and everyone's key will remain that way until the end of day 3 when we send our first 7 teams packing. But everyone is ready to take the stage and get this party started. Twisted Minds, Virtus Pro, who do you think has a better day 2?
I think it still sticks with Virtus Pro.
Yep.
They've really locked everything in terms of what roles they're running, like I mentioned from before. Dongy's still at the near top of the leaderboard when it comes to individual kills. And then you know what you're going to get out of Sage and Noobs. They're controlling tempo, they're controlling pace, they're giving Dongy the information that he needs. So really excited about Group C, mostly for Virtus Pro, but lots of proving points here, not only for Inner Circle, but teams like Vision and AGAL need to show up.
Absolutely. As we take a look deeper at Virtus Pro, there is Dongy, that is Noobs, but I was looking at Sage as a clutch player, keeping them on the map time and time again. He was also involved in a heal-off in that game number 9.
Which was absolutely crazy because it looked like 100 Thieves win for the longest, and then of course Sage was just being so annoying, just being that last player alive, finding these meticulous, crazy gas plays, but it just shows how Stims, and you guys can see a lot of those close range engagements as the Thieves VP, Noobs, you mentioned role switching, he pulled out that LC10, which really allowed them even to get to those late game moments.
And to think about Sage again, he doesn't take anything for granted. He loves to compete. He loves that he's on this stage. And for Sage, he's a champion in his own right, and he wants to be a champion once again.
Yeah, he was frustrated. He thought he should have been on a starting lineup. He was kind of sitting there watching the Falcons win in front of him. This year, he has a chance to be the Falcons' biggest opposition. If you're looking at the leaderboard, that's where they're at right now. They're in the number 2 spot. But right behind them is Vision at the 4 spot. In fact, 3 of our top 5 teams are all here in Group C. What did we see from the boys from the UK, Ellen?
I mean, the boys from the UK put on a show, right? I mean, their average placements was looking pretty good. But Lennon, right, he was just a really big factor of a lot of those eliminations. I mean, picking up so many around the chem side. But for Vision, they were just so annoying for Twisted Minds. But a lot of these clutch ups, especially that Echo had along this harbor side, was key.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing about their landing spot, it seems to be pretty free-ish. Like, they're finding a couple of early battles and they're winning against lesser teams. The problem is late game. They're not putting themselves in good positions to have an advantage in the final 4 or 5 teams. A little bit, or just not reading the circle the right way and finding themselves on low ground. So I think there's a level of needing to try to work around the outskirts of the map a little bit more when you get to those final circles. Put yourself in a position to maybe gatekeep some of the teams that are causing you issues.
Well, to find a little bit more about Vision's road to Riyadh, we have an excellent piece. Let's take a look.
Hello, my name is Miles Ross. I'm here at the Esports World Cup, and I am joined by Vision, FIFA, Echo, Lennon. How are we doing, lads?
Fantastic, mate.
Fantastic.
Good.
Doing great.
Feeling all right? Fellas, you've been performing great in the build-up to this tournament, but obviously the squad's changed. Echo's in here now. Can you talk a bit about that?
Well, after World Series last year in Vegas,
at the nightclub after, he came up to me and was like, do you want to play? And I was like, I didn't even know if I was going to compete this year. And then a team that asked me to play ended up asking him. He went over there, and then he left them. And then I wasn't even going to play tournaments, but we kind of both saw each other, stars aligned, and like, let's just do it.
How's the dynamic been? Is there any sort of tricks you guys have found to build that chemistry or get comfortable with each other?
No, not really. I don't know.
Does it feel quite natural, or?
It does, yeah. It's just different because I've never played on a team with 2 people that have got like a lot of viewers and stuff.
Yeah, I think the thing is like when football teams are like training and sports teams are training like in their facilities, they don't have fans watching. So they probably shout at each other all the time, but then if he shouts at me, then my chat don't like that. So they're annoyed at him, but it's like, you got to understand that we're trying to get better.
Boys, how would you compare yourselves to other teams here in the tournament? Is there any particular team that you're worried about, anything like that?
I think we've got a bit of an advantage in that because we're EU, we always play on bad ping. So like, people don't really realise how different it's going to be. I mean, VP got a bit of a taste of it the other day.
Yeah.
Because they land in our spot and they're supposedly top 3 team. And they usually like do better than us because they're on 0 ping and we're on 150. But they flew out to Europe the other day, played the same scrim, we beat them every map. So on land, we're not really scared of anyone.
You've shown a reignited spark in competing this year.
Yeah.
What's been the driving force there, mate?
Yeah, I think last year was just, like I said, it was so miserable that I was just done with it. I was so over it, you know, so didn't really expect to go into it this year. And then obviously when the boys hit me up, I was thinking, okay, maybe. And I think that one of the biggest driving forces for me was just my chat. And then we got together, came back and it was going really well and they were all loving it. Every time we win, everyone's going crazy. My dad comes in with the shots.
Any shout outs, any love, right down the barrel, that one.
Appreciate all the support over the like past like six months of us being together as a squad.
My shed gang, my community, I appreciate you all coming through for years. I literally wouldn't be here without you, so thank you very much and hopefully we'll do you proud this weekend.
Guys, thank you so much. I wish you the best of luck, really. This is an amazing time and a wicked opportunity for you to bring it home for Europe.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I'm Miles Ross, Demon Vision. See you in the next one.
God, I love that, Miles Ross. As we take a look at Visions, though, I heard FIFA Kill calling something out that a lot of people aren't thinking. You're on LAN. You're on 0 ping. They're used to playing with high ping, and he mentioned that is going to give them a big advantage today.
Without a doubt, you know, again, those EU boys, they got it tough, and they always have whenever it comes to competitive COD in general, especially Warzone. Now that you come in on 0 ping, I've heard it's like taking off the ankle weights, and they're just unleashed.
May I say, I gotta shout out Pentagon, Fuzzin, and Melvin, the German boys, because I saw Pentagon tweet this last night. Hey, Lays is having his way with Twisted Minds. Look at that ping. Maybe we could get more like local LAN tournaments, you know, because for real, like a lot of these guys, Hamoud Squad even, XO, right?
Right.
They're from Saudi Arabia, but look how well they're doing it. They've been sneaking under the radar, and I'm sure that'll lead us into our next conversation about
Let's see
dark
if
horses.
any of these teams made it into your Aramco power rankings. I asked you 3 analysts to put together this amazing graphic, and at the very top, I was not surprised. But it gets fun in the middle here with our Bubble Watch and Dark Horses. Go ahead, Alan, kick me off. What are we looking at?
Favorites are favorites. They should be pretty much stamping their ticket into playing in the finals, but you know, that's to be expected. The Bubble Watch is interesting because teams like ROC started hot, winning the first game, and then teetered off quite a bit. Twisted Minds staying in the middle of the pack did not impress as much as we would have liked, and they find themselves right there on the cusp of possibly fading down to where Movie Star Koi is, which is right on that 7th, 8th line. But my particular stories, and I know that these guys are going to tee off on it, how about the Dark Horses? VKA not supposed to be here. Inner Circle taking down Na'Vi and APAC was a huge surprise. They're looking really strong to possibly make their way in.
It's all about getting in the top 7 here. So as you take a look at that sheet, who are you most confident in from the bubble or maybe the contenders list?
Most confident would definitely be Twisted Minds, without question. They're number 7 at the moment. I don't see them falling below 7. But if it's going to be one of our dark horses, Inner Circle. I've been bumping them up since the start. I'm going to continue to do so. Tommy's on their side. They're going to break in.
May I just say one thing? I think I would swap out that Fnatic squad with FaZe, just simply because FaZe had a higher average placement, 6.3. I think they're a dark horse team that could still potentially make it. Fnatic, they're probably a little bit too far behind.
Fnatic had 46 kills on day 1. That's not good.
But their
You
first
dropped
3
6
games,
times.
Their first 3 games inspired. That I'll take the boot on this. I'm the one who wanted Fnatic in as a dark horse. They may not make it to the top 7.
Tell
but
me
I think
why they don't suck, because I'm looking at the numbers, Al, and they're number 19 of 21 teams.
Correct, but the first 3 drops were really solid for them. I don't know what happened in their second set. They think they finished what? They finished 13th, 14th, 12th, so did not do well in their drop. I have a feeling Fnatic's going to come back out today and prove a point. They may not make it to the top 7, but I think they make it to Saturday.
Shout out to one of my good friends, Karn, one of the OGs behind the Fnatic lineup. He helped them climb the club championship leaderboard last year and helped scout out this team that you're going to witness today. But speaking of players arriving on the Riyadh Boulevard, I am told that the fans are going wild, and for good reason. Fan favorites starting to pour in from all around the world. Who do you have eyes on today, Taylor?
Again, Inner Circle. Gentlemates, though, now that the crowd's officially shown up and they had the drum line, come on, I'm thinking they're going to have a little bit of an added crowd buff as far as I'm concerned.
There's 100 Thieves. You saw Twisted Minds in the mix as well, with Allman and Aiden making their way into the stage. Feel like FaZe Clan is a squad that hasn't been talked enough about and is definitely going to be on my radar, because if you were watching Drops 1 and 2, everyone on the pulse check was saying, FaZe is playing God mode. They are in the perfect positions. They're doing everything right. It wasn't working towards the end of the day. Can they right the ship? It's time to find out as we kick off day number 2 in the Qiddiya Arena.
Day 1 was just recon, testing the temperature of the room. But today, we go to war. Today, the stakes rise. Every rotation, every gunfight matters. Today, every decision you make brings you one step closer to $1 million. My name is Barney Banks, and I am your host for Call of Duty Warzone at the Esports World Cup. And yesterday, some teams made their mark, whilst others had a very severe wake-up call. But now, the real question remains, what are you going to do about it? So, let's kick things off by introducing our teams to the main stage, starting with CT Gaming. They are Extra J, King Matty, and Resolve. Inner Circle. They are Teeny, Orbs, and Bray. Novo Esports. They are Janix, Cams, and Vortex. FaZe Clan. They are Flanked, J-Tech, and Clumsy. Leviathan. They are Deki, Lays, and Stukex. Team Vision. They are Echo, Lennon, and FIFA Kill. Gentle Mates. They are Enkyo, Hello, and Gromalok. Twisted Minds. They are Aiden, Almond, and Z Smith. Fnatic. They are Patsuka, Enxion, and Zakar. All Gamers Global! They are Rated, Nate Dogg, and Scumman. XO Esports! They are Hamoud, Notorious, and Penguin. Chaos Esports. They are Robstar, Joad, and Showstopper. Virtus Pro. They are Dongy, Noobs, and Sage. Nine Z Globant. They are Goodbye, Elato, and Bale. Gamax Esports. They are Tenix, Elolam, and Sucra. Movistar Koi. They are Goat Clamp, Netods, and Volcom. VKA. They are Aizen, Vidati, and Katsu. 5 Fears. They are Scythe, Big Man, and Anxiety. 100 Thieves. They are Gabe Coon, Blast, and Skullface. ROC Esports. They are Wars, Vision, and Prodigy. And lastly, leading the charge going into day 2 of the group stage, Team Falcons. They are Shifty, Biffle, and Soka. Don't count anyone out just yet, because this is Warzone, and everything can change in a single game. Remember, every setback is a setup for a comeback. But who stands in your way? Just the best players in the world. It is time for day 2 of the group stage.
Welcome to the Players Lounge, a very exclusive location where our players get to rest, relax, and rejuvenate themselves in between playing for glory on their Esports World Cup stage. Up here, our players are allowed to basically unwind, whether it's a nice exciting game of ping pong taking place over here, or whether we go all the way over to the other side of the room where they can rest, get a bit of a FIFA game going, maybe something they're not as familiar with. Behind us over here, a photo booth, place to immortalize themselves once again, this time in a little Polaroid form. Of course, all sorts of fun props to use, but the one they're really gunning for, the one they've got to protect, the key, which is surprisingly really heavy. Whether they crush it or cherish it, slap it into a trophy, they'll be playing for that as well. Photo booth aside, we let go of the fun and we say hello to the games. Reaction Royale, a place where our pros can test their reaction speed. Not an easy thing to do. The record is currently 84. I got a 66. Over here, games to play, matches to watch, all happening live right now in Riyadh at the Esports World Cup. All a manner of pro, commentator alike, to be found out and about in the wild here in the Players Lounge. To the right, we now have the coffee station, because who doesn't love coffee? Fresh juices, fresh fruits, all manner of snacks to keep our players rocking and rolling and ready to go throughout the tournament. Last but not least, maybe the most impressive part, the Player Lounge, the Heroes Club. You're only welcome in here if you lift a trophy here at the Esports World Cup. And on that note, we're going to try to get in, but they won't let us because we haven't lifted a trophy. Maybe next year.
Well, good evening, or good morning, depending on where you are in the world, and welcome into some Call of Duty Warzone here at EWC. I'm Goj, we've got Ton here with me in the booth, and Ton, I gotta say, I am really excited about day 2, my friend.
Oh, I'm very excited. I just shook the mic off my head. I'm not excited, Coach. It's going to be a really interesting one. We kind of got our lay of the land yesterday, but we truly do get to see who the contenders are today. We're not losing anyone, but we are losing some teams for tomorrow. They will already advance to our final day on Saturday, but we have to figure out who they are and who the rest are over these next 9 games. Yeah. One team in particular, though, that is going to at least have some good backing is Gentlemates. They need it.
They certainly need it. I think the fun conversation going into day 2 is that it's the exact same as yesterday. There is a huge opportunity for some folks to make some changes, and I think Gentlemates is one of those teams that has to make some changes. Of course, the teams at the top, they've got to do pretty much all of the exact same things. Or maybe if you're Team Falcons and you're way ahead of everybody else, maybe the question is, what are they going to do today? They're going to get a little weird on the map. Are they going to change things up? They're going to go grief some teams they don't want to see. So let's take a look at our leaderboard and walk through all of our points and break down the stakes for today. So Tun, take it away.
I mean, realistically speaking, that top 7 is still very attainable for some of these teams. That first place, maybe not so much. Falcons all but securing themselves. But the maths that we're kind of working off right now is, what does 7th place get yesterday? That was 94.8 points from Twisted Minds. Double that for today. Everyone kind of gets their go at it again. We're sitting at around 180, 190 points. That's the threshold we think will take teams to the top 7. That then creates the conversation around some of these teams towards this bottom side. Gentlemates, Fnatic, AJL, 5 years even with their win, FaZe Clan. Yeah. How do you get to that point? It seems like Gentlemates, it's a big old day to get to that point.
Yeah, we love doing math here in the caster booth.
We love some math.
we could talk about it. I think the analyst booth really broke it down really well, that some of those teams at the bottom, they have to put up historic numbers, right? You have to play like Virtus Pro. For some teams, you have to play like the Falcons, which is nearly impossible for some of the rosters that have yet to prove that they can do that. So if you're really down in the 16th to 21st place or so, I mean, you better blow our minds, otherwise we won't be seeing you automatically into the finals and have a chance to obviously prove it in LCQs, but a fun conversation regardless.
It's going to be borderline impossible for some of the teams like Leviathan, Fnatic. They are so far away, but the caveat to that point, we see what 5 years did yesterday. They barely even turned up on the map. Won a game, all of a sudden, you're propelled up into a stratosphere where you could threaten for that top 7 if 5 years can bring that level of play again. It's Warzone. I mean, how often do we see it? We can see teams go on to win time and time again, but we can also see surprises, and that's something we can't really necessarily counter for today. Well, that is going to happen at some stage.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, stats are one thing, but just about who shows up on any given day. It's Call of Duty, it's Warzone, anything can happen. I think when I'm looking at replicating a group stage and being able to perfectly replicate that in day 2. Obviously, there's some different orders from, A and C. We're starting with that group, but otherwise, you're sticking with your group, so you're going to see the same fights for the most part. I think the big question actually in my mind is whether or not some of these teams really change up their strategy. I would assume the teams at the bottom will. But what about these bubble teams? Do you think FaZe changes things up? Like the Death said, they had a pretty good start, but the second half was more than lackluster. It was pretty bad. Because of that, they're outside the bubble. The other big conversation, hey, the Falcons were soaking up so many points that the team in second in Group A is barely above the threshold. They are the threshold. And so now, when you're a Group A team, and you think the Falcons maybe aren't going to play the exact same way, there might be some more room to work on that map, or maybe even more room to work in Stronghold. I don't know. There's a lot of big question marks going into our first map.
A lot of questions that will get answered very, very shortly. But I think you're right. Specifically for me, I'm looking towards these teams who are dropping in that northeast side of the map. We're talking about Bio. We're talking maybe even towards Factory. This is where some of the teams have struggled. Team Vision have done it well. They have managed to find themselves moving down towards Harbor, that kind of area. That is really where they have managed to find points. But for teams like Gentlemates, and well, for a certain amount of time, a team like Virtus Pro at a certain stage yesterday weren't getting a great deal from that side of the map. Yeah. I'm curious if some of those teams are going to change it up. I mean, they have to, right? There has to be something that gives here. I'm really looking at the team on our screen now, though, in Gentlemates, and their team with so much promise from Europe. We know how well they've done on big map. When it does come down to Resurgence, though, there has been a couple of struggles. Sure. But now, you feel like you're at home. You have this crowd behind you. Show us what you can do. And I think that's a frustration, especially from a European point of view. Me and I even chatting about it. Like, let's see what you can bring to the table. You are the promised ones. You are the princes of Europe. Sure. Show us what you can do today. I think they need to change it up. And they've got that crowd behind them.
Yeah, they definitely have the crowd energy. And I think the big conversation there is the onus of responsibility really lies actually on Enkyo's teammates. Yeah, I need Grom to kind of step up and go slay out a little bit more. Enkyo can't do it all by himself. And one of the reasons that full north kind of eastern side of the map you're talking about, Kim included, it kind of feels like a quagmire because there's just so much space taken up by teams. It's so bogged down that leaving your POI in general is very, very difficult. VP is really the only team that's been able to show us that you can leave your POI in that northeastern side. They finally went out on not only a map, but also their POI. They rotate over to Water Tower, and they basically slay out the entire lobby. Like I mentioned yesterday, I think we saw Donkey get like 16 kills as an individual on that map, and that one map propelled them up to the top.
And something I kind of want to insert into this conversation about POIs, our team's going to change it up, and come back to what we just started talking about when we came to us here. What are Falcons going to do?
Yeah.
Because then that throws, very British saying incoming here for you, the cat amongst the pigeons, so to speak. This is something that teams are going to have to think about, because Falcons will be thinking to themselves, right, we don't need to do a great deal today. 20 points would do them. I'd imagine they'll do that in game one.
Yeah.
So for Falcons, what do you do, and how does that affect everybody else?
Yeah, I think Virtus Pro are beyond griefing at this point. They have enough points where even on a bad day, they could easily put up the 50, 60 they need. But some of these other teams, they're right there on the bubble. I'm looking at Twisted Minds. I mean, look, I don't know what they're going to do. I haven't talked to them about it, but if I'm the Falcons, I have one of two options. I'm either trying to grief Twisted Minds and landing in Factory instead of Stronghold to change everything up and put people on their back feet, or I land in Control and play for some of those Control teams, aka a Novo, aka 100 Thieves. I don't know. There's a lot of big questions out there. And maybe if you're a team that thinks they're going to make the finals and skip LCQs, maybe you start playing for that match point. Maybe you start playing for the win. A lot of big question marks, and I know we're about to drop into our very first map of the day, so I think a lot of our questions will be answered right here, right now in the very first map.
I'm so excited to get into this game, number one. The crowd are excited as well. Everybody cheering on their team. Falcons representation, of course, here in Riyadh. And they will be feeling very good about their chances, really, have come in and just blown expectations out the water, and that's not a light thing to say when you're talking about Falcons. But we're nearly ready to go. Day number 2 here at EWC for Warzone. Let's get into it. It's going to be a day. It's going to be a day.
Rebirth Island all day today, all day tomorrow, all day the next day. It's Rebirth Island every day of the week, and I am so pumped about our very first map of the day. Big questions. Where are people landing? How are they changing up their strategies? And who comes out on top? And frankly, who gets to skip LCQs? It's going to be a bloodbath down there. Let's drop in to our very first map of the day.
Interesting circle, we'll talk about it in a second, but we're very, very interested to see exactly what team number 1 in Falcons are going to do. That is the question mark that everyone kind of has, and I can tell you right now, it is maybe a slightly different look, if anything, but possibly not. Very much going for their tried and tested, not throwing any curveballs quite yet.
And a quick look overhead. It does look like our circle, by the way, has pulled to the northeast. So your teams up in Bio, Kim, Harbor, etc., they are going to be safe for a very long time. So this fight, a pretty important one. As per the usual, we talk about Fnatic and the Gentlemates fighting for Bio. So we're going to take a quick look at it right now to see who gets the upper hand. And well, high ground usually an advantage. Acian thought he had an angle, but I think Inkyo snuffed it out.
For Fnatic, I think the storyline around them yesterday was a surprise at how well they were doing, but the fight here that is currently ongoing. Team number 14 getting taken down. That is, of course, 9Z Globant. Axiom trying to stay alive. Gunfight's coming through. Back and forth we go, but it's Enkyo and Cole. The one's trying to get something rolling. They need a good day. That's a good start from Enkyo. 3 kills already.
Yeah, you can see this APAC team, as per the usual, getting pretty mixy. They don't land in Bio, but they come swinging up pretty aggressively, trying to pick up a couple kills in transition. Teeny looking for anything he can get his hands on. He was shooting so straight yesterday, but today, maybe not so much. Fight inside still ongoing as we see several kills flying in kill feed across the map. This is a fight that will take a very long time, and frankly, it's one that will go on for maybe the entire map unless we get a full wipe. Most teams know we can't body stack with a full team of 3. We've got to put our anchor out deep into the water or wherever they need to be. So you can see Zakar way out on the boats. We're going to swing over to Twisted Minds and see how things are going down here in the factory side. And so far, so good for a team that's right there on the bubble.
Really interested to see how quickly some of these teams do start to move. You can already see Twisted Minds are making their way over towards this harbor side. And this is a big play from them, going up against Vision. This is 2 teams who are in that top 7 already. If you can get kills up against them, you take those all day long. Aiden will find the pick, but then everybody else starting to get involved. Here comes Dongi in the VP grip.
is. The other classic fight we'll continue to see. I don't think any of these teams are giving up POIs at this point, so VP going to continue to run into Team Vision, and of course Twisted Minds right there down the way on the eastern side of the map near Factory. It does look like, I want to say that actually Twisted Minds was uncontested in Factory, which is a brand new strategy for Leviathan, as expected, frankly. They lost that fight many a time, so we're going to swing over to Control. This is one of the matchups, A versus C. You got to remember, Control is not that contested. We're not seeing 100 Thieves playing right now. We're not seeing Movistar Koi. It's Novo all day in Control for these first 3 maps. Watch out for that team. Feeling pretty powerful, but not a lot of kills to start things off.
Falcons starting to get a little contested down towards Living Quarters and Stronghold as the crowd getting excited in this one. Now currently on board with Noobs, trying to have a little bit of a look here over towards this northeast side, still being fought over between Inner Circle and of course our squad in Gentlemates. What can they do? Well, they're farming them again. More kills falling their way. This has been a brilliant start for Gentlemates and they need it.
Yeah, again, this is a fight in Bio that will last until the end. Our circle is going all the way northeast, all the way up to the top. And so this POI is extremely important to actually take control of. And Inksien comes swinging in, making the Gentlemates look a little silly. Inkio having to play on the northern side, trying to get into the mix. But Fnatic, as much as we were saying they were out of it, they're having a pretty good map right now. Continuing to farm these kills as these two teams continue to trade blows. I think the big question in my mind, what's going on with Team Vision? What's going on with some of our other squads over in the bio, or in the chemical rather, area? You can take a look at FaZe as well, a bubble team that's looking forward to hopefully getting out of the bottom side of prison and into zone. Already we're shifting up to the top half of the map.
And quite a big surprise actually, we don't lose any teams. It was such a big pull for a lot of these players that you think of teams such as Falcons, if anything, who over towards Stronghold have to go all the way to the northeast side of the map. You're talking Industries, Chemical Engineer, everywhere around there needs to now start to be contested. And Falcons are struggling just a little bit. One player is currently alive from them, and I presume that's Hisoka keeping things alive, but keeping things rolling for them. Everybody's still alive and kicking, but this fight in and around bioweapons has been going on for quite some time. Fnatic trying to have another good game number 1 like we've seen yesterday. And Padzuka, can he be the catalyst for that?
You see team in pink, number 6. It's going to be Resolve and Extra J, King Matty playing the outside of this zone. Everybody knowing it's going to pull all the way to the northeast. Some folks getting ready for that, trying to find some sort of stabilization point. They know that Bio's not free. 2 teams here, sandwiched amongst each other, fighting for the entire map. As the rest of these folks are rotating in nice and slow. And like you said, the fact that nobody full wiped at this point, this is a much slower start than we were used to from yesterday. Some teams feeling the pressure most likely, as Twisted Minds now hugging the right side of the map, up the eastern seaboard, looking for a couple folks floating in the water.
And this is the kind of game, and I just kind of want to go attest to that, as we can see Smith trying to find the pick onto Shifty if they can, is that when Strongholds is in a bit of an issue where in terms of where this circle does pull you, that's when they are going to hit from that Strongholds push.
Well, Twisted Minds in an interesting spot. Let's see what they're able to do here on the edge of zone. Let's go for a quick listen in with Twisted Minds and see what they can do as a bubble team.
Playing on the water kid right now. I might back up, Smith. They're gonna play. I have you over. I have you over. He's still in the water on me right here. I'm trying to look at you. Is he in the smoke? Yeah, he's in the smoke. In the smoke right now. Needing it. I'm trying to need you. Got him. Nice. They're not here. They backed up. I think VP backed up. Yeah, they did. Okay. Yeah, we'll be able to get fight. We'll be able to pop and hold here, and we can see where we need to row. We're probably gonna have to go up prison though, just because VP is gonna kind of I think focus us. I'm not even gonna mess with the kids top prison either. Yeah. Don't even shoot at them. Keep watching for kids laying to water, by the way.
As per the usual, calm, cool, and collected, pick up Shifty in the water and are just trying to assess where do we go from here. We know we're getting held by VP, and they're exactly right. VP is still maintaining position in Chemical.
And we lose a couple of our teams who were really sitting in around the bubble. You think of AG Global, they were in a pretty decent spot. They fall quickly, and Inner Circle also dropping out. More teams who are really fighting for that top 7. Not going to be taking part in the rest of this game, going out 13th and 14th. But look at this, coming in from Novo. This is the kind of thing they want to see. Javix currently sitting on a plethora of kills, and they're in a really good spot on the map. They're looking for the transition over towards the middle, but they're okay where they are right now. Pretty uncontested over towards the left-hand side of the map.
Yeah, really interesting map view here to see this new zone. Like we mentioned, it's going all the way to the northeast. It's going to Bio, so that same fight is going to continue to happen in Bio. It does look like Team 12 has taken over Bio, finally winning the fight. But unfortunately, what's weird about this map is when you have these extreme zones, most of these teams are just trying to figure out how to rotate without losing their lives. And when you do that, you don't find a lot of kills. We're going to see some very low point totals because of these zones.
EVOS, the next team to drop. But here, what can EXO do? That's what they need to try and find. Something along these lines. FaZe actually going for a little bit of a different drop here over towards the top prison. Have they really getting a great deal for it? Well, Flanked has 5 kills, so it's not too bad of a start. They really do have some sharks in the water beneath them. They start to transition away off towards this right-hand side. They fancy the fight against Twisted Minds. Flanked is going to run into 3 of them. Flanked is already dead. Really good work from Aiden Allman. They found another kill.
Yeah, I've been pretty impressed with what Twisted Minds has been able to do to play this kind of eastern side of the map without getting taken down by VP. I might be eating my words here in a second because Donkey has a nice angle on him. Smokes galore and FaZe on top. Twisted Minds stuck between 2 of the biggest teams, and they have nowhere to go. As much as I was impressed with them up until now, I think that was a mistake, but what else can you do besides sprint at VP on the low side? Maybe a better option, but either way, a tough draw with this zone for a lot of teams. Right now, Novo in control of the western side of the map. Here's a look at him. On the eastern side, it's VP. Those are the 2 teams. The Gentlemates holding down Bio still currently. Those are the 3 teams I expect to have some of the highest point totals based on the kills that we've seen thus far. FaZe, the only team that's been able to run through prison for the most part, but now scattered and gone to the wind.
Lost a couple of our top teams. Team Vision have also been dropped. More fights going over towards this left-hand side of the map. They're losing out, but on our screens, a big game coming in here from Nova. We just talked about it, 9 kills for Javix. Can they continue this? Vortex, Cams alongside. They've been a bit of a surprise story for me, actually, in how well they have actually performed. But this is a big fight, I tell you. Number 1, number 2 going up against each other. Twisted Minds and Falcons battling it out down low.
First time we haven't seen the Falcons on a crazy amount of points, and they're going to get cut down immediately. Falcons, and unfortunately a 3v2, and for the first time in a while, they actually face all 3 players at the same time, so the trades are free. Diaz Biffle, incredible, and actually trades out 1, which is a huge boon there for the Falcons to cut down 1, but Falcons are out of here. It's actually a boon for the rest of the lobby to only have 2 players left for Twisted Minds.
And now that's something to forget about for everybody else. You don't need to worry about Falcons maybe farming you towards the end of the game. You don't need to worry about the position. You don't need to worry about their presence whatsoever. Circle we'll get a look at in just a little while, but you can see Fnatic in a decent enough spot here over towards the submarine. They'll be flirting with the edge of the circle right now. You can see in the top left corner. If that pulls over towards inland, they're in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, this is, again, such a weird zone that a lot of these teams are having to pivot by playing through the water, and then it just becomes a pistol fight. I mean, shooting fish in a barrel, sure, but you're in the barrel with the fish. I mean, that's what it feels like. Constantly just farming what we would call free kills if you do have a position where you can spot one out in the water. Patzuka, again, this is really Fnatic and Gentlemate's game to win. The zone is pulling to their drop spot. They've been fighting for position the entire time. And Fnatic, having been pushed out by the Gentlemates, said, well, I guess we'll just take the sub and hope it continues to pull to the north side. Here's the problem, Ton. If it ends Bio, Fnatic's in deep trouble, as are Extra J and Co. in the pink.
It's a big fight as the circle's starting to close in. Getting a little bit touchy for them. 3 more seconds and it's going to be entirely cut off, so it is literally get your flippers on, see what you can do. You look in the top left corner though, that circle's getting small. Bioweapons included. The team who are in the position to win this game certainly has to be Gentlemates.
Yeah, they've got high ground position. They don't need to move. Novo does have to move, but they're going to hold this position for a moment to pick up a couple teams in rotation. They know there's teams in the water. It's actually only 1 team on their side, and then they're going to move into new. The problem is there's not a lot of cover in this zone besides this building right here. I was about to shout it out. Twisted Minds out of here. VP knew they had to rotate to Industries. They had to make a play for the teams that had set up early, and they were able to execute it flawlessly. They take the low ground. You got Hamoud on the high ground.
EXO, a team on the bubble, trying to get something done here now as we start to get a little smaller. The circle will close for another 30 seconds. Teams starting to make their move. It's still Gentlemates in the prime position. But Exo and Co need to find something, and they've found Fnatic. They get wiped. They continue to move. Looking over towards the left-hand side of the minimap as well, you can already see that the movement is coming through from Novo. They're not in a bad spot either, but still, Gentlemates, they wait. They wait and just find that position. Look at what Sage is doing, though. Dongy VP getting involved. There you go. Exo gone as well. They're dropping like flies.
This is textbook work from VP. A perfect cluster on top of him. They heard the footsteps, able to knock a couple, then go clean them all up. That's another great team down. Flanked out of here as well. FaZe out of the top 5 and out of the game. Down goes King Matty. We're down to 3 teams. VP, Novo, Gentlemates. Like we talked about, the team from the east, the team from the west, and the team on high, waiting, lurking. They've been here since the beginning. Will the Gentlemates say, hey, guess what, crowd? We can play. We can put up big numbers. They've got to win this, and right now they have the advantage with the high ground. In this moment, VP needs to rotate because we know the Gentlemates are looking down on Novo. Novo swinging up. They trade out a couple. Grom's on 7. A big game regardless for all of these teams, but VP is making a giant wrap through the gas to New. VP might be perfectly executing a win right now. Again, I said they were playing textbook. The Gentlemates have to go, and they have to go now.
Look at Enkyo. He's made the position already. He's got aggressive. He's the tip of the spear and finding 2 or 3 all on his own. Noob's trying to survive as long as he possibly can. That multiplier for the positioning is going to help out a lot. Can he find any picks whilst he's at it? He falls as well. Gentlemates wipe them. A 2 versus 1 now is placed on the full. Cams will find a lot of hollow. Enkyo and Grumlock left in the 2v2.
We knew the Gentlemates could do it, but I told you before this game they needed to close their eyes and run at teams. This time the zone blesses them, then Inkyo sprints at them, picks up 1, Novo trades him out. Inkyo excited about the game, a frustrating loss. Let's see what he can do with the self-res. Cam's gonna try to clean it up here in 2v1.
Let's see if Enkyo can find anything here. The 1v2 will be massive. Not gonna happen. The win comes in from Novo, but it's a big game from Gentlemates as well. What's a game number 1 to kick off things here at day number 2. Novo find the win, and as a team who are sitting in and around that 7th place, huge for them, as Gentlemates down to the bottom, even bigger.
Yeah, this is such a massive game for Novo. This relieves all the pressure for being a somewhat bubble team. Placed in 5th place, getting a win, and we saw Havix at double digits. It's a huge game for them, and across the board, big congratulations to Novo for that win. Talked to these guys before the broadcast, great interview, and they said, nobody knows our game, nobody listens to our comms. We speak in Spanish, and we win games. We know we're gonna do well this tournament, and they continue to prove it.
And I think a really impressive thing from Novo there was the positioning they had was horrible. They were down towards the lower side, continue to survive, and somehow run the gauntlet, get themselves through, survive, and win the game.
Unbelievable job from Novo. Folks, we're going to take a very short break here in the booth. Excited to hear more from the rest of the team about this game. We'll get into game 2 shortly.
Level up your gaming experience with over 8 billion playlists, only on Spotify, the official audio streaming partner for the 2025 Esports World Cup.
Yo tengo máscara. Ahora se pelean,
Voy a comprarla, yo voy a comprarla.
Salió de...
Otro más izquierda. Tiene buen edit,
Uno para dos.
Ya, espera, Camilo, espera.
La pista, lo tienes aquí metido.
Márcalo.
Aquí. Ahí.
Wani.
Izquierda otro.
Espera.
Izquierda Wani también. Wani el tuyo.
Atrás.
¡Vamos!
Santa, Camilo.
Se está reseando. En verde. Sube.
Ahí, José.
Tocado una bala.
¡Vamos! ¡Sí! ¡Vamos!
Joder.
¡Vamos!
One of our most consistent squads on day one finished last night in 5th place, but now Novo just finished first. How is this going to affect our rankings, and how many kills do you think they dropped?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a really, really heavy total because at the end of the game, it looked like everyone was just kind of coming to them. You heard Coach them talking about, like, that play over towards sub was essentially a non-factor because everyone was playing survival mode. So you get into a position to kind of watch over the top of the rest of the circle, and it just felt like they were in the perfect spot. The win's massive, but it really helps them out because their average placement yesterday was good. But this win plus the multiplier should really shoot them up the leaderboard.
I love what we saw out of the Coast Guard, aka Novo, the Spanish squad with the Italian on the lineup. What did you see from them, Dream Crazy?
Well, for one, I mean, I was looking at landing zones. They had control for free, and Leviathan, not landing factory, contesting Twisted Minds, allowed Javix, as you can say, to get so many eliminations along that dock side. So curious to see where they placed, but you heard him, Vamos. That World Series of Warzone winner, 2022 in the European region. Vortex, he's definitely letting him know.
Vortex is that guy, quite simply. And the thing about Novo, Ghosh had a chance to speak with him. They've said themselves, look, nobody's expecting us to do well. We're coming in to surprise everyone, and that performance absolutely does that. They were already in 5th place. No reason why they don't potentially break into top 3.
No big expectations, no high pressure coming into day 2. Where do they land in our rankings? It's time to take a look and get your screenshots ready, ladies and gentlemen, because that is a 32-point finish after dropping 20 kills. Gentlemates, though, is the surprise for me. You see them right behind at 29.4, and Alan, that is their highest kill total for a single drop.
That's massive for Gentlemates. Again, kind of playing survival mode right now after a very lackluster opening day. To come out, be in a final battle in your opening drop with the most kills in the lobby is huge for them. Just got to mention the name. Keep an eye on the CT Gaming squad, man. They keep sneaking around with a couple of high kill tallies.
Shout out to our pregame. We called out Inner Circle, Team Vision, Team Falcons. The bottom 3 from that drop. Twisted Minds also got bodied. So our predictions just as bad as yours, but this is exciting because all the teams that were at the bottom of the leaderboard just scored big, and now we get to see how that affects our overall rankings. Taylor, let's take a look at this one. After 10 drops, Falcons still in heavy control. They have no pressure on the day, but we're going to keep our eyes on the squads that are trying to climb.
Yeah, without a doubt. So who is that? Well, Twisted Minds. They start in 7th. They get a little bit of a W, going up to 6th place, but CT Gaming is hot on their heels. Rock Esports also growing up in 4th phase. A lot of questions about them at the start, right on the 2nd page. Now they jump up to the 1st and 9th, but still a lot more games to go. And for me, for Inner Circle, they've got to get busy. They're a little bit way too far down. They need a big 30-point game.
Incredible stuff there from Nova. They jump up to 3rd place with 135 points. That's now just 40 back of Falcons in 1st place. But remember, at the end of today, it's all about finishing top 7. And at the end of day 1, I said there was no chance that Gentlemates would be there. That was before the fans showed up here in Riyadh. Let's take a look at one of the big plays. It was Enkyo taking out all 3 members of Virtus Pro. And Ellen, they had the 2 members stacked up on top of the roof. Enkyo just goes in for the single play, and it pays off big.
Yeah, I mean, Coach pointed it out, like from the east, from the west, we saw teams locking down these POIs, but for the Gentlemates, they were the team that won Bio, pushing Fnatic out the whole entire game. And for Enkyo, right, we saw VP taking this really long gas wrap, trying to get behind the Gentlemates as they were fighting Novo Esports. And well, Enkyo spotting that, he was able to take down Sage and Dongi, leaving Noobs by himself. And as we take a look at the replays here, I mean, you could just see the raps, the plays, the brains that this guy makes.
He lined them up first before he pulled that trigger.
Exactly. patience plays off, but hey, he's proven why he's the best. 14, is that? Like, he just kept going.
And then he waits for the third-party opportunity. That is a perfect play with 3 teams left. He guaranteed his squad was going to finish top 2.
Yeah, and I like the idea, again, late circle manipulation, knowing how that last little transition is going to move, how the final circle is going to manipulate across where the rest of the playing field was, especially considering that teams like Virtus Pro and you still had Fnatic, who are still very healthy, to find a little bit of a route to make a move, change the dynamic of the whole circle, and essentially just completely kick off Virtus Pro's high ground. Beautiful stuff. Just good macro play from the Gentlemates.
How big of a game was that for the Gentlemates? They had 6 drops on day 1. They finished under 50 points at 47. Today, day 2, they kick off with a 25-point bonus. This is going to get them right into the mix of things.
Yep.
The question is, can they stay consistent? You can't expect all of our big dogs to go down as early as they did.
Absolutely not. And you also can't expect a zone like that. That's the first time we've seen zone all the way over towards bio sub areas. So for Gentlemates, they do get blessed and blessed quite often, but are they going to continue to get blessed as they go forward? Yesterday, we saw plenty of control zones. That's where they dropped the ball. We're most likely going to get some more of them.
I saw some people in the chat asking, where's 100 Thieves? If you're just joining us, guys, good morning. We are right now in the mix of Group A versus Group C. After this, we'll go to Group B versus C, and then A, B to close out the night. You're going to see 9 drops here on day 2. That was just the first. And remember, these are our qualifying days. The top 7 at the end of the day are moving on. The other 14 teams are playing through that LCQ, and I have a feeling day 3 is going to get brutal.
Oh, yeah. I mean, not to mention, too, Gentlemates, let's say they have a lot to catch up on the points, but they can use today to elevate them, not to mention they have the crowd. It's practice for them, right? And for the teams that do qualify, they have a whole day to just hang out and study.
Massive day for all the squads, Alan, as we take a look at some of the keys. No one will have their key crushed today, but here at EWC, the key represents your dreams.
Yeah, and it also represents the chance for a lot of money. Like, it's true. Simple like that. I think the thing about this particular day, and we talk a lot about how the favorites have some flexibility to do whatever they want, essentially, because they're going to be safe. Like, oh, we're in trouble. Let's just have one good map. We're good to go. The question mark is going to be how much does that foil the teams that are on the bubble? And throwing that into the mix and immediate conversation, Twisted Minds. That should have been a circle. Watching them play from the bottom side of the map, they should have done a lot better at. Like, I hate to be overcritical, but a team that didn't impress us day 1, that circle playing to the bottom side of the map, you would have figured they would have been better.
No, I agree, especially when you don't have Leviathan right there, right?
Exactly.
Laze isn't there slaying you out. This is your opportunity, but you saw at one moment VP and Virtus Pro, and they almost fought, right? They backed away from each other. So
Twisted Minds, did they finish with any frags? Let's take a look at our kill leaders here after drop 1. Shout out to our stats wizard. We got all the bugs out of the system last night, and now you can see Enkyo, who finished with that triple kill against Virtus Pro, is going to top the leaderboard at 13. Day 1 featured a lot of Falcons at the top. It's nice to see a fresh start here to day 2. Who else do you expect to climb this leaderboard?
Hopefully Fnatic, right? Down there, they've got 2 talented members, and they need to work their way up. There was a lot of question marks of how well they were going to do during this tournament. Second place as an organization last year. This year, they come in with fresh faces, but still the same desire. Patsuka. I'm looking for them to elevate themselves.
And Dream Crazy, you got 2 members of the Leviathan squad that you called out. Can, Javi, a.k.a. Javix, and Cams. Keep it rolling.
Decky is the only one that's up there on the Leviathan squad. But the logos look the same. I actually thought the same thing. I was double checking that. But for Cams and Javi, yes. I think that squad, even yesterday, they were impressive because the fact that we always saw them all together. And the question was, hey, will some of these teams have 1 anchor or will they have 3 fly and fry? And for Novo, they're doing a great job of that.
Well, a lot of people are wondering, why aren't they starting drop number 2? It's because the players need an extra minute to tweak their audio. Why? Because the Kadia Arena is too loud. You see the Falcons fans, the Gentlemates fans all pouring in. Twisted Minds on their feet early, trying to cheer on their favorite players. It's great to see the vibes here in Riyadh as everyone is out to support their favorite Warzone players.
And I'm always curious to see, like, yes, you have some naturally grown fan bases that are coming in and supporting the teams, but we always, every single event, have one team or one player win over the crowd. One, when you don't have your team playing, but two, when you're finally getting into the crunch time. So I'm curious to see who this fan base will really identify with as we move deeper into the day.
Taylor Novo, is that some drum cheese I just witnessed from the Gentlemates?
Oh, without a doubt. Actually, I was walking outside before the show started. I'm like, what is going on out there in the streets on the boulevard? Like, I'm hearing drum lines. I'm hearing, of course, everybody going crazy and going nuts. I have no idea. I'm thinking like Cristiano Ronaldo's walking through. No, it's just the Gentlemates, and they're coming in, and they're coming in big. And I even heard them booing quite a few teams as they were walking in. But look, that pressure, got to let it go for the Gentlemates. Use the crowd buff. Go big, because I think the Gentlemates are maybe outdoing Falcons and Twisted Minds out there in the crowd.
That is a massive Falcons flag there and a massive fan base for a lot of teams out here early. This is just drop number one. The sun isn't even down here in Riyadh, and that's really when the people start to come out once that temperature drops.
Yeah, we needed to drop too because, wow.
112 degrees Fahrenheit.
I am sweating.
We look good, though.
Well,
Especially you
listening.
Every day I wake up, it says excessive heat warning. And I'm like, well, yeah, I mean, it's 118 degrees outside.
While we have our players adjusting their audio, let's take a moment and check in with Miles Ross on the Boulevard.
Continuing our tour of the Boulevard, I'm now here in the retro section. We've got ourselves the 80s. It's an entire museum devoted to pop culture, gaming, everything in between. We're going to start here where I did as well, folks. That's right, an 80s baby. In this room, some incredible classic consoles. The Atari, Nintendo Entertainment System, 83. I never had one of those. The Sega Master System, you name it. Some of the most iconic films ever made. Advancements in the way we listen to music, the way we watch films, the way we play games. A lot of it was born here in the 80s. Advancing quickly, though, as we roll forward into the 90s. And in a decade, the amount that changed what we consume, how we consume it, trends, clothes, food, you name it, folks. This room, this one's my childhood. And we've got it all in here, man. The King of Fighters, the first Mario Kart. Are you kidding me, ladies and gentlemen? Some incredible titles in here. Virtua Fighter. The first versions of FIFA. So many incredible games. Our arcades over there. As pop culture changes tremendously. Bit of Dragon Ball Z over here as well. NBA Jam, Pac-Man, Golden Axe, Mortal Kombat. You name it. It's all happening. But that was the 90s. We're going to keep rolling, folks. Some of you watching this weren't even born. But we're looking at games, looking at the way they've changed and how fast they've changed. This is a brilliant example of all of it. There's Psycho Mantis. You might remember him from Metal Gear Solid. The 2000s, pretty big as well. A lot's happened there, and I know you were probably born in it. FIFA, love a bit of that. Memes in this room, you name it. Pop culture has changed a lot. There is so much going on in here. We're going to roll fast now into the 2020s. We find ourselves today, and how far gaming has come and how far gaming will go, who knows? The future, it could well be here already.
We love a good Miles Ross breakdown of gaming culture. The future is now, Miles. I'll tell you what, we're having a dang good time here in the booth, and it is time for game number 2, Ton. I gotta say, that one, I think the big question was, could the Gentlemates do it? And they were gifted the zone to do it in, and they mostly executed. Obviously, the win would have been nice, but overall, a really fun first map to watch.
100%. I think that was the kind of game they absolutely needed. As you say, get some help from the zone. But the problem for them is they need to keep doing that.
Yeah.
They cannot rest on their laurels here whatsoever. 89 points is what they currently sit on. They need, a decent amount more than that. That's of no question. They need a couple more games like that, to be honest with you. We need to see 15, 20 kills pretty much every single game. Do you want to hit that top 7? I said it's not essential for these teams to do that, but you'd sooner have a day off tomorrow.
Yeah, I think that's right. I think Dream said they can go study, and I think that's a great option for using your time wisely if you do make the finals and skip the LCQs. Some fun quick notes, though, based on our first conversations before that first map. We did learn that folks did change a little bit of their strategy. Gentlemates, not so much. Got to get through the zone, and their strategy change was just, well, we're going to win. On the other side, though, Leviathan, as I just mentioned, did not land factory. Instead, they headed over to North Docks to contest EVOS over there by the ammo shack on the western side of the map. So an interesting change for them, and as mentioned, Twisted Minds was a bit free. Vision also hard committed. Vision Esports, of course, that's going to be FIFA Kill Squad and Lennon. Whole crew, they had a great day yesterday. Yeah. First map, really bad. They actually full committed to Harbor and got pinched immediately by Allman from Twisted Minds because they weren't being fought. Leviathan wasn't down there. And on the other side, it was VP at Chemical. So we'll see what happens here in game number 2, folks. Game 2 of A versus C. All the folks flying in and done. I can only imagine this one's going to be a banger.
Oh, we can't wait to get into drop number 2. Once again, just with that caveat of that we're constantly keeping an eye on what Falcons are doing, thinking about strategies moving forward. Same old, Stronghold fully locked down from them, but keeping an eye on what's going on the rest of the map here as well. Big fight over control, as it often has been, but that's a change up from Inner Circle. They went bioweapons last time, they're not playing with that this time.
And I think the desk also said, we got to keep shouting out CT Gaming, so I'm glad 100%. We're starting with them, man. They fried last game, a little bit under the radar. They've been playing kind of center of map, contesting phase early on the bot side of Prison. Be curious to see what they can do on this map. The zone is very centrally located for the most part, like you mentioned. Could favor them for a late game play. Watch out for CT Gaming. We'll continue to watch out for them because, as you can see on your screen right now, they are now the new bubble. Of course, a couple teams in that mix not playing currently.
And immediately, Team Vision get pushed out Harbor once again. They have to then relocate. Lennon has done a good job at that, but they're over towards headquarters now, so how to play a very, very different game. All they look towards the control. Let's see if the Australian boys can get going again. Our winners from the last game, are they getting farmed? Jamik's going to find at least one. Is the pickup going to be there? Yes, it is. Wow. And our winners from game number 1 keep things rolling.
Man, Novo's looking really strong, and this time it's Inner Circle contesting control, which is unlike them. Usually they go up to bio, but with the zone a hair more south, maybe they're changing things up and just contesting everybody. We'll see what they're able to do.
And a problem there for Inner Circle, once again, straight off the start, really struggling. Fortunately for them, they make their way over towards Harbor. That's completely uncontested, but what isn't is inside of Prison. Once again, can this continue for CT Gaming? Just really going under our radar every single game. Kills falling their way, Scum and Code starting to drop, and that's another team who are really struggling in AG Global. Not had a good start here.
Yeah, AG in deep trouble, and Nate Dogg goes to toilets to try to find some moment of reprieve, and unfortunately gets punished for it. FaZe is here as well, though, as you see King Madi and squad now in deep trouble with their anchor away, I think on 1 floor above. They're going to be fine for now, but FaZe reaping the rewards of that extra shots down on AG. Now, AG, if I am not mistaken, I think might be full out of here. We'll get that confirmation, and it is looking like Scummin and Co. cannot find a place that is safe for more than a couple seconds, mainly because Team Vision had to relocate. Look at where they're at on your screen right now. Team Vision, on your screen, they have HQ in full control right now.
And look who they're next to, the guys that have constantly been causing them problems. They can't get away from each other. You can see Twisted Minds trying to get something going here after the initial wipe over towards Team Vision. They maybe don't like the fight over towards headquarters, and I don't blame them for it, the high ground. Very much with the EU squad. Bit of a transition here from Armand and Co. They're just trying to scout out over towards the Hammer. We'll take a couple of shots for good measure. But big fight going on there actually as well. You can already see FaZe Clan finding a lot over towards Inner Circle, who have just not been able to find a home in this game.
I gotta tip my hat to FaZe. They're doing something that's very difficult, which is maintaining control over Prison. Such a big map, and they're continuing to play in that POI in Prison. The largest POI on the map, technically, in terms of building space, and they're somehow playing it near flawlessly, at least in the last couple. We'll see if they're continuing to able to do that, because they are a bubble team. Control, as per the usual, is where Novo lives, and everybody tries to regain here to contest them. They've won it just about every time, and unfortunately, it's actually Fnatic pushed out of bio, changing everything up, because they couldn't get a win over Gentlemates.
I mean, they need to, right? I mean, Fnatic really did struggle over towards that side, and they're one of those teams down towards that bottom side, have to pull some trees up to make that top 7 today, and they will be trying. Fights continue, though. We can see once again Inner Circle really struggling to try and get a foothold, but they are still surviving. Now starting to get involved in this fight over towards control. At least one player who may well be in the mix. Novo, though, they seem to be in a good position to do something in this fight. Sukex will find one. Can they continue to find anything else? Patsuka does have to dip out of dodge. He's the only one here from Fnatic, and he may well be the last one if he doesn't manage to find a gunfight. Continue to survive, but once again, feels like Novo have that control over control.
Yeah, it's a tough fight, frankly, for Novo if the other two teams fighting them had more personnel in the area, but it's just not enough bodies to take down Novo. We swing over to the Gentlemates, though. They were able to get a little active, take down Lazy, hyping up his gun skill. Unfortunately, couldn't win the 1v2 or even the 3, with Gentlemates pushing down from Bio. Not contested this time. It's a free rotate, but look who's coming over early from Kim. VP starting to make a play because most of Chemical also out of zone. They've got to pull into Prison or at the very least Industries.
They found Grom already. Noob's now on the hunt as well. And you're seen on the other side. A couple of shots will get tagged up. You can see the fight on the other side. Perfect transition from Noobs. Helps out, and Hallow is down. You can see right now, though, it is actually going to be Enkyo making his way across the map just to continue to survive. Teammates are dropping back in, but really good job there from the side of VP. They may well have control of Industries, but they will have to keep it moving.
Yeah, and FaZe knows exactly what's happening over here. They want to get into the mix and pick up some third parties. They know that people are weak, and Enkyo says, get out of my face, J-Tech. You're not cleaning up anything besides maybe some of your decision making, because that was not the right one. Flanked and Co. backing up after getting punished for trying to make a play.
Really big kill coming in from Enkyo, keeps things rolling for his squad. Fnatic will get out and get back to their comfortable spot. The big fight going on there. Biffle finding 2 over towards the left-hand side. There's a big fight going on between Falcons and, of course, the team of EXO Esports. Over towards FaZe, though, trying to get some control inside of Prison once again. Grom making the push, needs to find this kill. Comes just far too easy. He'll find the gunfight. Gentlemates living on a wing and a prayer right now here in game number 2.
Yeah, they got a little over-aggressive because they're getting pushed from behind by VP. We do see Penguin's team get fully wiped. Squad 13 out of here. Watch out for the Falcons, of course. A bad map 1 for them. It doesn't matter on our overall leaderboard, but they could spoil a couple folks' tournaments here and send them to LCQs. Team Vision, again, have 1 headquarters. Remember, they dropped Harbor, get shoved out, they take over HQ and wipe AG. Now they have maintained over a powerful position on the map. Frankly, one of the most powerful from a high ground side. That's why the Falcons are contesting them. Watch out for that fight as we head down to Twisted Minds in Inner Circle.
Yeah, this is the first time that Inner Circle have really been able to get some sort of control over an area. And they've got Twisted Minds to deal with. But aren't they going to be able to find much purchase out of this position? They're not in a terrible one, but it depends where the circle's going to go, but we'll worry about that in a second. Kills are really the aim of the game from them. Deki will fall to Orbs, who is obviously on a little run on himself, but over towards Bray and Teeny on this side of the map. Just finessing right now, but they're going to have 3 members of Twisted Minds to deal with.
Yeah, Twisted Minds not really in deep trouble right now because they have their anchor out onto the boat. We swing over to this fight in HQ. The Falcons down in numbers. Team Vision going to swing on this to try to wipe Biffle. We do have Ahsoka still alive. He's actually way deep out there in living quarters. I think you see him for a blip for a moment. Biffle standing in the corner, maybe talking to his team. I don't know what he was doing, but now he's on the run. And he's going to get pushed by Echo. They go for a trade. Echo, he gets pushed out and he wins the 1v2. I thought that was absolutely assured that Team Vision win that. What in the world?
They've dropped on FIFA. They're going for the wipe. There's just no way that Team Vision should lose that fight.
Unbelievable. So much to talk about there, but so much more going on because we swing over to Twisted Minds, and now they're body stacking, now they're playing together, and now they're wiping Inner Circle. Not a full wipe, but the Falcons can get into the mix because they took down HQ. They have so much room to work with. HQ is now the Falcons. Somehow, some way, Team Vision is out of this map, and Falcons are in the most powerful position right now, and now Shifty and Biffle are on the hunt for free kills.
That way is Diaz Biffle right now. How on earth? I think there was probably a bit of a misplay. You can see, Echo on the leap up, gets them lined up. Lennon dealt with. Shout out production for the replay of that one because they let them know, and immediately you see Shifty jump on FIFA's head. We'll have the position, we'll have you out of the game, we'll keep things rolling. Remember who you challenge. Biffle continuing. Armin the next on the top. He's just flying. He is sending it as Biffle finds another. We'll have Aiden as well. He is solo wiping teams here in map number 2.
As per the usual, the Falcons have one bad map, and they say, don't let anybody forget who we are and what we are capable of. What an unbelievable swing in the Falcons' favor here in game 2. Of course, job not done, but in a good position. We do see Team 12, Gentlemates, getting into the mix. They're trying to find a powerful position over the top of Factory. Unfortunately, they are forced to play the low ground because you had the Falcons up on top of HQ looking over. And now in that Team 7 in yellow, Yellow has taken over headquarters, and the Falcons fully shoved out to help out Biffle.
There we go. Grab and Cove maybe don't want anything to do with this. They don't like the positioning, but they're running straight into VP here as well. Gentlemates in a tough spot. Stuck between Falcons and VP. Oh, I could feel a few more places that may feel a little more gentle than this. continuing on here are Falcons. They've lost them out. Gentlemates do continue to survive and have done. Yeah, I'd feel the same way if that was where my team are. Falcons continuing. Fnatic out of the game. Just continue to survive if you're Gromlock. Struggle to do so. Just too many teams around the air coach.
Yeah, VP goes huge off screen, wiping the Gentlemates. They find the angle. Noob's playing anchor on the backside. His two teammates slay out. Gentlemates might have had a good first map. Map 2, not so much. They do make top 10, but I don't know how many kills they had, having to rotate early out of bio. Be interesting to see where they're at in the leaderboard, as Twisted Minds and the Falcons are also fighting over Factory. The zone does pull closer to Prison, so a big move for some of our other teams. CT, watch out for him as the fight continues on main.
And if I'm Aiden and Armand right now, I'm thinking to myself, are we continuing this fight? Well, we're not, because Pitfall's found me. Shifty will pick it up. And once again, Armand is like, where are my team gone? Are they hunting for me? Just trying to survive, and Armand will continue to do so. He's in a position where he can, but they are farming Twisted Minds right now, are the Falcons.
Again, if the Falcons were playing for the win, I think they maintain position at HQ. They're not playing for the win, Ton. They're playing to kill everyone else they could possibly get their hands on, especially teams that they know could theoretically threaten them on a better day. Dongi does find Hisoka with the help of Almond, trading of blows between this Twisted Minds and VP roster, fighting for the Falcons on the south side of the map.
Looking at everything that's been going over towards Factory, everything over towards Harbor. Things are changing up over towards the Prison, though. Some of these teams who still need wins, some teams who are on the bubble, thinking of CT, thinking of Twisted Minds. But over towards the Prison for some of these squads, and it is an important game for them. A lot of the teams who were kind of threatening that top 7 are already out. Leviathan and EWC Esports are in a good spot, but look at the top left corner. That's how things are going to change. Just a partial Prison zone. The rest of it, no man's land.
Yeah, frankly, I actually quite like where CT is at. Yeah. Got a nice position on the north side of Prison. Kind of uncontested with 3 teams on the south side in Prison. Big main Twisted Minds out of here because Shifty finds the right angle. Almond all by himself. Hardly a prayer that he could get out of that regardless, and unfortunately gets cut down. Now, I will say EVOS, they might be out of the equation on our overall leaderboard, but they've got a great position on the map as well. The other side of top Prison, Showstopper, Robstar, and Jawad. A tough tournament thus far. Rob has been fighting for this high ground position this entire tournament, finally able to execute on it in our game number 11.
Look who's still alive and kicking. Novo. Vortex is here, 8 kills to his name. They are slowly making themselves a very, very tasty team. A team who can contend here this week. But we're down to 6 teams in a very small zone. That is going to halve pretty quickly when this circle finally closes.
Somebody else can fact check me, but I think besides the Falcons, Novo Esports got to have the best average placement. Good grief, they made it to top 6 again, but everybody wants top 5. A key factor for our multipliers, a key factor for a lot of these teams. Quick look at the zone. You saw it on your mini-map. It is pulled completely off of Prison. Who's in the best position? It's absolutely VP. A full, healthy VP on the low side. High ground usually an advantage, but for this zone, absolutely isn't.
Falcons in a really rough spot here. Dongi and Co. Eyes on. Everything working out in their favor, and there they go. They're wiped. They've had a very, very good game, but that is a good amount of kills coming through from VP. They're starting to line them up. Dongi is starting to fry. Everyone's going to have to jump up the top of Prison very, very shortly. You can see the streak starting to come in, and that is causing absolute havoc. Vortex then falls. Those 6 teams are now full.
Leviathan, they needed a big game. They're down near the bottom of the leaderboard and changing up their POI. Apparently has worked on this map. Showstopper going huge. King Mighty cut down. CT trying to make a name for themselves here on main stage, but unfortunately, Showstopper is stopping their show today as VP, a full team of 3 with zone position. Showstopper by himself. It is all Virtus Pro in game number 2 in A versus C.
Incredible game. A one where we got to see some teams starting to flex their muscles again, but once more, the cream is rising to the top. Virtus Pro get themselves a very good game, and that will help their cause for a top 7. Not that we ever expected to be anything different, but that might just solidify it.
A great map for them. They got a lot of kills, but again, it's the same story as the Gentlemates. They did get the zone. They got every zone that they really wanted. Yes, they had to pull off of Chemical, but pulling back to Chemical, they knew exactly who was behind them, aka nobody. They had the best position. If that zone pulled back to Kim, it does. They get the win. The key factor about that game, though, about VP, was that Team Vision was pushed out of Harbor immediately. So then VP knew exactly where everybody was at. They knew nobody was behind them. They could play it nice and slow. I don't know how many kills they ended up with, but overall, a great practice for a great win. They were already at the top of the leaderboard, and this just solidifies that.
Good game for EVOS Esports as well. It's one that they very much needed. Towards that bottom side, they find themselves in second with a decent amount of kills. That will give them some hope, but there's still a lot of games still to be played.
One more game here for Group A versus Group C, and then we'll change things up. You're not going to want to miss Game 3. Don't go anywhere.
This land is calling.
Knock right here, get that full. I got it. I can self. Yeah, mid window.
Eddie, cross to me, come here.
I have everything.
Yeah, come here.
Down in mid. On the left stairs, on the stairs. Yeah. I got my full in mid. Right here on the stairs. And top and bottom. I'm playing right here, all my ping. Down.
Crack.
Top on the left end.
Last.
On the top.
He's selfing, I think.
It might be.
Nice. Good shit.
Good shit, boys. Come on. Let's go. Way to fucking go, boys. Come on. These kids are shit. Oh, he was laying there?
I said Falcon.
Sorry, Showstopper. That is Virtus Pro you just ran into, and they do not get rolled over 2 games in a row. After Enkyo stabs him in the back, VP bounces back with a win of their own. How many kills do you think Dong and friends dropped?
Oh, geez, I have no idea, but
a million?
I know a million is a bit high, but maybe 2 million. I don't know. Let's go ahead and set the bar high. I would say though, for Dong, you could see it setting up quite nicely. All those teams having to rotate from prison straight into him. We called it. Doggy's about to pick up at least 5 or 6, and I think he did that in the final moment.
VP got that final pull, but it looked like they were finding success earlier. Who was riding the struggle bus in this game?
Inner Circle just can't get their feet underneath them today. It's 2 straight games where they kind of continue to be in this staggered, I'm dropping in, please stay alive. Oh, I died as I dropped in. You stay alive now, I gotta come in. And just never really able to get their loot going, so they're never in fighting form. And again, just based on where their drop position is, they find themselves between Twisted Minds, Virtus Pro, all these heavy-hitting teams. The only real downside to it, I think, just generally talking about that southeast side of the map, is that Twisted Minds have not fought and done well against another major team yet.
Twisted Minds are on the struggle bus, and Vision is also another roster who's
I love
on
that, by the way, from
struggle bus.
Sage.
Oh, he's talking trash.
Like, Falcons, what are you doing with your hand?
Well, remember, that's old teammates that he's going against, too,
True.
right? That's what he won a championship with, at least with Biffle and Shifty, so he wants to be back there once again.
Yeah, a little trash talk. Sometimes you just do it to the camera, you know, a little sportsmanship. We take a look here at the struggling teams and, of course, the teams that are rising. Novo Esports, again, finishing top 3. They won the last game. They get second place here as VP takes their turn on top of the leaderboard. But you called out CT Gaming right before we jumped in this. I will shift. They're definitely the surprise of the tournament for me. They're killing it.
We just cannot find the time to talk about them enough. I mean, we really haven't seen them much in the early game until today, this opening drop that they had for game 2, but they're putting together consistent numbers. I mean, they're averaging right around that 10 to 15 kills per drop. They're still finding themselves inside top 5s. That's back-to-back top 5 finishes for them here. So they're doing what they need to do to be right in the spot to finish in the top 7. The only thing that really, I think, again, we just need to really keep our mind on here is that you have to be able to win a drop if you're going to win this event. And so far, only a couple of teams have shown that they can do that.
Did AGAL even spawn in that game? Let's see where they're at on my leaderboard, because I thought Scummin', he was going to be set up for success. You got rated here. You got Nate Dogg. You have some big name streamers all on one lineup, but they are not looking good. Down to 18th place as others are starting to rise. EXO Esports into our top 11. But reminder, Group B still has a ways to go here. They haven't even taken the stage yet on day 2.
Yeah, for AG, man, worried for them. They're going to need 2 big pop-off games. I just don't know if it's going to be possible with their previous performance. Now, for me, I'm putting Twisted Minds on high alert. They're currently within top 7. But now things are a bit awkward for them, and I'll tell you what, Factory not getting challenged puts them in a frenzy. They don't know where to rotate. Do we go harbor side like we're used to? Do we go up towards Living? Well, they try to go up towards Living, they get bodied. They try to go up towards Prison, they get bodied. They then get challenged by Falcons, and they are fully eliminated. Twisted Minds, I think, will not be in top 7 by the end of the day.
Falcons are now 6 points away from hitting that 200 mark, and the most impressive play for me was when they wiped Team Vision. After the hero play from Biffle, they don't just sit back after those 2 kills. They chase down people. Let's take a look at it one more time. Biffle goes from being prey to predator in the flick of a switch.
Yeah, and it's crazy because right here, FIFA kills up in the tower, and you think that that Vision has it, right?
Yeah.
And then that chase, maybe Lennon was a little bit too far behind Echo. Like, they were double stacking in a 1v2. Biffle should not have clutched that, but I mean, Biffle does Biffle things.
Mantles don't always save lives.
That's what it was.
Situation right there. I'm told the stage is ready. We got a ton to break down. Shout out to all the watch parties, but it's time for drop number 3.
We've got a ton to break down, and we've got a ton to break it down.
Come on, that was far too easy. Far too easy. You shouldn't have fallen into that trap. That's just
Map 2 was a ton to break down because it was so many interesting elements with some changes, some different teams in the mix. I think a couple constants, though. Novo does make top 5 again, a little bit overshadowed by a massive game from Virtus Pro, but Novo's still obviously inside of our top 3 overall, but a top 5 placement, again, they're so dang consistent. Even though it wasn't the best game for them, they made a okay game into a good game for them.
Yeah, they're really showing their mettle. They're showing their pedigree right now, and it is very much shining through. They are really the story of today so far for me. Incredible work from Novo, but there is still a lot of games to be played. But for some of these teams, it is now becoming now or never. For Inner Circle, just couldn't get anything going for them. Fnatic way down there as well. If you're AG Global, you're in a horrible spot. You're more than guaranteed pretty much at this stage to be going to last chance qualifiers tomorrow. I tell you what though, I know that Des were talking about Twisted Minds. I'm starting a little concerned for Team Vision here as well. Yeah. Right now, we have the leaderboard on our screens. You guys at home don't. Twisted Minds 116 points. Team Vision are only 2 ahead. Yeah. They are very much in the conversation to not be making top 7. We need to see a good game out of Team Vision here.
A big game from Team Vision, a big game from Twisted Minds, a big game for the east side of the map. Everybody aside from Virtus Pro. Virtus Pro dominating yet again. The Falcons, of course, hero plays and assuredly going to the finals and skipping LCQs. But what do we do now? The third game, the last game for A versus C. Let's jump into it. A lot of question marks and a lot of folks with their back against the wall here, Ton.
And this is going to change things up. We'll have a little look at the circle in a second, but Stronghold is cut off. The circle is leaning more to the southeast. So you'd imagine we're going to be cutting off Control Center, Dock, etc. as the game does go on. Maybe a contestant coming in here over towards the Falcons. I maybe just popped a little too early on that one. But Stronghold is where they are heading once more. They haven't changed it up like we thought they potentially would, and we'll continue to start the farm kills as things starting to get rolling straight across the board. Who's in trouble here? It's the Gentlemates, it's Patsuka and the Fnatic boys. Start to farm them up the rip.
Yeah, Fnatic back at their old games again. I guess this old dog can't learn new tricks. They're back up against the Gentlemates up here in Bio, and I think a trading of blows both ways means both teams will back off for a moment and make sure their teammates stay alive. You don't want to get wiped early, not when you're fighting for position on the leaderboard. And of course, I think a lot of other things we could talk about Team Vision. They do go back to Harbor, and they do get somewhat contested by that Kim team of VP, but so far so good. It does look like Twisted Minds alone as well down in Factory. So we're going to stick with this fight for now to make sure that both of these teams are able to make it out of Bio alive. I can't imagine that's going to be the case.
Just a side note, we'll not go over towards them necessarily, but Falcons did get contested over towards the Stronghold, and that was actually from EXO Esports. A bit of a bold play coming from them. It's safe to say EXO Esports are being sent packing, but what I did love to see there was from Falcons, 2 of them just back straight up. Hisoka was in a little bit of trouble. You see Biffle, Shifty, comes straight back to help there right now.
Well, and this is actually a key moment of Prison. We haven't seen the beginning of this Prison fight in a while, and CT has actually pushed FaZe out of Prison, out into the open. For now, that's okay, because everybody else is congested in this kind of quagmire of their POI. But look at the kill feed lighting up like crazy. Inner Circle decided to contest Novo over in Control, and Novo is punishing them. And speaking of getting punished, over there in HQ, Showstopper, Robstar, they're not getting anything. They're not getting a tower. They're not getting an ammo shack. They are out of here.
Pretty early doors for them. Vision, once again, really struggling. And the problem is for them, they're dropping in between 2 shocks. They're between VP, they're between Twisted Minds, and they are just getting farmed over and over. Lennon has been caught by noobs. Everybody else from Vision now is just trying to start to survive. And who are they potentially going to run into? Their Reapers from the last game in Team Falcons. But as that all goes on, we'll see how it develops. But back over towards Falcons, back over towards Bioweapons. And right now, back over with Fnatic, I should say. A lot of teams starting with F here. Goj, we're struggling. We'll get there in the end.
No, I love it. I'm really curious to see what's going on with CT and FaZe still. FaZe still pushed out of their POI, and now's the time where some folks can start looking over at that fight and saying, why are there open people wide out in the open? And actually, J-Tech is getting picked up by CT off screen as Fnatic still fighting the Gentlemates on this spot. This is something that happens often, especially up in Bio when you maintain position in the zone. There's going to be fights that take a very long time, but we swing over to the Falcons and Twisted Minds. The Falcons getting better than their opponents overall. A nice win for them right now. Almond, I believe, last alive for his team after the Falcons strike down 2/3, and they know exactly where Almond's at, but they know they can't get there in time to get the full wipe. Twisted Minds still in the blender, even though they have Factory completely to themselves.
Falcons playing around. Team Vision over here as well, who have not been able to get things rolling whatsoever. Lennon in a little bit of trouble. More than that, he's gone. And all of a sudden, Echo and Cove really do have to just continue to survive. A team who we did lose was EXO Esports. They dropped on Falcons early. Of course, got wiped. Echo falls. And once again, Team Vision, you cannot get a hold of anything right now. They are starting to struggle, and they're under threat of this top 7 falling out of their hands.
Still floating, still on the map, but need a hero play. And speaking of a hero play, Novo Esports in need was one as well, because we've got Biffle trying to play spoiler to Control. This is the classic rotation from the Falcons. This is what they did in the first couple of maps. Take a look at the left-hand side of your screen. You do see that 9, that salmon peach color-ish. That's going to be Team Vision. Watch out for them on the map. If you see them, they are still alive. We'll continue to check in with them. This is a key moment being on the bubble, but this Novo Esports team trying to go big on Biffle. They are not going to get 1v2'd. They did not body stack. They shouted together side by side, and they win the gunfight.
Incorrect call from me. Exos Esports still continue to thrive. And, well, just about survive, if anything. But teams starting to fall, players starting to fall, control starting to go over to a few different teams. But this is a big fight on the outside of the circle, but it's Yarvix once again finds the fight. Can he find the second? It's not going to be there. Shifty once again. Him and Biffle, no, actually they managed to find the wipe as well. Novo fall extremely early to the hands of Falcons. And once again, though, EXO really want to get involved with the Falcons. They're looking for control here as well.
Like we talked about, the Falcons are just here to make a statement now. They don't care about anything. They've already qualified the finals most likely. They're at over 200 points at this point, and they wipe one of the top teams today. Novo is out early for the first time, I think, in the entire competition in double-digit exits. A crazy moment because they stayed in control, and unfortunately, when all three are in control, the Falcons come in at the right time. They're going to be able to get the wipe. Great execution from the Falcons yet again.
And eventually, it is going to be Vision getting a little bit of control themselves. You've got one other player towards the other side of the map, but we are eventually seeing them get themselves at least a loadout and up and running. Once again, running into Twisted Minds. These two teams fighting over each other, but also fighting in pretty much the same spot on the leaderboard. Important fights continuing here. Right now, keeping an eye on Fnatic as well. They are pretty much center zone for the most part over towards the top prison side. We'll keep an eye on how things are going to transpire. That circle is closing. We'll know which way we're going in 20 seconds.
And again, our zone is pulling southeast. So Bio now out of zone, Stronghold out of zone, most of Living Quarters out of zone. We're going to be headed to this POI right here. It's going to be a factory or harbor ending or any of that land in between, maybe red. Here we go, Aiden looking for a double on Vision. This would be a wipe likely on Vision. No, they've got one floating. Either way, it's going to be a wipe on Echo, not even close. The wrong place to be at the wrong time. We've got Inxian out as well. Fnatic being wiped off screen as it looks like Leviathan picking up a few kills. Twisted Mind's doing a lot of the same.
Yeah, unfortunately for Vision there, they had one player over towards the other side of the map when they went for that regain. That was FIFA. He's only just got involved. And now they're hunting him down as well. Here come the rest of VP. FIFA needs to survive and has survived long enough. The rest of the team are on their way back, but how long can he survive? Aiden hunting, and they find them just oh so easily. FIFA wiped up the map, but the rest of the team have continued to survive. Big fight going on over towards prison though. Team starting to get involved.
Yeah, a huge switch here because the Falcons are getting into the mix. They're trying to get really active, and as they do, they get punished for it. CT was waiting, lying in wait. Scummin also trying to find anything on the leaderboard, and finally AG is coming online. Finally, they're getting kills after an absolute goose egg. And the last one, they have a few to their name as Biffle is last alive and barely breathing, slowly, surely waiting for his teammates to get back into the lobby.
Yeah, he should be all right as everything is kind of shaken out here. Biffle will continue to survive, but will have to take his time to go for the regain for his squad. Fights going on here. Over towards Chemical. Good shots coming in from Sage. One smoking. Matty's picked out of the sky. We'll have that one. Noobs will find one. Of course, over towards Inner Circle. Orbs is dealt with, but the circle now starting to come in once again. We said it was pulling in this direction. Factory Harbor going to be well fought over. Prison control may well be there for the side of Falcons as well. It's a big fight over towards Living Quarters too, but everyone's starting to fight out, starting to juke out. But these teams are over here towards Industry. They're going to have to find this fight and get the skates on.
Gentlemates strike back. VP not in trouble. They've got their anchor way out to the side of Kim. But Gentlemates do strike them and say, don't worry, you're not going to get a free win this time. We see, looking at that zone again, you took a look at it, there's not a lot of people in Harbor and Factory, which means anybody that can regain before our timer ends are going to fly directly there. You're going to see a lot of solos, a lot of duos down there trying to regain. I would expect a team like Twisted Minds, since they're still alive, to get a couple of these kills and then directly swing back into Factory to try to take over the control of, frankly, the strongest POI on the map. And not the high ground currently in zone, but what will be the high ground. So they're going to play low side and then work up through Factory. Watch out for Twisted Minds, hopefully in the late game. This is their game to lose. It is pulling to their POI. It's the classic statement we said about the Gentlemates.
A couple of teams who are going to struggle here have to make a big jump over towards a little bit of safety. Well, it is going to be Vision. It was Nate Dogg who was watching over them, but FIFA will manage to find it. They make their way. Gentlemates of Grommelok and co have to also make their way over towards Prison as things starting to get a little mix here towards this bottom side. Still 10 teams remaining as the third circle continues to close. Teams still fighting over everything over towards that side, but if you are in a circle, you're just trying to survive right now.
Yeah, watch out for the Falcons. They just popped in an advanced UAV. They're going to go flying through prison and trying to pick up some kills. They also know how to rotate to new zone, and it does look like they're going to swing down to HQ. Watch out for HQ fight while we see the inner workings of Prison get all shuffled around. Inner Circle, I am surprised, frankly, that they have been able to regain as best they have. They at least have 2 on the map. They're trying to make a play. It does look like Oz being cut down off screen by noobs. Might spoil any plans they have for a full team of 3, but take a look here, as it looks like maybe the Falcons not going to rely on one, but an entire team to wipe this Team Vision.
Well slowed down by FIFA. Echo, has he found the angle? Yes, he has. FIFA will get taken down. Can he find the second? Not quite going to be there, but it's the trade Lennon to pick up the pieces. Hisoka will fall. All 3 members of Vision continue to survive. But if you're Falcons, you survive as well, but they're in a precarious spot right now.
We've got to check in with Team Vision and do a listen in with this squad. Now that they've wiped 2/3 of the Falcons, where do you go from here? You need the points. Let's listen in.
Where do you throw it, Len? Here. I got it. There's a gold crate below, by the way. I'm not hitting him with that. One of us should probably buy you here something. We should play grannies. Give me. Look at this down low, bro. Look at this down low. Yeah, see it. Right, fall. I'm buying you. Give me money. Echo. Yeah. Run one side door, right side door on that one. On the stairs there. Yeah, I dropped here. Alright. Where'd you drop me, bro? Inside, bro. Where? Like, FIFA picked it up, bro. There you go. Money, bro. We've got to watch roof and shit. Yeah, I already jumped out. Yeah? Yeah, one guy deep in gas on the right.
Some strategy plays, some miscommunications, but overall they are alive. Off screen, nice shot from FIFA. Off screen, you didn't see Falcons full wipe, Gentlemate's full wipe. We're into the top 10, and Team Vision trying to address how they want to move into the zone. They went to go buy UAVs, and now we're going to push on to Twisted Minds. Remember what I said about Twisted Minds? In Factory, they're trying to maintain control as we see Leviathan struck down by VP. VP will not go quietly into this new zone. There is only one alive as AG falls.
And it's very typical for Vision to actually get themselves in this position, as we see the circle in the top left corner now is shrinking towards them and Twisted Minds, 2 of the teams we said coming into this game needed to have a big one. Vision have somehow survived to this stage. They may well go on to win this game.
Huge question marks around the total amount of kills that both of these 2 teams have, but on the offside, Sage is by himself and he doesn't care. Picks up 1, no, can't get the trade out. VP out early, they do go down in 6. They will not get our best multiplier you can get without the win, but even still, VP puts points on the board as Inner Circle again. Tip my hat, shake their hand. Somehow, some way, in a regame blender all game, they have made their way to top 5. They needed it bad.
It's been the same for them. It's been the same for Team Vision. It's been the same for XO Esports. You are living very much by the hair on your chins. Result will fall, and there you go. We've lost CT Gaming, who have once again just found themselves over towards the top side. But here we are, with Team Vision over towards the top side of Factory. Boat very much belongs to the side of Twisted Minds. You have an Inner Circle and EXO in the mix as well. Anybody's game. But really, the height advantage belongs here to Team Vision. What can they do with it? Well, there's a drop. Braid's going to fall. Orbs is there to find the pickup. Orbs actually managed to find himself plenty of kills, but can they find the pickup? Yes, they can. Inner Circle gone. 3 teams remain.
Yeah, you steal those kills away from Hamoud as well. It's a huge win. It's going to be a 3v3v2. Obviously, Twisted Minds with that zone actually pulling even further than I thought it would. It's going to pull all the way to Boat, and now it's actually pulling back over to School. Who rotates first is the question. Do you have the resources? Do you have the gas mask to rotate early? Twisted Minds is the best spot. Hamoud and Notorious say, we're going to go underneath everybody and maybe swim over to School. You can only imagine Twisted Minds to sniff these guys out. There's the early rotate. FIFA Kill, known to be a great IGL, does get there first. We'll see if that power position pays off. Check out FIFA Kill on the right-hand side.
Yeah, makes his move. And here come the rest of the team as well. Echo will be the last domino to fall, the last player to make his move as well. Arm and the coach just trying to find some picks. Do they know where they are? Do they have that information? Do they have the gunny? Echo pinned down for just a little bit, but he needs the rest of his team to help him out here. But the linchpin in this one could be EXO Esports, who are still lingering.
Again, Team Vision, the only team technically in New Zone. They have power position by a mile. They are going to win this game unless it's an absolute sell. Twisted Minds extremely good at rotating. They're able to do it. No, they can't. Z-Smith can't get through. And EXO actually cleans up one as well. They trade blows. Twisted Minds in a complete blender. They've got one down below. It's going to be a 3v2, v1. Team Vision has this game. They've just got to execute. Do not scam, gentlemen. You've got to win in your hands. EXO can't get out of the water, but still a great effort from them.
Yeah, 3v1, v1. Team Vision, it's very typical. They were in such a bad spot throughout the majority of this game. One player now will fall. You can surely imagine EXO will fall as well. Aiden couldn't do anything there. And I don't know if Notorious can do a great deal about this. That's a hell of a regain from Team Vision. They were battered across the entirety of the map, could not find a spot to call home. And they end up the team on top. It's a big game coming in from Team Vision, a one they absolutely needed.
A very interesting map, Ton. We had 3 teams technically on the bubble, 2 teams right there on the bubble, in 5th and 6th, I believe, with 100 Thieves not even playing right now. So realistically, they're 6-7. They are the bubble, and they needed some points. I think the big question, though, I don't think Twisted Minds, I don't think EXO, and I don't think Team Vision had very many kills, not compared to what we've seen in the past. So is it a boon? Absolutely. Is it a nice thing to add that feather to your cap, say we won another map? Sure, but I don't know that it's going to change the fact that they're still going to be on the bubble, and they're going to have to do it again when they get into their next matches.
I think just for me, just the position they were in to then find themselves to go on to win that game, they could have very easily dropped out 10th, 11th. I mean, it has to be, it's extremely tippable to see how far they managed to get themselves, how good of a position they found themselves in towards the latter stages of the game. Great set in the end out of them. They will take that all day long. But still, the question remains, can they manage to find a way through? A lot of work still to be done.
Yeah, it was a great moment from them. I will say they capitalized on their advantage as well. They were the only team with a player advantage because of the way Twisted Minds had to rotate. EXO picked off one, and then it was just free. Even with the smokes out there, a couple bullets connect, you've got them locked down, you get the kills. They had player advantage, they had height advantage, they had rotational advantage with the zone. They had everything in their fingertips. They just had to execute. They were able to do that. Obviously, great IGL calls, but frankly, a gift towards the end. It was really fun to see multiple teams that were in the Regain Blender. I don't know if we need to brand that and sell it here to EWC, but the Regain Blender is the definition of Rebirth Island, and those teams able to stay inside the Regain Blender and not get bits to pieces. It was a huge win for even folks like Inner Circle if they had some decent kills. Folks, we've got an interview down on the stage. Let's check in with our stage crew.
The Gadia Esports Arena is on fire today. You can hear the crowd. What a phenomenal day so far. And we're only 3 maps in. I've got Enkyo here from Gentlemates. If you can hear me, Enkyo, above all of this, you started today 17th place. Struggling a little bit, but you know what? You had your head screwed on because you came in 13 kills and you managed to secure first place on that map. How did that feel?
I'm feeling very proud because the fan is here, and I'm very excited for the rest of the tournament. So yeah, I'm happy.
Well, I've got to talk about last night because we already mentioned 17th place coming out of yesterday. Obviously, you must have not been very happy with yourselves. What conversations did you have amongst the team to kind of come into today like you have so far?
Every day it's a new day, so just reset and go fight every day and just passion.
Passion, I like it. You came in with fresh heads, so that's great. And also something that the analysts, I've been hearing you guys, they've been talking about the crowd buff. The crowd is absolutely phenomenal for you guys. Is there anything you'd like to say to them?
The crowd is fucking insane, but for me it's it's a dream. It's a dream playing in the stage with the crowd. It's insane.
Well, Enkyo, it's a dream to have you here, because especially when you're playing the way you guys are. Best of luck in the rest of your matches today. But for now, we're going to go to a quick break, and we'll come back for map number 4.
Going under. One shot. One's under me, absolute.
One's still water.
Yeah, I heard that.
Yo, watch out back, Beef, watch out back, Beef.
Yeah.
Beef, watch out back there.
I'm a ladder.
Knocked.
I knocked one him.
Other guy's there too, other guy's in the water.
Yeah, no, he went. Wait, yeah, he's in.
I'm playing this side.
I'm flashing him to try and get me in. I flashed him, I think I get kill off that. Keep watching ladder.
No, be honest. He slid out. Here.
I'm chilling it, bro.
Dead.
One left water. One left water.
Dive it. Water. Yeah, right side. Nice! Come on, baby. Let's fucking go. Ah, there we go. Hey, good shit. Ah, needed that one, boys, didn't it?
Yeah.
He with high ground wins game. Well done, Visions, as they lock in and take a big game after we just called them out for struggling. Taylor, this was not just Visions' game, though, to bounce back. A number of teams pulled off an incredible map 3. Who were you most impressed by?
Twisted Minds, especially because they had a very, very slow start. Nobody was the harbor side. Nobody went to them. I'm thinking, Twisted Minds, you got to rotate out. But they saw the zone coming to them, and therefore, they stayed true to their strategy. They stayed on factory, and everybody started feeding into them. Twisted Minds, in my opinion, got a tremendous game they needed.
Inner Circle was the surprise of the game for me, somehow surviving into our Final Four. Dream Crazy, who else did you note from Game 3?
Yeah, I mean, Inner Circle, for one, just had to note, Regame Blender the whole time, making a top 5 is insane. AG Global, just a quick note, if we want to mention them.
Raiden had a big play.
Yeah, they had a little big play in the mix after having 2 dead last games. But XO kind of sneaking their way into the water into the top 3 for Hamoud and his team. Even though we really haven't seen, like, too much of them on broadcast, they're still, like, sneaking their way, inching their way into the top 5.
Notorious that Jordanian was the last man standing outside of Vision's crew. XO, what's the expectation for them right now?
I don't think they have much of like a bar they need to meet. I think it is just down to can they continue to keep playing spoiler. Similar storyline for Hamoud from last year. That was the big case. And also I think just on top of that, it kind of rinses and rewashes the same storyline from last year in the same way that they are the ones that are playing in between Falcons and the rest of the map. So we're dealing with a really interesting scenario. For our first 3 drops, all the teams that are finishing essentially in the top 5 are teams that are landing where the final circle ends up being. So there's a level of dominating the space that you drop on and putting pressure on teams to rotate. And so far, our winners, at least to this point, have done a nice job of doing that.
Let's take a look at our overall standings now. After a big Game 3, Visions is able to jump back up, and you see Inner Circle, 26.6 is going to top the lobby here, 21.6 points for VP, and Twisted Minds, you saw the frags, they got them early, they were continuous. Despite Visions winning the game, only a 19-point finish. They need to put up some more kills as the day goes on. Remember, this was the final drop for Group A. They will be sitting out as B and C continue next, Ellen.
Yeah, and I mean, for FaZe Clan, when they had such a hot start, that was a team that I was looking at like, hey, they need to pick some up. And not to mention they had prison control, but of course for some of these squads holding down prison, it was hard for them.
Prison is a very difficult area.
That is the story according to the watch parties. How many underorgs or underdogs are going to make their way up the leaderboard? We take a look now at your overall team. Falcons, we said they would be the first team to 200, but look how quickly Virtus Pro has closed that gap.
Here's the other interesting part about this leaderboard, not just the names of the orgs and what order they're in, but keep in mind the total score that we've got. Match point on Saturday is 135. So we've played now 9 total games at least for drops, and only 5 teams have met that mark. So there is a level of, can you get to 135 quickly? But then, of course, the follow-up question is, can you actually win a game of Rebirth Island? So far, again, most of the top 5 have been able to provide that. Just comes down to being able to do it on a consistent basis.
Only 6 squads are over 100 kills, but a lot of our B squads were sitting out watching. They are ready to take the stage. If you're going to close the conversation on Group C, though, these are our final drops of the night. We have 3 left. So what do we need to see from Group C before we move over to the Group B discussion?
Inner Circle, first and foremost, a team we've been pumping up, are narrowly missing out on top 7. Yeah. They have a very real chance to do so. Novo Esports has been holding on tight, but the big question for the crowd favorite Gentlemates, will they be able to get into top 7 and go directly to finals, or will the LCQ be in their future?
Gromalok has been on top of his game. We saw some hero plays from that young man, though, and as we take a look at some of their big clips from Game 3, who had your eye, Taylor?
Game 3, without question, from the Gentlemates, it has to be Grama. I mean, obviously, he loves to pop off. Inkyo was also another star-studded player. One thing about Gentlemates you have to appreciate, and which shows their full potential, is their game number 1, fighting Mirror Sub, taking rooftop control, transferring over towards Bio. That showcased they can make some solid plays, and their positioning, they got some big brains over there. I don't think this roster is done just yet, and I think there's plenty more potential left.
And if you're looking at their overall score at the end of day 1, Gentlemates had 47 kills. That was good for 59.6 points. They are now over 100 points after just 3 more drops. So they're playing at basically double the pace right now. Can they keep it up? What is the ceiling for our French squad now that the fans have their back?
I think it's just one of those things that we're now starting to remember that this team was picked up for a reason, but maybe even more importantly, we're forgetting the first couple of drops from yesterday.
Yes.
Looks like the jitters are out. They're feeling the confidence in the crowd. And when you've got not just Enkyo, not just Grab, but also Hollow getting the mix as one of their anchors, that is a team that can absolutely fry. The thing about it is they're continuing to land in a spot where they have to find early success. Otherwise, they can stall out quite significantly.
Dream, we were highlighting a team from Group A that has a huge fan base. They go by the name of FaZe Clan, and FaZe did not live up to our hype. One of the few squads we put the microscope on, and they kind of disappeared.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate too, because, you know, obviously with the start that they had, it was devastating. I don't know if, you know, maybe they weren't feeling too well. I saw Flank tweet out a couple of interesting things about some food he ate, but
don't eat the late night pizza, guys.
Nonetheless, J-Tech, right? I look at him as being that, like, leading factor, because over the years, I mean, you know, we've seen him in big map, small map. He's improved as a player, getting more vocal, getting more in the mix, but they had so much trouble holding this high ground here at Prison, and of course, transitioning off of it as the zone pulled. Clumsy was a lot into the mix in that factor, but it was so difficult.
It's difficult, right? When you look at Prison, you've got 5 teams that are going to be challenging you, plus that's one of the favorite rotations from the Falcons, Hisoka getting that watchtower. One of the things I do want to say, FaZe was relatively consistent in games 1 and 2. They dropped the ball in game 3, but if we notice, they do barely skate by in 7th place, but they're still on high alert. There's no guarantee FaZe is going to finish in top 7. They might be going to LCQ as well.
FaZe may be joined by another big Ord. We caught up with Fnatic. Here's what they had to say.
I'm here with Zach from Fnatic. So welcome to a beautiful night here in Riyadh. How's the day treating you so far?
The day's been good, yeah. Yeah, it's fine.
Now, you've had some challenges in the tournament so far. I mean, can you tell us anything about some of the teams you've been having some difficulty with and how you're keeping your game on track?
Well, compared to qualifiers, there's like a lot more teams playing for us off the rip. So we've got like Gentlemates, we've got Virtus Pro, and sometimes different teams just like trying to come over in the third party. So yeah, it's been tough, but yeah, it's all about like just winning the gunfights pretty much. So yeah.
The guns look hot, the guns look good. You've got a break now. What are you going to do in the break? What's the secret to staying cool?
Probably just watch the matches, like how the others play, see what they do, and yeah, just have a convo about the mistakes we made. And yeah, that's it pretty much. Nothing special.
Nothing too crazy, maybe a coffee or two, but mate, thank you so much. How are you enjoying Riyadh so far?
Yeah, Riyadh's amazing. Like I'm here like 2nd time already, and like everything around here is just amazing. Like the hotel, like the whole boulevard here is just wow, it's crazy.
It's a lot, Zach. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Good luck. Enjoy the break.
Thank you so much.
All right, it's great to hear from our players. He will get a moment to reset and rest as they watch the rest of the competition. Group A is going to be sitting out and watching. The other 2 groups are very much in action. And before we get to our leaderboard, I want to get your thoughts. We saw Group A and C at the start of the day. Who do you think is on top of the individual kill leaderboard?
I'm going to go with Dongy. I think
Dongy
it's just
from Virtus Pro?
Yeah, from his first map, he was obviously putting up insane numbers, and Virtus Pro have had solid finishes in their 2nd and 3rd today. So my wager would go towards Dongy, but there could be some sneakers in there.
Enkyo was at 19 going into game 3. Let's see where he lands after 3 drops from groups A and C. Dongy is right. Well done. 24. And then, of course, you got to give a shout out to Javix right behind him in the number 2 spot. Enkyo drops to 3, and Noobs from Virtus Pro will join Dongy in our top 4, Dream Crazy.
Yeah, which we love seeing Noobs get into the mix. We're so used to seeing him like as an anchor player, I feel like, in the past, but he's been frying with an LC10.
Without a doubt, and even Aiden sneaking into the top 10, despite maybe a slow start for Twisted Minds, he still slays out. But one thing that I see is missing, where'd the Fnatic members go, right? They were up there. They had 2 members towards the bottom. This time around, nobody to be found.
It's been a struggle city for some of our big names. The good news is no one goes out on day number 2. And I want to get your takes, chat. Let me know, who do you expect to fall short of their expectations through our group stages? For now, we got more hot takes from our casters. Gentlemen.
What's up, everybody? Welcome into Hot Takes presented by Dr. Suleiman Al-Habib. We're here at Call of Duty Warzone Day 2. And Enigma, I want to know, what's your hot take for Day 2?
So I'm going with that FaZe Clan will actually make it through to the grand finals on Saturday. But it's the reason for that I think is the hottest bit. They did very well in their first 3 games, struggled in their last 3. So that is an obvious adjustment. You've got to fix up your matches against Group C. I think they make those. However, also, I think the Twisted Minds don't make it. I think they have to play LCQs. I think Falcons are going to land on them all day today, make it a living hell, and force them into that Friday matchup.
Well, my hot take, very similar to yours, actually. I think for Twisted Minds, it's actually better to play through that LCQ to be able to get to the finals. You're going to have more reps against half of this lobby. You're going to have a better understanding of how people like to play. And if we know anything about Allman, the IGL, he loves having every bit of information he needs to how to be able to make that call, to be able to have the right play. I love your hot take. I think that we're going to be pretty excited to see this happen here today. Let's head it back to the studio.
Some spice there from our casters as they get ready to jump in the booth. We're going to have a whole bunch of new players taking the stage. And Alan, before we go to break, why should everyone stay tuned for the Group B squads coming up next?
Well, because, first of all, Papa Puckett said so. But 2, are we actually going to see a proving ground for 5 Fears?
Ooh.
Lots of spice on Twitter. We see you.
They proved it in game number 9. It's not a fluke. They had a little bit of rust, but that rust has been dusted off. Can they come out hot? We'll find out after the break.
snakes and ladder. My ex-piss got my new ones better. Playground, bitches
getting safer. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-pins come on new ones better. Playground, better watch your man getting safer. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-pins come on new ones better. My new one's bad, he ain't entertained, he don't move like that. Tell him move right back, touch shots over time, let her shoot right back. Robust, you can tell how we move like that. It's a playground. Bitches got a ring and feel it's safe now. I see a pretty bird, I want a cage out. There's bad games on the road like a playground, like a playground. It's a playground. Better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-pins come on new ones better. It's a playground. Better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-pins come on new ones better.
What's up, everybody? It's the Esports World Cup. I'm Mr. EWC, aka Puckett. I'm alongside I Hold Shift. We got Dream Crazy and Reflections, and we just witnessed our first 3 drops from Group A and Group C. So half of their day is done, but Group B hasn't even started. And if you were watching yesterday, Group B won 5 of their 6 drops, Alan.
Yeah, it was good. I think that's just the easy way to say it. I think the thing about it was there were a couple of teams that had slow starts and then really thwarted all of our questions, like 100 Thieves, for instance, after having a tough couple of drops. Then they come out, find a major win, one of our top tallies from the day yesterday. So good stuff for bounce backs from Group B.
Now, VKA won 2 of those, but the team that finished on top of the scoreboard from Group B was 100 Thieves. Dream Crazy, any surprises here? Is this the expectation you had coming into day 2?
I think it's a lot of our expectations, right? These guys were looking pretty good. I mean, even into the qualifiers, but it was really their game 9 where we saw Blast, Skullface, and Gabe Kuhn, but it was a final play that Skullface actually had made, which, you know, we've seen him last year, and I think about Skullface as a player. This is a team that wants to win, like barely losing out in second place under Fnatic last year at EWC. So just for that win for them when they were basically on that bubble goal of like not even qualifying, I think that win really did elevate them, you guys. And you know, going into today, they're feeling pretty confident, and I think they found their groove.
They're currently in 8th place. They haven't played on day 2, and they're already sitting at 114 points. How high is their score going to be at the end of these 3 drops? What pace do you want to see them keep?
I think they clear top 7 no problem.
Okay.
The thing that I want to see is, can they continue to just finish in the top 5? They've really proved in the last 3 games that they have the potential of winning. Of course, they won one of their drops, but they finished in the top 3 in the other 2.
Yeah.
So that's the other thing about it. We talk about how Falcons won last year. They're always in the mix at the end of the game. We've seen that now from Virtus Pro. Can 100 Thieves also piggyback and do the same thing?
Honestly, for me, if you wanted a direct answer, I'm thinking 170 plus. That's what I think they're going to be sitting at. 170 plus. 100 Thieves, especially going against Group C, I think they're just better than everyone in the lobby.
So averaging about 20 points a game is the goal. What about Rock Esports, a team that started off with the very first win of EWC 2025? Let's take a look at the lads coming over from the other side of the pond. We got Wars, of course, who is one of the OGs, but he's not the top fragger so far. Who else is popping off on the squad?
Oh, you got Vision. Vision is incredible. Prodigy as well. This roster came in as regarded as the best EU team, and they have not, of course, disappointed in those expectations. And Rock is a roster that could very well knock the likes such as FaZe, such as Twisted Minds outside of top 7, which would be a tremendous upset for Rock. I know the fans are not disappointed. I haven't been disappointed in their performance.
Oh, yeah. I mean, they've been performing so well. And, I mean, with an average placement of 7, yeah, you maybe want to make that a little bit higher, but it's just those ones, the engagements that they're winning. And that, of course, in a respawn mode, you got to win your ones.
And, of course, we are looking at the numbers. This team dropped 69 kills on day number 1. But 26 bonus points. They're able to get those high placements, look for those bonuses to come into play. Rock playing with a lot of confidence. They've got a lot of fans, and they know they're very much in the club championship run. We talked to Wars before the game.
ROC, Wars, mate, welcome to day 2. Day 1 started strong, a little bit of a fizzle out towards the end. What happened there?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, the first game of like the last series we did pretty good, and then sort of things just sort of changed. I think a couple teams sort of just gave up the chemical landing spot, so VP just had it for free, and we basically just allowed them to we just gave them too much sort of map control for like towards our spot.
Difficult to wrangle that sort of thing back, isn't it, in a tournament like this? What's the change for today? Any massive changes? Any small changes? Anything you're willing to share with the folks at home?
I mean, one of the main changes is just the way that I'm going to be anchoring it and stuff like that, and just making sure that they don't get as much, you know, map control and stuff as they have on us. And if they do want to push up to us, make sure that, you know, it's not as easy as it was for them yesterday.
Nothing for free. You're digging your heels in. Absolutely love it, mate. I mean, let's take it back, you know, to you. Less the game, more about yourself. Are you enjoying your time here in Saudi Arabia? Are you know, a bit more acclimatized? You having a good night of sleep?
Yeah, no, it's been pretty good. I don't know. I have been feeling quite tired as well. I don't know what it is, but I don't know. I think it's just catching up with me a bit. But I mean, I did come here a few days early and stuff too. But yeah.
Hey, right on. Well, we wish you the best of luck, sir. Good luck in today's play. Thank you, mate.
We'll be looking for that Rock versus Virtus Pro showdown, but there is another battle in these groups we want to focus in on. It's our S&B match of the day, as VKA was able to walk away with 2 victories last night. They're going up against Group C winner in Inner Circle.
That's some good company to be in if you're VKA. 2 wins puts you right alongside teams like Falcons. Now, again, their wins are a little different than Falcons were, but regardless of it, the expectations were 0, and now all of a sudden, it's the pretense of can they do enough in their next 6 games to get over that 7th place hurdle.
And that's the big thing, 6 games, whereas Inner Circle, they only have 3. They've got to make the most of it.
Stage is ready. It is time to drop in. Ladies and gentlemen, drop 4 of 9 here on day number 2.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are saying bis später to Group A. We are saying bonjour to Group B as well. The Gentlemates, they finally have a little bit of French competition joining them here in our next series of the day. Dandrocast here on the mic with my best buddy, Enigma. Enigma, as we get ready for these next 3 games, what are we thinking?
I'm thinking God bless Google Translate for starters, but of course, we're looking at a couple of stories here as one of these squads will be, well, a couple of these squads will not be making it through to finals. They'll have to play in through LCQs. Of course, this is going to be our Group C teams. I just kind of set the stage of where that's looking, by the way. Virtus Pro, you are currently inside that top 7, looking pretty. Team Vision, same story. Novo, same story. AG Global, it's been tough for you. You're not even close to the picture right now. Gentlemates on a bit of a resurgence, but they've got to close the deal here. EXO, Inner Circle, they sit just outside of that top 7, so this could be a huge huge passage of play for them.
Gojentan saw a lot of action in those first 3 games, especially with teams like the Falcons in the lobby. But now that the Falcons are out and we are bringing in some other heavy hitters, I wonder, will we see the same level of pace and aggression that we saw from a couple of those teams, or are we going to see the pace of the lobby maybe change a little bit? Obviously, we have heavy hitters, like the Des mentioned, 100 Thieves coming on into this lobby. It was a rough start to their day yesterday, but I was really happy with what I saw on that back half, and I think they learned a lot, right? And kind of we had a chance to talk with Ebate's coach and some of the members of the squad, and they were basically saying, listen, we knew that we were going to get contested control. We didn't realize how contested we were about to be. And those first couple games felt very mixy to them. I think they have their ability to make those changes. They have their ability to make those different plays across the map. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be game number 4, our first game, second series of the day, Group B versus Group C. The play line is set. The circle is here. Our players are ready to go. So let's hop on in.
Now players descend from the skies then, of course. For 7 of these squads, you're feeling quite warm. But the other 7 is about finding your footing in the early stages. Circle is going to pull hard towards the northeast. In particular, that could lead us towards the likes of industries, chemical, bioweapons, or maybe the far side of prison. But it's off to Control to get things started. We know how busy it's been over here. And Skullface and Co, you're going to be contested heavily, very early by Movistar Koi.
Yeah, 100 Thieves and Movistar Koi feeling a little bit like peanut butter and jelly from how much we see them.
They love each other.
They do love each other. We're already seeing some hot aggression. All 3 members of 100 Thieves will surge on 4. Net odds done and dusted, immediately dropped, and they are just continuing to run as a 3. You can see a couple blast traps coming on out. Is Volcom. He tries to find one. He's at least able to bring down Skull, but some early selves will make sure that he can be able to get a lot of that self-revive started before getting tapped by a teammate. So just like that, this fight looked very different yesterday. Enigma already here in game number 4. Seems like 100 Thieves, they figured out how Movistar Koi want to play this.
Yeah, they shut that down very quickly, and that's an early mental statement, of course. That psychological game of this POI belongs to us. Don't come anywhere near it. A little bit too close to the sun, but Blast doesn't read that he's actually got Harvey coming in behind him, cuts him down. So EXO, not EXO, going by the old name, Novo will be, of course, dropping in to contest this against the Thieves. Although it will just be Harvey for now. 2 teammates just hanging out over on that boat, so 100 Thieves can regain this, reset this situation.
We did see in the kill feed as well, looked like VP getting a little bit active against the Gentlemates. We saw that towards the end of that first series, that sort of rotation from Virtus Pro early on over either into Bio or Industries, just trying to maybe farm, get some points on the board early. And, well, if you are the Gentlemates, that's exactly what you don't want to happen, right? A top squad like VP moving into your territory. For Novo, for Havix, it just looks like he just wants to go ahead, have a nice little heady here that we don't see too often, being able to sit at Control as 100 Thieves continue to scurry around the bottom. This Havix is able to get in some shots onto one player, get the armor cracked. It's not going to be able to convert really into anything.
No, it does have company with Vortex, who actually finds a knock, so that will turn it into a bit of a 2v1 here. And I think if you're Vortex, you just back off. You need to reset this situation, no need to full send into this. We're going to move on over towards Grandmas, where we see AG Global find purchase into some players from 9Z, as well as 5 Fears. Then they're going to PA, potentially over this top lighthouse, where Alato is going to be relaxing. And the kill feed continues to be busy nice and early here. No real surprises looking at drop spots elsewhere. What I can say though, Stronghold being locked down by EXO, forcing 5 Fears over to the Living Quarters battle where they don't really want to be. They're not having a good time.
No, they are not. And for AG Global, this is a little bit sort of frustrating because you just dealt with Team Vision, trying to manage to take your POI. It didn't really go good. We come in here into the group swap and, well, okay, welcome on in 9Z as they are now going to go ahead and try and hold down that lighthouse. You saw Rated trying to be able to get those shots from below just to try and make it happen. Not going to be enough. Interestingly enough here, Enigma, I'm seeing Vidati getting lasered on the other side of Donkey. This is BKA. We saw them landing that control boat, just trying to get into the mix with that control contest early on. They now find themselves over towards Harbor very early on in this map. Maybe not feeling super great about their opportunity yesterday to be able to kind of capitalize on some of those rotations. So a little bit of a different strategy coming on out, but unfortunately for you, you're getting a little bit farmed by VP right now.
Yeah, what I will say on the other side of that, maybe the one big change that's coming through is the fact that Team Vision are in factories. You're pinched a little bit. We will see, by the way, a wipe coming through. BKA will be eliminated, so despite the success stories of yesterday, picking up the first map when these two teams came together, It is a slow start, and I wonder how that will progress for them through today. Noob's going to cut down goodbyes. He comes back in from the sky and say sayonara to him for now. We get a look at Team Vision just holding down the factory. Beneath them, Movistar Koi. Flash going to catch them flush. Neko here just repositioning, looking to reset this fight. You've also got to be a little bit aware of the fact that one of the 90 players is hanging out on the boat right now. FIFA kill, asking for potentially a little bit of love over from Echo. And actually, that looks like a bit of sharing of the resources here. Buy station, of course, available. Get that UAV up on over. There'll be no hidden players in your vicinity.
This is not looking good for Movistar Koi. You get bullied out of control. You land back over on the tents. They think they can maybe regain at living quarters, and just as they start to make their way towards factory, it is just obviously these players from Team Vision that will go ahead, kind of back you on down, and they have to rotate back through control. So not only did you lose this fight the first time going up against 100 Thieves, can you manage to do it a second time? You might have a little bit more in your kit, though, to make it happen, but you have so many people looking down at you as already. Go Clamp throws a little bit of a shoulder, and he takes a lot of damage. Volcom on the outside. Flash onto that player, just trying to manage to maybe open this fight up if he can. Not able to find anybody, though. Skullface and Blast gonna work in tandem to push on forward. They bring down Volcom, continuing to hold on to control center for the time being. If you're 100 Thieves, this is exactly what you want. Yeah. You want Movistar Koi to get thrown into that blender. Goj mentioned it earlier, the regain blender, and that's exactly what 100 Thieves is doing to Movistar Koi at this moment.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, of course, because I get the feeling that Team Falcons are going to actually want all of the teams in control to qualify through to finals, so therefore keep 100 Thieves busy. So 100 Thieves desperately want to send Movistar Koi packing, force them into those LCQs, and hope that they do not make it to Saturday. Make things a little bit cleaner for them when we talk finals. Anyway, going to continue to send on down this north side of the map, the shoreline. Blast will take a little bit of damage. Nade goes up and over. In a circle will be next up, and Blast has 6 kills already, so feeling very good about this. Gabe Kuhn going to lead the line, of course. He's going to forward and finds one onto Orbs. I think Blast accidentally hits the zip away. I don't think that was a choice. Inside will catch him. Open arms over on Dockside and cuts him down.
Yeah, good work there at least from Gabe just to immediately turn on in, you know, as Blast does get taken out. He's managed to stay alive though, so the trade comes on through. They're gonna go ahead and jump on down, hopefully get this revive onto Blast, gonna back on up. So yeah, Sight, great job of being able to find it. Doesn't manage to get the full though. So 100 Thieves, it maybe stops there a little bit of a push onto Inner Circle in their tracks, but hey, points are points, baby. But Bray on the other side, looks like he has an HDR in hand. Nice crack there. Not gonna be able to convert that into much, but they're gonna control this ammo shack. Try and not let 100 Thieves gain this ground, gain this space. But for Inner Circle, if you back away from this fight from 100 Thieves, where do you go? Well, looks like right into the open arms of 5 Fears.
Yeah, there's a couple of teams right now just scrambling over this northern side. It's been the busiest part of the map for today, as 100 Thieves continue to press the equation onto Cams as well as the Australians who are down below. Right now, just assessing your next move for a lot of these teams. Vision Esports going to be over towards that southern side. This is pushing towards Harbour, up against a couple of players from 9Z Globe. It's a team that are struggling right now. Spoke to them today. They're expected to be into LCQs, but they're looking to pick up a couple of lessons going into them. And Vale will find one, and well, Echo will be there for the trade. You'll be happy enough with that for now. Get Lennon back in on that redeploy timer, reset yourself, go again. You've cleared out so much space here, you could get a pretty free rotation up towards Chem.
Yeah, I mean, for Vale to even get that one on the exit, still huge. Still points are points, but look at what's going on down here at Industry Enigma. It's 5 Fears. They're looking to get active. I like what I'm seeing. They're playing a little bit more together today, what it feels like. Very disparate yesterday. We tuned on into that listening. The comms didn't give us a lot of confidence. Feels like maybe the boys, they had a little bit of a regroup session. They for sure were checking social media last night. They understand the pressure that's there. I'm really hoping they maybe kind of are playing a little bit more freely today. And well, it seems like maybe they are playing as a duo. Go ahead, swing against a very talented team of Virtus Pro. That's the type of confidence you need later on in these series.
Yeah, you certainly do. Speaking of confidence, Gentlemates certainly bringing plenty of that today. And everyone knows my love for them, but I'm a professional up here on the desk. They had to come into today and deliver. I try my best. They try and come out swinging, do a very good job in map 1, but it's all about what you can do from the bioweapons you've cleared out. We move over to Rock Esports. Fantastic start to yesterday, a quiet end. What do you have for us as you try and fight for top prison? We're going to Mission Vision for now. Wars and Prodigy on the board here, trying to scramble. Going to be a couple of teams contesting this potentially. Novo's going to be one of them. There's obviously players in from the sky and down beneath as well. You're also going to have plenty of company from AG Global.
Noobs
he actually hits the wrap of the century. Scythe and Anxiety taken on down as we started to see this battle between Five Fears and the Gentlemates really come to life on that industry side, but it's just a nice little simple third party from Noobs. It's going to back down the last player, big man, from Five Fears into that backside of Industries. Enkyo goes down as well in that fight. Thankfully, you still have the two teammates back over in Bio, but Noobs, just the right timing, the right opportunity to peek your head out. Nice little two-piece. This is how we're starting to see Virtus Pro get back on into the mix, is being able just to find these kills for free that are absolutely wild. Still back over here on Prison, though. Rock Esports, this is where they were able to play out of to win that game number 1 yesterday. It's not going to be for free, though. As we can see, Vortex, Javix, and Cams, they've moved on in. And while they might control the high ground, they might try and drop and maybe get a little bit sneaky and not be aware that Novo is ready to pounce.
That's a great call out. If you are Rock right now, you lack that intel down below, and Circle's going to pull you off of this rooftop. So if you go too early, you're going to land into the arms of the Spaniard/Italian man who can also speak Spanish. And look at this as you assess this drop. You've got so much intel on like players rotating potentially beneath. I think you actually do see them there if you're Prodigy. So you've got to figure out this drop then. What's your timing look like? You also don't want to attract attention from elsewhere. You want to deal with this cleanly. Khabud is going to land up on top of the water tower, which is going to be frustrating for now. You want this to be a fight, just a straight up 3-on-3. A battle for a cleaner rotation in from the southwest side.
You can see Five Fears, they've rotated back on over towards this Bio side, so getting out of Industries. They don't really want to have to take this fight against Virtus Pro. Unfortunately for them, they're now going to have to take this fight against the Gentlemates. Grommeluk already sitting on 4. We love to see the General have a couple of kills on his name. Enkyo went absolutely crazy earlier. Nice little clip against Virtus Pro. I like what you mentioned earlier. Seems like they've definitely found their footing, but it's a new set of teams in this lobby. Will that be a boon or will it be a bust?
About to find out what 100 Thieves have as they square up against Knowing Z Globin. And let's listen in and find out exactly how they take this on.
He's running. Watch fire. Let's clear. We got a lot of guys on the back too. Got a lot of guys on the back. Come. Okay, hit that.
It's 2 solos here, 2 solos. This is close here. Sliding.
Wait. Watch out. Nice. What's the top left? Come on. I'm not gonna lie, we do want to like clear top left. We want to play high injury. Because Bio's gonna be out. Bio does have to rotate towards us. So hopefully the team fucks off. We kind of hold our right, then we're gonna play back.
We're all fighting, bro. We can play. Bio can look over.
Yeah, Bio. Yeah, we gotta wait for Bio.
Yeah.
We wait for Bio, make a play.
Ready.
Yeah, one side, we got Bio.
Ready. Honestly, just hold Bio, bro. Fuck it, hold Bio.
Yeah. Top right.
We do have 2 UVs, right? Yeah. I'm gonna pop mine, okay? I'll pop mine. Wait, on me, on the button.
Oh my god, what some comms I love. It's all methodical. It's very tactical until Blast says, screw it, let's go ahead. Let's hold out Bio.
Oh my.
And that's exactly what they do as a Blast. I don't know how many clips we can get of this man 1v2ing, and he's not done yet. Hollow goes down yet again. Enkyo and Grommeluk, they were not expecting to find the barrel of the gun of 100 Thieves as they barrel on through Industries. They get split up as a duo. Gabe finds Enkyo. Blast currently sitting on 14. He saw Enkyo's 13 and said, bet, I'll do one better.
Ridiculous stuff out of the 100 Thieves. You will, however, still see kills coming through from several teams in the feed, including Virtus Pro, Gentlemates. They're still here in the fight. Zone Paul is actually aggressive out towards Chemical. It's going to be up on the hill. Grommeluk's going to be there early, so can he profit? Whether or not he can stay alive out there in that zone for so long. Mobstar Koi trying to recover. Grom will fall. Do you have the self-res available? Of course, yes, but you are going to be just one man. There's a full 3 for VP, a full 3 for 100 Thieves, and 2 of Mobstar Koi make that 1 as Netots falls.
100 Thieves, they're just going to be able to control this industry side. I mean, you got Virtus Pro on the outer edge. They managed to find Grommeluk towards that Chemical side. So that's another squad wiped off the map for all of these teams, though. It's about who can take the dub, who can get that 1.6 times multiplier. For Virtus Pro, being able to have this high ground, you're literally shooting fish in a barrel. Doggy, he's going to be able to find 1. That's going to be Skullface. Gabe answers back on the Go Clamp. We get down to our final 2 teams here as Virtus Pro, they slide on down. It's only 1 more player remaining. They find him, Gabe, done and dusted, and Sage. He's all smiles here as Virtus Pro managed to take another map in the group stages.
Impressive stuff from several of our big hitters here. Of course, Virtus Pro will be feeling glad about that one, as they were less than 30 points behind Team Falcons coming into this map, so could that lift them into position to tie up against the Falcons? But 100 Thieves showing some true class. You see that moment there in Industries, a three-piece coming out of Blast and continues to turn and burn, and that will make them feel very strong heading into the other two games of our matchup here in this BVC. Whew. I gotta say, we knew we were going to be treated to a bloodbath here, but I think when we get the listening with 100 Thieves, the impressive thing is actually their composure.
Yes.
They get a couple of kills out towards Chem. They then actually decide to slow it down, drop back to the buy, set themselves up for later, put themselves in Industries because it's relatively central. When zone pulls, they're in a place to hold everything down, lock out Bio, do a wonderful job from there.
Sage giving a shout out to the fam at home for certain. We're going to go ahead and go to a quick break. When we come back, we're going to be dropping into game number 2.
Upper tunnel. Everybody's in
look over
this.
Hey, mama.
What died? They're not fighting yet. Second floor, second floor, second floor. Stay on the left. Crack up on the left. 20. Dead, dead, dead.
Quick, 1.
Nice. They're fighting each other. In the corner. 1.
Nice. Last guy right here somewhere. Right here on me. Right here.
This is something.
Get knocked. Nice, good up.
Come on! Let's fucking go.
Come on, kid.
Wow. You're so fucking good. You're so good. Come on, so good.
Holy fuck on. 31.
These are my teammates!
These are fucking shit.
Come on. They're fucking dog shit. They're fucking terrible. What the fuck?
They're fucking online. Come on. Kids are fucking shit.
The sunshine is no more here in Riyadh. It's all twinkling lights and a lot of excitement inside the Qiddiya Esports Arena as we see Virtus Pro taking 2 of our opening 4 games here on day number 2. Warzone has been electric, and we all knew Falcons were going to be a juggernaut squad. We thought they were going to have competition from teams like 100 Thieves and Virtus Pro, and both of those squads just showed us why.
Without a doubt, when Group A leaves, Group B and C comes out to play. VKA, Vision, BK, excuse me, as well as Inner Circle, we put a lot of emphasis on those two in our head-to-head, unfortunately dropping flat in their first games. And I'm really concerned for Inner Circle. Only 2 more games remain to break into top 7, which they have yet to do. For VK, 5 more games left, still a chance.
It was just like Drop 1, though, at the start of the day. We highlight some teams that might have a great performance. They don't.
Oh, we
They totally do the opposite. But that opens up room for other teams to pop off. Dream Crazy, who are you watching? I know that man Blast caught your eye.
I mean, of course Blast caught my eye, and the fact that he took down 5 fears single-handedly, like we're looking like when he did that to Virtus Pro in World Series, right? But I have to give a shout out to Movistar Koi on the huge regain in the water by Bio. I believe it was Netods. They took down Inner Circle. I was watching Javix and Co, excuse me, like regain Volcom, regained by the water side, and they took out Inner Circle, and that was just huge because I think they went from 12th all the way to 4th.
Shift, what do you witness?
I was going to say that it's Koi, good to get the finish. They didn't really have the kills they need to really multiply, though. That's the only real issue. And it's kind of a continuing storyline from what we talked about yesterday. It's like, yeah, average placements have been great, but they're just surviving. They're not finding the kills they need. And that's tough when you've got 3 different players with 13-plus kills in the lobby. Both those finished first and second.
I was hanging out in the chat, and it seems the Falcons fans don't necessarily need the top spot. They said, Virtus Pro, you can have it. And I think Virtus Pro isn't going to give it back. If they keep slaying this way, 31 kills is nearly a 50 bomb. That is the second highest individual game score we have witnessed, but also 100 Thieves right out of the gates. A 22-kill game. That is good enough for nearly 31 points.
Yeah, that game was all Blast from 100 Thieves and then Dongi at the end for Virtus Pro. Dongi is the truth. When he gets into the final end zones, if he gets to positioning, he's going to take advantage of it. We've seen him do it 2 games today so far, one of them being the last one that we end up watching. But like I said, a couple of early exits. Of course, Vision being one of them. They still are in a relatively safe spot, but I do start to worry VKA as well as our Inner Circle because you see the overall standings bucket. Now I start to get worried. Inner Circle's in 9th.
Yeah, we used to be on that left side if we were VKA. Now we're down to 16th. We've still got a lot of games for Group B, but Inner Circle, you just have 2 drops left. Twisted Minds, not safe. They will be taking the stage a little bit later tonight with the Falcons once again, but it's all about our Group C squads that we're kind of keying in on. Shift, who do you think has the most pressure with our last 2 drops?
It's hard to say, like, because you've got so much volatility that can still happen, or volatility rather that can happen at the end of the day today, but you're looking at teams that are right there on the cusp, and your Gentle Mates are in the mix, Inner Circle, those are the 2 that really pop off the page in terms of they're right there. Like, the difference between them and 7th place is 1 decent drop or just really finding an extra set of kills to multiply on. So those are the ones that I think you just need to be consistent. I don't think you need to pop off. You just need to be consistent here.
And I think we want to put a spotlight on XO Esports. A lot of local fans will be supporting that crew as they look to play spoiler with no Falcons in the lobby. In theory, it should be easier. The stage is getting ready. Our crowd is getting ready. Dream Crazy, give me the prediction. What are we about to witness on drop number 5?
I think Movistar Koi is going to get a lot of those early engagements. By the way, sorry, Javix. Go Clamp. I meant staying alive, getting those kills. They're going to surprise us.
That's my man Sage and Dongi. They are all smiles, but Dongi, throw on your headset because it's time to game, baby. We send it back over to the casters.
All right, game number 5. Leaderboard looking a little spicy, looking like maybe one of those nice little sauces I had at lunch yesterday as well. We're getting ready to hop on in. I mean, dude, we thought 100 Thieves had a good game. Almost a 50 ball from Virtus Pro.
Yeah, Virtus Pro come out and drop everything on the table, and that will lift them to 244 points across the board, which is quite frankly terrifying to everybody else. They were the team, of course, when we started early on in 2025. They put the first real cracks into the dynasty. They were the team that really started the conversation of, wow, is it the year for someone else? Is it the time for somebody different to take over? Of course, we're a long way away from that just now. Team Falcons aren't on the map, and that's what helps you explode if you are Virtus Pro. However, that is an interesting conversation when we talk about spicy stuff when it comes to the leaderboard, because there are, 20 points, 25 points between 4th and 9th, and that is ridiculously tight. Anybody sitting on the outside right now has an opportunity looking in, and those of you in the positions, Team Vision, 100 Thieves, Twisted Minds, CT Gaming, you're all nervously looking over your shoulders.
I mean, it just kind of goes to prove every game matters right now. Will you be one of these teams who is able to kind of take tomorrow, get a chance to breathe, go ahead, relax, maybe sleep in a little bit, prepare yourself for the finals, or are you going to be one of these teams that is battling through 8 games tomorrow, trying to be one of those top 7 to make it back to our final day? It is as close as ever. And map number 4 hit delivered. I have to imagine map number 5, it will keep us with the same momentum, keep us with the same energy.
Just seconds away then before we find out exactly what that circle looks like, exactly where the plane line will line up. And where are we headed? Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to spoil it for just a second as we get the beautiful scenery of Rebirth Island. The outside gas starting to encroach. It's going to encroach very heavily, my friend, off towards the southwest side, because we have a circle that's pulling towards Bio again.
Yeah, I don't know what's in the water today here for the game code, but we have been pulling to this northeast a lot today, really benefiting a lot of these teams that are up here. As you can already see, some of these early engagements. Movistar Koi still down here at Control Center with 100 Thieves, and, well, guess who's not too far away, maybe looking to move up in a hot moment here. It is Novo Esports down below. As I'm watching just a couple of battles happen in the kill feed off rip. No surprise there. A lot of our teams looking to get active very early on, try and get those points, try and control their POI, and just apply the pressure. Unfortunately for 100 Thieves, though, GoClaim, he gets found on out in game. Loses a very close gunfight against Volcom, but a bouncing Betty, a spring mine on the ground, will make sure that the trade is there. Look who has moved on up on his belly. He'll get the cleanup. Vortex takes down Volcom, and so just like that, as Novo moves on in, they're going to look to maybe hold down this boat and control at the same time.
Yeah, interesting to see this coming through Novo, because they had arguably their worst game of the tournament in the last map, and that was them playing out from the boat, and they decided to contest Control Center late. They do it again, this time with far more success. We move over to the Stronghold fight. This is 5 Fierce against XO Esports. Very back and forth between them. I'd say XO largely coming out on top of this, but these teams will have to rotate quite soon, so you got to take whatever you can here, loot up quickly, and get the hell out of Dodge, because any fight late up towards Living Quarters is a nightmare.
Yeah, I mean, this is a very reminiscent of what we saw yesterday. Unfortunately for yesterday, though, the zone was pulling directly on top of Stronghold. Now, like you mentioned, it's going the complete opposite direction. You're not going to have as much time as you want to just kind of trade back and forth with this fight to try and manage to make it happen. Anxiety throws a great nade on the ground, though. Is going to be able to crack Hamoud. Takes him on down, pistol in hand, will go for the cleanup. You got all 3 members of 5 Fierce here. If you can manage to clean up XO Esports, if you can get the full wipe, beautiful, but even just put them into the blender, you're going to open up this side of the map, because when you kind of look at it, we got nobody living quarters right now. You're going to have a lot of opportunity to play out of this POI, get in there early. I see Penguin go down, I see Notrius go down, XO Esports in a little bit of a blender.
Yeah, they're having to be sent away. We move over. Gamax need a big bounce back. They're really struggling right now, way off the cut. I mean, one of those maps that we've seen them do in the past where they just suddenly take over a lobby. As Ilalam drops into the water to make sure he hunts down the rest of Teeny. That loadout that gets called in will basically not be used then for the APAC team. And this Puerto Rican lineup will lay claim to the ammo shack. You've got squad 12, that is Gentlemates, or at least 2 of the players for the Gentlemates. They're rotating back to Bio to protect their anchors. We get a quick look here at Enkyo, and Grom rotating away. Halo in trouble, recognizing under pressure from VP. He needs his boys to arrive quickly.
Yeah, I like this. I like the wrap on back. You know the comms are flowing. Gromalok and Enkyo, they're trying to do it, but as Gromalok just runs straight on forward, he just eats the bullets of noobs. Thankfully, looks like Enkyo and Hollow will be able to kind of back on down. Donkey's moved his way towards the stair side, but Noobs onto the outside, has hit the flank, has hit the route. Semtex will go in up over the top, but he's not able to get out of dodge. Enkyo with a great find there, and he is making his way back towards the stairs. Can he manage to find it?
I think 100 Thieves just got wiped in the back here. No, we get lied to. It was one player just about surviving in the skies. But we take a quick look then at this fight and how it's unfolding with Gentlemates. As Enkyo sends Dongi packing and finishes the deal here. Nice. So clean up. You have pressure immediately coming in from 5 Fears. Enkyo turns, burns, will find the first at least. So Scythe, Anxiety, what do you do? With little French Prince here. He wants this fight. He loves these close quarters engagements. LC-10 in hand, unlikely to lose many of his ones. Scythe sits atop this building. He's going to try and find the first Gramlock, but he has the backup. First knock comes through. Enkyo, what do? You get aggressive. Woo! And oh my lord, Scythe delivers a cutting blow here. Hallow gets up high quickly enough. He's going to be cracked. Gramlock gets back up at least. So you survive for a moment. If you are the Frenchman, Anxiety considering pushing this and will be back down. Does Hallow go on the hunt? The answer is a tentative yes. Happy to see him go for now. Get Enkyo back into the fight and reset the situation.
Yeah, and I think this is really huge because the fact that he managed to hold the rooftop, going to be easy enough for these other members of the Gentlemates to land back in on their loot and just get it back into the fight very, very quickly. Interesting to see 5 Fears. Looks like obviously maybe that fight stronghold didn't go their way. No. They fly all the way to the opposite side of the map, try to bring it towards the Gentlemates. It's just not enough. For Vision, though, we know they've been landing towards that headquarters side. We can see 2 members. They've are their way up here. Alato hanging out in his home, wondering if we're going to see maybe a campfire or a tent up there at some point, as I don't think he's left that spot in about 2 days. Overall, just trying to manage to keep alive for his team. But unfortunately for Vision Esports, they are cut down on the rotation just a little bit. Lennon losing his life to a couple of those members from Rock Esports.
Yeah, Rock's going to hold the top of Prison. That's going to make the rotation in a little bit more difficult. Alato's going to have to move pretty soon, and he's under pressure from multiple angles here. A lot of people know he's going to be up here. Sniper of FIFA Kill was peering on over. Lennon will get back into this, so it's whether or not he can grab his loot and then tuck inside Prison. I think that's the game plan. If you are Team Vision, everything slows down for just a second. Take a breath, assess what you have. We have 2 teams eliminated. Quite a few more yet, of course, in this one. It's FIFA Kill with a beautiful sniper onto Goodbye to finish him off. But then it's all about this Prison setup then. This is, of course, a huge building in the thick of things. As Rock Esports, they are being contested by Virtus.pro. And, well, Vision, he's found 7 kills already. These boys have been farming.
Dude, I feel like we've done this like 9 times already in the past 2 days. Between, I don't care if it's us, I don't care if it's Goge. We feel like a game has gone pretty okay early on, and we cut on over to one player who magically has 7, 8, 9. We're just like, what have you been doing? Vision, obviously feeling himself coming out of Prison that's there. And you see the Gentlemates fans here in the arena in Riyadh. They have arrived. They were chanting outside early today, and I gotta wonder if that was a little bit of a superpower for our French team, because they have definitely come online here in these first couple of maps. We got to finish this second series with some energy, with some momentum already. Virtus.pro, they've backed on up towards that chemical side, and 5 Fears, we find them fighting yet again at their 3rd POI of the game. VKA below them, but it looks like maybe they've stabilized for a hot second as Scythe gets some shots of Elolam out of the sky.
7 kills on the board is impressive this early. We just spoke about it being rotated up onto, though, by VKA, or part of the conversation, as well as Novo. Alex will find one. It's traded out pretty much instantaneously. Okay. 2 knocks come through. The rest of Novo collapse into this. Anxiety does enough to find one. Do you get your boy back in? Can you pick Scythe up? Well, Cams is going to be trying to hit this from a distance. You should be able to get the rotation, the res even in, if you're Anxiety. I think he's actually buying his time for a moment. He was a little bit worried about being pushed up on. Doesn't come through, so Scythe should live to see another day. 5 Fears continuing to do what has been a little bit of a trait of theirs recently, and that is just hold on by the skin of their teeth and live to see another day.
Dongi with a nice nade through the window onto Gromalok, though. Virtus.pro looking to continue a little bit of this aggression towards the Gentlemates at bioweapons. Sukra going to be the one to go out towards that buy, and Dongi, he knows that players going to love going towards that buy station. That's a nice pickup from him. For the time being, though, can he manage to win this fight? You got Enkyo and Hollow. He's the only member still here. Sage and Noobs, they're over at Chemical. So a 1v2 right now from Dongi would be monstrous, but I think he's basically just maybe looking for just a quick little one as Noobs flies in on the other side the window, and that's going to be the positioning that you're looking for. Dongi able to activate and find 2 off the back of Noobs. Just making a nice little flight through the window. Some great teamwork there from Virtus.pro.
Yeah, Noobs, the fall guy, sets that up, and Dongi, of course, executes. You will have Gentlemates recover out towards Submarine as Hallow gets himself back in, but this will now hand a lot of control to Virtus.pro. I say that, but you're being pressed in at Chemical. If you are Sage, 5 Fears just being a nuisance, just threatening at all times, buzzing around. Sage going to be worried for a moment, so maybe his boys come back to just help him clear this threat out as he holds the top of Kemkia, looks down beneath. Plenty of utility being thrown his direction, but just able to slow things down, get his boys back into the fight, and actually finds a crack onto Scythe as well to make things better. Setting his boys up. In goes the flash. Gonna push. Beautiful work from Sage, and his teammates are here in time.
Nice little regame, but 5 Fears, I got to give them some credit, man. They have been taking it to the top teams of this lobby on all 4 corners of the map. It feels like that we've seen. Anxiety from above, get some shots down in. Noobs, just trying to stabilize, just trying to stay alive for the time being. 5 Fears, though, I think they're going to go ahead. They're going to back on up just a moment. Maybe reset that fight back on over to Prison. Rock and Novo continuing this battle that's here. They're the only team really on this whole southern side of the zone for what it's worth. And we can already start seeing in the kill feed that fight breaking out between 5 Fears and Virtus Pro. And we even see Lennon has now gotten into the mix as well as Team Vision. They want a piece of the action.
Yeah, just before we peeled away, they started to collapse in on this, recognizing the ability to third-party it, find all the timings, get themselves in, and find a bunch of kills on the way. And Echo is on 6 already. Beats typically the anchor, but Echo's not exactly a front man, so these boys must be putting up a lot of kills right now. Noobs, Kadzu trying to swim around right now. Lennon's going to get aggressive on it. He recognizes the ability to eliminate Virtus Pro, and they will be sent packing. And Team Vision need this, really.
Yes.
They're in a qualification position right now, but it's been a slow day, so definitely starting to see them come online as they take control of Chemical, and that circle's going to drag down towards Harbour, so the position there and should catch a lot of teams on rotation. That being said, it's this battle for Prison that could be crucial for the end of this one.
That definitely could be. If you're Team Vision, you're holding down on that Chemical side, you're going to have a high sight line amongst everybody, all 3 of these teams, trying to make their way out of Prison and down on into the zone. So I love that you call it up, that this fight for Prison, very, very monumental. And for Rock Esports, I think they kind of have the power spot here, dude. They're holding the rooftop. This is what they want to do, right? Well, for Team Vision, it's all about holding it from one angle. It's about getting on the other. But War's playing from the medical bay side. He has a sniper in hand, and he is just laying down the aggression. A couple of cracks will come on through. But for Gamax, they're trying to play on down. Can they manage to find Novo in the cafeteria? Already some shots going in across, playing sliding through the smoke. Vortex tries to take the fight against Elolam, but he will get the knock. He will get the full. Brings Novo down to 2. You're starting to see the Thermites come on in. Sukra, he's going to be the one. He finds one, but look who is here. Trying to jump on down, trying to steal away some of these kills. And while all of this fighting is happening, look who's decided to join the party, saying, "Hey friends, bonjour. The Gentlemates are here looking to get active."
And Grommelog will wipe Novo off the board here, but what do you do when your players against you are up above? You've got to consider, do we rotate away from this? Do we try and fight for the high ground to look over? 2 players of Rock Esports above them, and 2 of Gamax as well. So it's for Gentlemates now, picking your fight, deciding which way you want to punch out. A couple of kills coming through, at least knocks in the feed. One of them for Rock onto Hallow. You're also going to see FIFA kill trade that though, so Hallow might get back in, and Thief, he's putting the sniper to work, finds a crack onto Wars, going to let him know that that window is not there for free, and tries to eye one up onto Enkia. And right now, Thief just laying down, backing so many teams away from this next circle rotation.
But look where his 2 teammates are, Lennon and Echo. They've pushed on up. They leave FIFA kill on the roof to give them all the info they need, because they have this understanding that all of the rest of the teams are in Prison. All of these squads have to go ahead and push on down, and for Echo and Lennon, it's just going to be about cleaning them up, and for FIFA kill, well, it's about using this frost line, going to work, and just cracking all of these players. And you can see here very quickly, the Gentlemates thought they had an opportunity to clean up Prison, but just like that, they are getting picked apart from some of these teams. FIFA kill thanks to the gas pushing on in. He'll have to jump on down to join back up with Echo. But for Gamax, they're still alive. Can Enkyo manage to go huge here? No, he can't. He's found on out, and just like that, Team Vision, some beautiful positioning, lend them a victory here in our second series.
Yeah, incredible work, really. Pushed up through that Harbour side, third-partied the fighting chem, cleaned out most of that. When the circle starts to come in that direction, which we saw from quite early, we were able to call that quite early, you end up in a situation where everybody else is scrambling, and Thief's work over the top of the snipers. I don't look pretty on the scoreboard. I think it's only like 3 or 4 kills. He does enough to just stop teams being able to get there early, allows his boys to push up, take all of that map position, and find those final kills.
Yeah, imagine if he had been with Len and Echo down below. Like, sure, they're going to probably draw a line in the sand and say, hey, everybody got to come on down to us. We're holding this side of the zone beautifully. But he does exactly what he needs to do, which is what you mentioned. It's just like basically pull all that aggression towards him. He just is being annoying. That's kind of the beauty of this sniper in this meta, and why you're picking up something like the Frostline. It's a fast-firing sniper, and you're not going to one-shot anybody with it, but you're going to crack plates. fights. And we know very well with this LC10 in the meta, if somebody's flesh, dude, it only takes a couple of bullets very, very quickly to bring them on down. So great work from Team Vision, some great moments from a lot of our top teams. We only got one more game, my friend, for B versus C. So we're going to go ahead, go to a break. When we come back, it is going to be map number 6.
Reach your impossible, Lenovo Legion.
Lately, I feel I can't find my feet. Pushing closer, my heart skips a beat, and now I'm falling. Deeper than I fly, I can't control it. Dark against the sky, it's not so black and white. It's like I told him. There's things that I can't fight. I just keep going. I just keep going. In my time, I've been dreaming of a space to really fill my place. I wish she'd seen what I had dreamed. Before these darker days, I thought I found my way. Quickly it fades, losing the race, closing the page. In and out, I move myself again. Time moves fast, I feel my heart beating. And now I'm falling, deeper than I fly. I can't control it.
Knocked. Can't get that full.
Get that full, Thief. He's in bush.
I can't see him. No angles. On the heady.
I'm watching you.
On this heady. This heady.
Yeah, I'm watching it, bro. I'm watching it. Don't get knocked, Thief. You can jump down low.
Yeah, I went left. I'm gonna go top harbour.
On me close, Len.
Yeah, here, by the shack.
Just finessing.
They're fine. 3v2. Knocked one. Nice. 3v1.
No! Let's fucking go!
Fuck off,
Come on!
Come
the fuck on, baby. We needed that shit. Oh.
Some prime comms coming in from Team Visuals as they have now taken 2 of our first 5 drops on the day. That ties squads like Virtus Pro.
Without a doubt, Vision's nice to see them finally waking up. FIFA coming out of retirement, as he said, because he wanted to compete once again.
Stream.
Seems to be paying off, and we can thank you as the stream for FIFA. Now, it's great to see him competing once again, and I hope he gets that fire because right now he is on fire with his roster. Vision, they truly could be a dominant force in finals.
Yeah, we take a look at some of these highlights, Alan. Who else was popping?
Yeah, I mean, what we're starting to see in this little hodgepodge of these two groups playing together is 100 Thieves playing from Control, Virtus Pro playing from over by Bio, Vision playing inside of Prison. And then depending on how the circle is moving, one of those 3 squads are going to get the benefit of having the circle be leaning towards them. This one in particular, though, Vision just happens to be able to stay on the high ground for long enough to get another solid read to know how they want to rotate around the other big squads in the lobby.
Filthy snipers.
Oh, yeah. And you know what? I have to point out, too, VP, right? Getting pinched in between, it was Gentlemates and Team Vision. And Team Vision obviously getting a pick. And the Gentlemates, I think it was Enkyo getting a pick on Dongi. That allowed Team Vision to have that POY and be set up for late game.
Enkyo shooting Dong in the back is something I'm starting to get used to here on day number 2. They know who is the front runner right now in Group C. That, of course, is Virtus Pro, but Group C has just 1 drop left.
Yeah.
We're running out of time for teams like Inner Circle to maybe have a pop-off game. They were able to steal a map 1 victory yesterday. Will they keep it rolling? Let's take a look here at some of our numbers here, and who are some of the standout players so far on day number 2 for you?
Day number 2, obviously Falcons take the cake, right? They're always going to be up there, but Dongi's been the guy. He's been the leading example of what Virtus Pro can be. If you're looking at Vision, Inkyo obviously is a great player. FIFA loves to bring the energy, but Dongi for me steals the show without question.
Blast 1v3, bro. I mean,
Trash,
not a 1v3, but he gets credit for all 3 kills, and he does it all in a single clip. I mean, that was by far the highlight moment, I think, of the tournament to this point.
Now, we talked with Wars from Rock Esports, but Movie Star Koi is another squad in this group. We saw the stars from Mexico popping off yesterday. They're off to a quieter start on day number 2. Ellen, anything they can do in this next drop?
They need to get those. I mean, they're getting the placements right, as we had mentioned, but they need to get those early game eliminations. I mean, Blast, you had mentioned, that was insane, but for 100 Thieves, they are picking up a lot of kills.
Yep.
And can you be able to stop them? That's the question, because 100 Thieves have griefed them. Even when it comes to scrims, they were dead last. Sure, putting up a better performance, but 100 Thieves, they look like they are top tier, top form right now.
Let's take a look at where they are at. Remember, Group B has only played twice so far today, and they will be on the stage until we close out this show. Vision with another 17 kill performance will put up 27 points after the multiplier. Rock Esports, as expected, right there. The surprise for me, Gentlemates and 5 Fears, 2 squads that we had big question marks on day 1 starting to show up.
Yeah, 5 Fears. They get trash talking out there, at least handing it back, and well, they start doing it on the battlefield as well. For Gentlemates, this is their final game, their final chance to break into top 7. This is going to be a big moment for them. Now, can they take it, or will they fall flat? And well, the same thing could be said for Inner Circle, who I gotta admit, these 3, or at least the past 2 games, have just simply not gone their way. They've got one more chance to even have an opportunity. For VKA, another team that's falling flat. But the good news is they've got at least 4 more games left. But the thing is, the teams who are on alert are there for a reason. They've got to step it up in a big way.
9Z Global had my day 1. We saw Latu get a 2-piece with a knife. After that, it has been silent. I need to see my boys pop off from Group B. Can they get there? We'll find out. Maybe the fans can cheer them. For now, we check in with the Dream Daddy himself. He goes by the name of Barney Banks.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are at the stage and it's getting spicy up here. A lot of you on stream might have heard it, but the crowd here is getting wild and no one is doing it louder. The Gentlemates right now, and Miles Ross, he's in the mix. What's going on, Miles?
1, 2, 3.
Sha la 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 la. Sha la 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 la. Ali and me. Sha la 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 la.
Bring it up. Let's go.
Sha
Bring it up.
la la we.
It's time for map number 6, baby. Let's do it.
Sha la 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 la. Ali. Sha la 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 la. Ali.
What esports should be, ladies and gentlemen. A family of Frenchmen heading on out here to Riyadh to cheer their team on, and by God, they needed it. After day one, the Gentlemates were sluggish, slow, everything you didn't want to be when you step out in Saudi Arabia. But today they have come alive, led by that group, and very much so, feeling the energy in the room. We get a listen in there, but of course, so much of this now rests on this final drop. This is going to be, ladies and gentlemen, the final drop for Virtus Pro, Team Vision, AG Global, Novo, Gentlemates, EXO, and Inner Circle. And as we get a look at the overall standings and where those various teams sit, Virtus Pro, you're going to be feeling pretty damn good about yourselves. Novo Esports, also feeling pretty. Team Vision, you're in there, you should be feeling all right. Gentlemates have done enough to lift themselves in, but they are looking a little nervously over their shoulders and will need that crowd to send them the rest of the way.
Yeah, just goes to show that all of our games for the rest of today, every single game matters, every single kill matters, every single placement that you get matters, because you want to be in this top 7. If you're in that top 7, you don't have to play through the last chance qualifier. You, of course, make it directly to that finals. But I said it in my hot take earlier today that I actually think it might not be that bad if you are one of sort of these top teams that just barely doesn't make it in, right? Yeah. I don't think that's necessarily the worst case scenario, because we see with a couple of teams, I'm looking at squads like Twisted Minds, like Rock Esports, like FaZe Clan, where maybe some additional reps underneath your belt isn't the worst thing to have. We saw with Twisted Minds, especially today, where, you know, they kind of felt like when nobody was landing factory, they struggled with kind of basically, what do I do with my hands right now? Like, I don't know what to do. And I think getting some more reps will be really, really crucial. And so for some of these squads, you know, like the Gentlemates, I think they're a great team to kind of shout out. Like, yeah, sure, they're feeling good. They're sitting pretty right now. But if they go to that last chance qualifier, especially with this type of crowd, I don't think it's the worst thing for them, given that a really lack of strategy on day one. They've started to pick it up here in day 2, kind of continue some of that momentum throughout the rest of the week.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, you can see the General, Gromalog, the Little Prince and Enkyo, and Support Man in Harlow very much so coming alive right now. But for one last time, for 7 of these teams, you will drop into group stages and do everything you can to claim a place in Saturday's finals. The rest of you will suffer into the LCQs, and we're getting a very heavy circle pull down towards the opposite side of the map from the first 2. This is going definitely, ladies and gentlemen, towards that living quarters region.
We can already see some of our teams around here. And let's have a look at Stronghold, Enigma. And we have a new team in the mix, given how this zone has pulled. Inner Circle, they have started to join 5 Fears and EXO Esports in a little bit of this fight. And already, we see Teeny and Obs. They're getting active. Teeny currently sitting on 1. All 3 moving on forward. Bray gets found out. Obs is there for the trade, but he managed to get out of dodge, because you are going to have EXO. They are looking at you from above, and Anxiety, he actually is not even able to kind of sit towards Stronghold either. He's made his way up towards the tent side, and well, this is a little peculiar.
Absolutely.
Zone pulls to the other corner, and what happens to the Gentlemates? They change their drop spot, which is something that we have seen before.
Yeah, we talked about this quite a few times in their past, particularly World Series last year. They had this Alpha drop, Bravo drop, depending on where the zone pulled, and we've seen more and more through this tournament. It is important to not have to cross the entire map, recognizing that all the Frenchmen, as they start to lay claim to the building that the 5 Fears currently hold. Anxiety finds one though, Big Man finds the other, so you will have to back off if you are Enkyo.
Enkyo
alive, will be in front of Big Man, and do you fall? You do! The Gentlemates will be knocked out early here. They will be sat in that 5th position, but that is a tough end map for your group stage after all the momentum you built, after everything you had done. We move over to the control center, because this map is far from done. You've got the Movistar Koi and 100 Thieves squaring off again, and Novo are here to join the party.
Sometimes the caster curse is just a little bit too powerful, my friends. Gentlemates early exit here in this map. It was a great strategy. It was a great idea. Apparently a couple other people have the same idea. Enough about that, though. Let's talk about 100 Thieves in this battle as Goat Clamp and NetOdds. They find a good 2. Gabe Kuhn and Skullface taken off the map. And well, where's Blast? He's going for a nice little swim, but the fight isn't done yet. Is already some shots getting thrown on out. Cam's on the boat, just trying to be able to play that anchor. So for Yavix and Vortex, can you manage to take the fight on in? Great swing right now from Vortex. You bring down Volcom, you're good for the full. Can you manage to push on up to the 2nd and 3rd floor? Go Clamp and NetOdds doing a great job. Play 2 by 2. A little bit of a battle, but look who's also decided to get into the mix. Skullface, he lands in through the window, tries to get active, and he might have done enough damage to help this go huge. No, it's Goat Clamp. He's there, he makes the trades, he finds the kills, and you don't even lose net odds in that battle. You're gonna be able to get the revive on out. A great stabilization fight for that squad.
Yeah, Movistar Korea really need to come online right now. They're way off the cut, a good 30 points off coming into this map, and to get a bit of momentum towards the back end of this group setup and into the next one would be huge for the LATAM squad. Let's take a look then. Ammo Shack's going to be where Ilo Lam is laying claim by himself for now, letting his boys get back into the fight. Max, another squad that really need to come alive. VKA going to find a bit of purchase in towards this Living Quarters side. Landon getting knocked down below. That Vision Esports roster continuing to struggle. Seeing a little bit of the 9Z Globin team in the mix. Another squad that just desperately need to find a Hail Mary map. A big play coming on through. And that kill feed, by the way, Vision Esports, they get themselves back into the fight and find plenty into VKA.
Yeah, Team Vision doing a great job getting just back into the mix. And Aizen, well, very quickly, he's the last player left alive. A little bit of ground loot in hand. Just trying to maybe catch anybody coming up the stairs. Ladra hits hard, it hits fast. And at that range, you're definitely going to melt anybody coming on through. We see the circle in your top left-hand corner. We'll pull down on in. I think you made the right call here, friend. It looks like we are probably ending similar to what we saw earlier here today, pulling back down towards that factory side. Now, what side of factory, I don't know, because it feels like as we've gotten to our final zones, it has a little bit of a mind of its own and pulls to a completely different side than we always expect. So I think if you're able to hold down this factory area, that would be huge. And well, for Team Vision, that is exactly what they're going to try and do as they bring it to VKA. Echo, tip of the spear, flies on in. Gonna be able to find Kazu. You got one player that's left out of the water, and they seem to really have this idea. Vidati is here. Does Echo hop up over the wall in time? You got to look down through. I know the water can sometimes be hard to see, but I think for the time being, they don't want to expose themselves too much, and maybe even says, hey, let's go ahead, let's farm him a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, it's a good play from Vidati. Aizen actually falls up towards Living Quarters, and I think he recognizes you're about to be swarmed. And so when Kazu goes down, at least anchoring your team in, we get a quick look over this fight that's going to be setting itself up in a circle, looking to find through the backside of this matchup. There's going to be Vision involved. There's going to be 9Z involved. Where do you set yourself up if you are the APAC team? Molly's going to go high. You'll get a little bit of a connect, but nothing in terms of a true striking blow. And getting a look here, so many different teams starting to collapse on this. Virtus Pro now starting to get in towards the mix as well. Vision, they're starting to try and back off. They want to try and make sure that their anchor stays alive in this. Caught a little bit between a rock and a hard place. Inner Circle still up. Scythe on the rooftop. Genuinely 5 different teams beginning to contest over the same patch of land here as the circle drags everyone off to this corner.
Yeah, I think as the circle closes, you're going to see a couple of power positions be a real spot for some of these battles. Top green in Living Quarters going to be one of them. That's where we see teams like Inner Circle. And obviously 5 Fears are battling it out. Factory's going to become a big POI with Team Vision and Virtus Pro. And where's the last one? Well, it's up at headquarters, where we can still see AG Global. They are holding on. Nate Dogg up in the tower, sniper in hand. They are just going to try and maybe hold down from this prison side as well. So it's a nice little triangle that we're going to see happen as the zone starts to go in a little bit more. Nate Dogg with 2. This team recently changed up their strategy in IMO. We used to see Rated up here with the sniper in hand, and it just felt like maybe things weren't going their way. So, well, they say, Nate Dogg, we're going to let you get back to your anchor role, which we've seen him do in the past, and we let Rated kind of off his leash a little bit, play with the duo of old Scummin, and I think they're just looking to try and run around this map.
Oh my God.
And it seemingly is working pretty good as Inner Circle, and I am right there with you, my friend. Teeny on 11.
Absolutely frying Inner Circle. They just like to get their heads down sometimes. L1, R1 it a little bit, not overthink the situation, and very much profiting in the Living Quarters fight. Swatted away multiple teams. We look on over. EXO Esports, they need to find some footing. Will catch quite a bit of damage into Cams, who stayed up for an extra moment, but Penguin will clean that up. Now you've got to consider that rotation coming in from Movistar Koi off the control center side. A couple of early bits of damage going out from HP. You've got to be a little bit worried about Inner Circle looking over this, by the way, though. They're off towards green side. Could definitely peer over the top of this fight. Nectar's going to use the smokes. Daisy chain himself across. 5 already on the board. And gets himself over towards safer territory, but it's not much safer for his teammates. EXO are going to be under pressure. Up high goes Netodds. Manages to find 2. Notress will at least find a knock onto Netodds. Volcom stays up for the trades. So for now, you live to see another day, but not much longer for EXO. You're getting pushed by the Inner Circle, who continue to fly and fry here and find yet another wipe. And to join them, 5 Fears set packing.
Whew, a little bit of a crikey, mate, as the Australians will activate, fly on down, clean up a team, get them off the map. Wow. Finally, it may take a little bit, but here we go. Nice little fights happening as this zone pushing so many of these teams here together. Scumming, he's going to be found by Rock Esports and Wars. Head on a swivel, going to try and back down Rated here, pistol in hand. Can you manage to get on out of here? No, the Welshman will activate right at the correct time. Find another, currently sitting on 6. You can see the look in his eyes, the determination. This has been a year of redemption for Rated, and I'd like to think that the Esports World Cup will continue to be that, as he is on the hunt for Prodigy right now, and he is able to find his prey. Prodigy wiped off the map along with them, Rock Esports.
Yeah, tough times for Rock. It felt like the first 3 games that they had in this tournament, they were pretty much unstoppable. Ever since then, it's not been great. Let's get a look off towards Factory side. This is likely going to be where we end up, ladies and gentlemen. So the fight's here setting us up towards endgame positioning. Virtus Pro in a good spot to hold that right now. They've actually managed to send VKA packing off towards the shoreline, setting themselves up, looting. They're definitely going to want the high ground here. You've got to be a little bit worried about teams up above towards headquarters. They can still look over you for now, but within the next circle or so, that position that they're playing for is going to be huge. And Vision, well, they're trying to recover in the water, and I don't know how long you're going to be able to do that for.
I think this has just been a game of just pure violence, dude. I mean, we are just coming to the end of Zone 3, and we are already missing almost half our teams. And you can see in the kill feed there, Virtus Pro, they've managed to kind of control Factory. They've pushed on down to Boat. They know that Team Vision is here. They want to try and wipe them off the map, but it looks like you have some new company as Movistar Koi, they watched Virtus Pro move off of this Factory side, and then he says, great, let me hang out on this railing, let me throw some shots down on range. You're now your Virtus Pro, feel the pressure.
Yeah, VKA is starting to collapse back in on this. They recognize there's actual timing for them to get involved in the fight. Vision just about staying alive for now, but Noobs will clean up Echo, so it's either killing Lem. What can you do? Well, it turns out not very much as Noobs arrives and finds his 9th kill in the feed. But you have given up that Factory position. We just mentioned it. That's now going to be contested between 2 different teams. Can you rotate in? All the noise you've just made will mean eyes turn towards you. Getting back into that position, going to be a tough task. However, the team currently leading our board better than most at breaking POIs.
Yeah, Team Vision, you're coming off a map win. Maybe you're feeling yourself just a little bit too much, trying to maybe end the second set with some big numbers on hand. And, well, unfortunately for you, Virtus Pro, they're going to be the ones to stop you in your track. For VKA, though, they have been able to stay alive. So some of those earlier moments where we watched Team Vision not actually go after Vidati in the water, it's going to kind of come back to bite them because, well, it's a little bit of stabilization. They get the regain, and now they've gained control of the POI you so desperately wanted to hang on to. Everything will come to a crawl for a slight moment as we have a couple of teams just kind of floating around each other in a couple of POIs. You can see for Inner Circle, it's been an aggressive early game already as we see Teeny with 14 kills to his name already, and we still have 15 other players in the lobby.
Yeah, he's got to figure out this rotation though. If you are in a circle, you've got to think about what you want to hit next. Factory's going to be extremely busy, but if everyone starts to kick off down there, you could ride through the back door and third-party situation, something that they love to do, something that we've seen them do so well at Living Quarters to get them into this position. A huge map here could put them inside that top 7. They will have to sit out on those final 3 games and hope that they don't fall out of that top 7, but just putting yourself there for now would be far more than any of us expected when we first came to Riyadh. VKA, another team that, quite frankly, underdog story. It's been tough going for them so far through today, but you've got the top of Factory. Zone, though, is going to pull off. It's going to actually drag headquarters direction, seeing, again, a little bit more of that really harsh pull in these late zones that is just more prevalent, especially in this tournament, but just recently when it comes to recent updates. Down beneath, Movistar Koi, they're trying to hold VP. You only have 2 players alive. Up towards the top, it's actually going to be Gamax and AG Global with win condition.
Could be a great opportunity, could be a great game, but that's until Inner Circle starts making some moves. Unfortunately for you, Obs gets found by Rated on the rotation. I think this is the right call right now. You don't have to push on up towards this upper side. You know there's going to be teams down towards this factory area. You see the buyback go off as well, so you're going to have an idea, and I think for Teeny and Bray, this is exactly what you want to be doing right now. Just hold the line. Obs does get finally fooled on the outside as Vortex, as a solo, just slowly walking his way on in. This could be an opportunity right now for Teeny and Bray to take down some of these top teams, and I like that they're sort of splitting themselves, because as these teams start to come up towards the top, they are in prime position. Some great shots, the armor cracks coming on through. This Cypher at this exact range is going to be huge, but from behind, it's a Dongi! It's a 2-piece! He's not going to try and come up from these stairs, but he is sensing a little bit that this is going to be dangerous. Backs on up, and look where the zone pulls Enigma. They don't even have to push on up because it goes all the way back to the factory side.
Yeah, they slowly work their way through the lower side of this factory in order to clear it out, in order to stay alive, avoid too much attention. You're going to have Inner Circle, though, manage to drop in. They found their way into this final fight somehow. Movistar Koi is still going to be a part of the conversation too. AG Global find kills onto Gamax, but it is returned, and Sukra, the young man who replaced JTech, will wipe AG Global off the map.
And we're now into our top 5, 1.4 multiplier confirmed at least. And when you're a team like Inner Circle, we saw how many kills Teeny had. This is those moments where, yes, you love the 1.4, but if you can manage to play as this duo, you will be able to get that 1.6. Teeny, the veteran, as well as Bray, the young 18-year-old just trying to close out this game. You're watching all of the carnage go around you as a PA rips across. It's good for a couple of kills, blink of an eye, a quick rotation, we're into our top 3.
Inner Circle win this could lift them inside that top 7 well and truly. Bray, Teeny, they're going to start to push up towards the higher ground. One member, Virtus Pro, still in the fight, and one member of Movistar Koi. Where do you go? Blast Shot's going to sting for a moment. Bray trying to fight Goldclam. You find the first, so who's left? It's going to be Noobs. What can you do? Well, the APAC team are here to make a statement, and nobody saw this level of performance coming from them. That could well truly put themselves inside that top 7. In fact, I'd hedge a good bet that it will. Whether they stay there, we don't know, but showing up on the main stage, making a statement for their entire region.
It was a 62-point game. It was Teeny with a 13 KD in the final map of their qualifier to get them here to land. They struggled yesterday. They come in here, and in their final game of day 2 of the group stage, it's almost a repeat performance. I like what you said. It might be enough to put them into the top 7, but more importantly to me, even if it isn't, that's still a team that I think they're going to go into the LCQ with a lot of confidence and say, hey, boys, we can make it to that final day. We know we can do it. That's a confidence. That's a momentum builder. And you got to give a huge credit to that man on your screen right there, Teeny, coming out just absolutely shooting again. I saw them. I was walking backstage. I said, hey, you know, good stuff yesterday, boys. And they said, we're not happy. Like, that wasn't good enough. We have to play better here today, and I think that's one hell of a way to do it.
No, the right mindset indeed here is Inner Circle. We'll take the map 6 of day 2 here. This will be the last time we see them in group stages. Also joining them on that list, EXO, Gentlemaids, Novo, AG Global, Team Vision, VP. You are done. You watch now as everybody else takes your destiny into their hands. Nervously for some, comfortably for others. And well, you're definitely out if you are a couple of these teams. So we will see you in that lost chance qualifier tomorrow. But right now, I mean, we said that, you know, is that a situation where you are stepping up if you're in a circle? Certainly an improvement. And well, let's find out how we're all feeling as we close out Group C as we set to an interview.
We are here in the Gadia Esports Arena. I have got Skullface here from 100 Thieves, a very recognizable face, a man that you will also recognize from last year's EWC tournament. And you are back, my friend, with long, luscious locks. Talk me through this hair decision. It's great.
Last year, I just decided to buzz it, and I just didn't cut my hair.
I can't believe I just started off this interview talking about your hair. What am I doing?
I got good hair. I got good hair.
You've got good hair. Yeah, you should wear it like that. Right, let's talk a little bit about ES today. Let's start things slow. You mentioned to me yesterday, we had a little chat. You ran into a few issues, especially in your drops. I'm guessing it was maybe scrim related. What was going on? Elaborate for us.
We're just contested at the control. So we have multiple teams there. So the start's the most important. So we just gotta make sure we clear that POI off. So the rest of the game looks good.
Yeah, focusing on today. I like that. And you know, one thing that we've noticed, game 1 was really strong. It's been a bit of an up and down day so far. What issues are you running into today?
Yeah, game 1 was really nice. We got 30 points, I believe. I think we got a little too cocky. We were rushing things, I think, in the beginning after that 30-point dub. Well, 30-point game.
So I think it's about keeping that composure, right, isn't it? Going into that last game, I'm not sure what about right now, but you were in 5th position. So it's looking pretty strong to stay out of LCQ right now. You got 3 more maps. You feeling pretty confident you'll get straight into the finals from today?
Yes, very confident.
I like it. I like the confidence. Keep that as well. Skullface, thank you so much for joining me in this interview. We've got 3 more maps to go today until we round out the group stage, and we'll find out who's made it through to the finals and who's going into the LCQ tomorrow. So stick around. We'll see you very soon.
Is it 2v2v2? Alright, 2v2v1. So where's my jump on us? It's 2v1, the two solos. Okay. Okay, Tini has one stim, by the way. Let's stack it out. Yeah, follow each other. Clear bubbles. Bang it out. He has prox mines. Blast. Get back down. They went off. Come here, come to me. I'm here. I'm down. Put up. Under. You wanna tell? I'm telling you, fucking go, boys! Fucking go, baby! Come on! 16! Holy fuck, Tini! Fucking aimbotting, bro. Let's go! Let's fucking go, bro. Come on. I don't think it's enough, to be honest. Bro, 20. What did we fucking say before the fucking game bot?
Bot activated for the Australians. Well done, as Inner Circle goes from nothing to something again. They were one of our top teams on day one to look out for going into day two. And I'll be honest, leading up to that 6 drop, they were underperforming. Finally, Taylor, they lived up to your hype.
Finally, last game, they get the job done. Question is, was it enough to maintain top 7? I don't know, but it is something that goes into LCQ if they do decide to go there. I'm proud of the boys. I really am, coming from the APAC region, beating out a Titan roster like Na'Vi, and then performing as well as they did in the final game. In my opinion, they have not disappointed whatsoever. In fact, I think they've exceeded everybody's expectations.
And one team that did not are the Gentlemates. The good news is, despite Gentlemates going out early in this game, they get to play in front of the fans again tomorrow.
That's true. Last chance qualifier, but I mean, it was a switch up, right? They didn't go to their usual landing zone. They went from bio to living quarters, and we know living quarters is a blender. We saw VKA there, I believe XO. I mean, there was a lot of teams that were just battling it out and living.
Yeah, I was about to say, that was the thing about that opening circle. It was so far removed from everyone's normal landing spaces up over towards Harbor and past that all the way to Factory that, yeah, we had to change our landing spots on the drop. Inner Circle, one of those teams as well, that moved around a touch to get over towards Stronghold. So everyone gets into this really weird mixy opening, and unfortunately for Gentlemates, they couldn't find a way to survive.
How many kills did Teeny finish with?
16.
Was that 16?
16.
I saw 4 on Bray. I mean, these guys were hitting another level. Their shots are connecting, and you have to think, we should just drop there all the time, right?
Without a doubt. You know, for Teeny, he's the star-studded player without question. He's been one who's been carrying the team for a long time. I say carrying respectively. The other two definitely do their job, but that's a massive game. Actually, our biggest game, because we were talking about Blast.
I'm told we have the numbers here. It's a 1.6 multiplier if you win the game. Let's see where Inner Circle is going to finish. 25 kills as a squad. That'll be 40. That'll be the 3rd highest score, I believe, on the day. Congratulations to the APAC squad. It's not going to be enough, but as you look through the rest of this on the left side, Novo Esports refused to go away. Always in your top 7. VKA had a better game. AGAL showing that they have a little bit of life before they go to the LCQ. And Virtus Pro, the story of the day. The top squad, after winning 2 rounds, they're always in the Final Four. How many kills did they drop this time on us?
They had a lot, tell you that much. They were able to get 17 in total for a 2nd place finish. You saw the final where Noobs is just trying to stay alive, but they are putting together some hefty averages, and outside of the 2 wins that they've had, you throw even those games away, they're still in a very comfortable spot, even without those wins counted for them. So they're looking really, really good. I think a lot of it just comes down to their landing space. They've really dominated these last 2 days.
The new line at 7th is 100 Thieves, 146.6 points, but you heard from Skullface, we still got some games to play. They are confident they're going to make it to the final day. Why do we love the 100 Thieves right now?
Well, because they can consistently dominate. The thing about 100 Thieves, man, Blast, Gabe Kuhn, Skullface, they all know how to bring the energy. And one of the things about Gabe Kuhn, I had a chance to speak with him the other day, and I asked him, I said, what would it mean to you to be a champion? And he said it would mean absolutely everything. This is a guy that's been competing for quite some time, but to be in the championship circle, really to be playing with this caliber of a roster means a lot to him, and I think it's the highest caliber roster he's ever played with. So, and also being represented by 100 Thieves, this roster is stellar.
We literally watched Blast on, like, in World Series Warzone, right? He 1v2'd, I think it was Falcons, VP, and like, it's just insane how well he plays patiently, how he plays his ones, but him and Gabe Kuhn, the way that they play off each other, and Skull just making those calls, even in the late game, you always can count on them to be in the final moments.
I think the other thing, though, is they have had 3 performances of 12th or worse, and that's because Movistar Koi have beat them on the drop. And you kind of heard it in Skullface's interview saying, we're getting a little too fast. Like, they come off of like a really hot game, and then they try to frag out everybody. You still put some respect in the fact that Koi is right there being one of the more consistent teams so far this weekend.
Movistar Koi very much in contention every single drop, but you can see it's 100 Thieves feeling comfortable going into a day 4. They're pretty much locked up for the finals as long as they can keep playing this way. And so is Virtus Pro. They're the top dogs now on our leaderboard. Falcons will still have 3 more drops, but no one has played better than Dongy, in my opinion, on day 2. The man has been frying, Sage has been clutch, and Noob's always there when he needs to be.
Yeah, and I think the thing is, Noobs has stepped up in the slaying department today. Sage has been the one really locking down rotations, but Noobs last alive, right in there with Dongy most of the time. He's been really solid in terms of their front force.
Yeah, for sure. And I just have to say something in this final game that we just watched where Dongy actually in those final moments, we saw Noobs go down, right? It was Movistar Koi that actually had a res and took down Dongy at the top. But the fact is that he still finds crazy ways to stay alive.
And I will continue to say it. With Sage on this roster has championship potential because he knows what it is to win. But you pair that with Dongy, who's just such a dominant slayer, and of course the experience of Noobs, who was once a part of a Dynasty roster himself. Championship written all over him. I'm so impressed with Virtus Pro. They look to be going all the way.
Yeah, these kids are already rich. They're just going to get richer.
I was going to say, like, Dongy, his stamina does not stop. And it's like, in the elimination leaderboards, you won't even see him even have more kills than Shifty, right?
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, Dongy is a star-studded player, and it's no surprise he's performing as well as he is. You go back to last EWC. He was coined Dogwig for a reason by Seymour. The guy knows how to slay out. When you are opposite of him, the chances of you dying is probably about 99%, especially if he has position on you in in-game.
Virtus Pro has had the edge over all of the competition here on day number 2, but we're expecting a rivalry to be brewing here at EWC going into the final day. It's between 100 Thieves and Virtus Pro. And Alan, I know you've been tracking them on the map.
Yeah, it's interesting because right now I think we've got 4 teams that have dominated in individual spots. You've got 100 Thieves towards Control. You've got Virtus Pro over towards the bottom right side of the map by Chemical. Falcons Stronghold, we know that. But Vision has now stepped up of also playing inside a prison. So we take a look back at the first game of this particular set. This is kind of at the halfway point. You've got 100 Thieves in red. Again, they spawn over towards Control. Then you've got, of course, the other side of this. You've got Virtus Pro inside of Chemical. This is an interesting circle because it does pull, obviously, towards the northeast side. The other team to keep in mind for where they are is what happens from the prison rotation. That's out of Team Vision. So we'll go ahead and play this one through. The big kind of point here is that 100 Thieves are going to take the long route up to the north side of Industries, whereas you're going to have the side of Virtus Pro trying to play from the backside and try to guard against anyone getting into that space. The thing starts, though, with them getting a read that they have to stop everything coming out of this position inside of prison. So you get that one pick on Division, you pull them back, and now your focus can start to move back over to Industries, where, of course, you can already see it. 100 Thieves have already gotten into the mix. So as you start to speed it up, there's a new issue that Virtus Pro have to deal with. How do we try to get some high ground control onto Industries, knowing that 100 Thieves is playing there? Well, this is helpful because you see the circle gets moved, and you're sitting, all right, we don't necessarily have to play for the backside of Industries anymore. We can just make our move to block that off and make a spot to go over towards the prison ward. That gives them the high ground that will eventually allow them to win the game. On the other side, though, to speak to what 100 Thieves are doing really, really well, and you heard them in the comms at this particular moment, they get into Industries, clear everything out, and then you've got that read of, let's stop Bio. Let's completely keep them out of the mix. And at this moment, that's when you start to actually see them get those kills. This is where Blast finds that little 1v3. You follow up by taking care of the Gentlemates team behind that, and then you start to evaluate what is going to happen with this final circle. And the problem is for 100 Thieves is that it doesn't benefit them. It pulls a little bit further away. Virtus Pro taking the high ground route towards Ward, that works. But it's just about how these two teams are circling around this part of the map. They are by far the top 2 teams in the area.
And you can really see their positioning working well for 100 Thieves. Blast is going off at this point. Dongy, though, is already reading the end game and taking that high ground. I agree. That was beautifully done. I'm like, were you doing all the zooms and everything?
Oh,
right?
Yeah. Oh, my goodness. I hold shift on Twitter, ladies and gentlemen. We got a lot more to break down, but we also have players in the mix. Let's hear from Sage down on the stage.
A man that needs no introduction, Sage, Virtus Pro. Mate, you're looking good for the finals. The hard graft is done, but the real tournament begins. Yeah. How's it been getting there? Any sort of major challenges along the way?
I mean, off rip, we had a couple teams trying to con us. You know, had an idea that we were going to get con and like ruin our start, but no one's better than us. I mean, we're just obviously dominating this scene. Honestly, this is just easy for us. I mean, the more that we play, the better we get. So, I mean, shout out to my teammates literally putting on a show for the whole freaking arena. Like, the stadium is going crazy right now with the crowd. Honestly, like, shout out Riyadh, shout out EWC. Like, honestly, tonight has been amazing, but hey, we get better. Take these strategies down, you know, day by day. We got finals coming up soon, so we're going to go back, take it all in, and, you know, learn from the best.
How's it been playing with the crowd? Yesterday was quiet. Today, rowdy. Has that changed things?
It's amazing, dude. You feel the vibration, you feel the energy, you know, like the team today, we did really, really good. So we were able to get into those end games and stuff like that. And it was perfect for us. So during the end, you feel the erupt of the stage. You feel that vibration. You feel the hype. So it definitely brings in that dopamine. It actually brings in all the hype. So I love it, honestly.
Absolutely fantastic, brother. Final question. Any team you're looking forward to playing most in that grand finals?
Oh, I mean, of course, you know, 100 Thieves, Falcons, Twisted Minds, you know, we're trying to take them all out back. We're trying to go for that trophy. You know, this is our year. We've been dedicated to this. We're confident this year, so we're going all in.
Who can't kill you?
All of them.
That's my guy. All right, get us out of here.
That man just breathes confidence. I love Sage. I love what he has brought to this Virtus Pro squad, and I love the fact that he already has the 3 keys he wants to put in his trophy picked out.
I love that, and that's something that really kind of shines in this environment. EWC is bred to be one of the more brutal trophy systems ever, so he's already got targets out. I love it.
We were taking a look at who are our top fraggers on day number 2. Well, here are some of the big players from our most recent game. Dongy, still at the top of the leaderboard with 13 more, is now at 49 kills for day 2, and right behind him, it's Noobs Eddie with 42 of his own. These guys are slaying out, and that's before the multipliers. Remember, they had 2 game wins, which is a 1.6 multiplier for each of those.
Yeah, it just comes to show you how dominant Virtus Pro has truly been in the slaying category, and they also know how to win. I'm seeing W's across the board going into the finals. Teeny and Obs, though, from Inner Circle, along with Bray, all 3 of them join, and that's probably off the back of their tremendous final game, at least for their group.
And the fact that they've played 6 maps. I do want to give a call out, though, that Teeny has now passed everybody at 16 kills for most eliminations in a single drop. The APAC guys that no one thought had a
First
chance,
land, too.
Making some noise out here in Riyadh. That's the magic here at EWC, and the magic continues after the break because it's going to be Group A versus Group B. The heavy hitters are coming up next.
Hey, I'm Goj here at the Esports World Cup with 100 Thieves. You're going to rate some of the other teams in the competition, 1 to 10, and give me 1 pro about that team and 1 con. We've got to start with the battle for your POI. Talk to me about Imkoi.
Pro is that they're dumb as bricks. The con, I would say, is that they just don't know how to play the game at all.
Okay, so on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being your best competition, or maybe you guys, and 1 being trash, where are they at?
1. I'd give them a 1. Yeah, just a 1. I mean,
wow, starting off hot here, folks. All right, let's go to 5 fears. Been a lot of conversation around this team.
A con is that I don't think none of them have been to LAN yet.
Yeah.
I'll give them benefit of doubt 3.
Okay, 3 it is. Okay, talk to me about all gamers.
So that's another funny one.
A con is there's no getting better. They're just stuck at where they're at.
A pro?
Decent anchor spot.
Yeah.
1 to 10.
4.
Yeah.
4.
Okay. Well, we've got to go to the Falcons, obviously reigning champs. How much respect do they get from you guys?
None for me personally. They literally tried multiple ways of trying to grief us with Mkoi, and we killed them literally every single time.
Every single time.
They're a good endgame team.
Yeah.
I would say that's their strongest point. Cons, I would say last year for Warzone competitive was just honestly a joke. This year, you know, you have us, Twisted Minds, VP, like actual competent teams. They're probably gonna have that ego from last year going into this year, and they're gonna be like, oh shit, we have actual people that can, you know, fight us now. I'll give them 5.5, 6.
Let's go to Team Vision. What do you think about those guys?
Their probably biggest thing is just getting over like the mental hurdle of LAN.
People say that Lennon is the best EU player, so I feel that's one of their pros.
Rate them 1 to 10.
3.
3.
Yeah.
3.
Okay, let's go to FaZe.
I say pros. Last in game play with them, so
Yeah.
hopefully.
Hopefully my knowledge of high-level gameplay was instilled in his brain. It's still there.
So the pro for this team is that you played with them at some point and gave them. Okay, got it. Yeah, sure, yeah. Okay, rate them 1 to 10.
2.
Lastly, I want to go to the Gentlemates.
And obviously they have Enkyo, he's a shooter.
It's just another filler team. Like, I don't really feel like their presence or like their like aura.
Another filler team is crazy. What's a pro for them?
They have Enkyo.
Rate them 1 to 10.
4.
4.
Yeah.
I guess nobody's in 7, 8, 9. You guys would rank yourself a 10?
Yeah. We hit, the last Rebirth tournament, we hit match point in 3 games.
100 Thieves, very confident going into the Esports World Cup. You're not going to want to miss it.
Hey, what's going on, guys? I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, and one thing that I know about Call of Duty Warzone is the teams love to trash talk each other. That's a brilliant thing, and that's why we love this esports. So I brought on a special group of individuals from Twisted Minds to break it all down. I'm going to give you all some teams, and we're just going to have fun with it. I'm going to give you a team. Could be multiple pros. I'm sure we'll have a lot of cons because you'll be giving me those next. And then at the very end, I want you to rate the team 1 through 10. Let's start with 100 Thieves.
They're just
very talented for Resurgence.
Yeah, I like Nate Shot. Throw him on the roster. Might be better than like Blast. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Fair enough. Perfect. Let's transition into cons then. I'm sure you have more cons than pros.
I feel like beating them is like nothing new for us. Like I feel like most of the time, like we're always ahead of them on the leaderboard. So yeah.
Okay, fair enough. Now 1 through 10, how do we rate them? We'll start with you.
Even with their cons, I'm still gonna give them like an 8.
I'm dropping down to 6. I was thinking 6.
I was thinking like 7, 7.5. Just a little inconsistent.
Team Vision. Let's start with the pros. What do we think?
Never watched him play. So.
That's not a pro.
Oh, FIFA's got a great hairline. Like that's.
I'll give my compliments to their IGL Echo. I really think that he actually understands the way the game's supposed to be played.
So now we got to move into the awkward transition into cons. Do we? Come on, I know it's gonna hurt.
They just play in the inferior region for Warzone, so they get way worse practice, and I think they're worse because of it.
So 1 through 10, if we had to rate Team Vision, what are we thinking?
Maybe like 5.
A 5?
Yeah.
How could you do that to FIFA?
No, I love him. That's my homie, man.
I'll give him 5 too, but it's a strong 5.
Let's move on to Virtus Pro. Let's get a pro.
They have a lot of EU players landing on them over there, so they'll be able to farm that side of the map.
Is that a con or is that a pro?
All of like the good teams are on our side of the map, so they just have a lot of free kills.
So if we had to rate them 1 through 10, what are you giving them?
8.5.
Okay.
Yep.
I'm gonna go with the 8.
I'm going 8 as well.
You're going 8 as well?
Yeah.
Fair enough. Well, let's bring in one that has a tremendous fan base. We're talking FaZe. Let's get some pros.
I mean, they qualified. They're here. Just leave it at that.
Fair enough. We had to give them a rating 1 through 10.
That's the LeBron of Warzone right here. This guy's got the IQ.
I was going to drop it down to like a 2.
A 2?
Respectfully.
Wow. Respectful 2.
Yeah,
Hey, boys, thank you so much for joining us. It's been a great time. Twisted Minds over here. They're looking to dominate the competition. Let's see if they can.
So much fun hanging out with those Twisted Mind guys. And of course, they always make us giggle. Are they always that negative, though?
No, they were quite positive, actually, especially after watching Blast, who was just ripping into teams and players. No, I think Twisted Minds was one of the more positive teams we interviewed.
Well, speaking of people who were ripping into teams yesterday, Falcons are back on our stage, and so is the rest of Group A. You saw Shifty taking to Twitter, letting Five Fears and crew know that they do not belong on the same stage. They kind of proved that in-game as well. As you take a look at some of the other squads in this group, though, we had high expectations for Fnatic, have not lived up to it. FaZe Clan have not lived up to it. How about CT, though? What should we know about King Maddie's new crew?
Brother, these guys are the flippin' truth. I mean, we talk about consistency. There aren't many other teams out there that are doing what they're doing. They're averaging 6th place. They've already gotten a total of 100 eliminations. And by game to game, they're sitting between 12 and 19 eliminations per game with a round again. A top 5 finish to get the multiplier. So they're doing everything they need to do. The only caveat I've got is that they have not found a way to get to a win yet.
And I just want to say, I give you your flowers where flowers are due. You called them out very early on, and CT has not disappointed.
They look good. I like them.
Was it Resolve? Like, was there an individual, or did you just see the map that got you excited?
I think it's more as you see the map. You do have Resolve, who's you see him at the player leaderboard after day number 1. You say, all right, these guys are fragging. But it is the way they play the map. They're landing around prison, and they're manipulating the zone really, really nicely.
Yeah, I remember, I think it was watching the pulse check, hearing like, hey, if you see Resolve on the map, run. Like, listen, these guys are the truth. Extra J as well. He just staying alive, right? That you have to do that in Resurgence, but those guys, they are a force. They do it well.
We had a lot of fun with EWC Esports. You saw them playing Pop and Weave earlier. They haven't had a lot of success on day 1. Looking for more in day 2. Leviathan finished 20th out of our 21 teams on day 1. And then you have the big hitters. Falcons and Twisted Minds were finishing 1st and 7th. Who else are we looking at to maybe challenge? Because remember, this is going to be all finished for Group C. It's now up to Group A and B. Taylor, who do you want to watch coming up?
Coming up, FaZe for sure. I mean, I think FaZe, they've underperformed at times. They've overperformed in others. Like yesterday, first 3 games, we were like, wow, this FaZe roster is looking great. I mean, you witnessed my interview with Twisted Minds putting them at a 2. They didn't give a 2 performance, but overall, I think they're still too close to the bubble. They've got to step it up in their last 3.
We'll keep our eyes on FaZe. We'll definitely keep our eyes on CT Esports as they trying to battle back into the top 7. We caught up with them before the match.
Here with Resolve from CT Gaming, you're staying away from the LCQ, sir. How are you doing it?
I'm doing good. We came here today to play, just do our best, and yeah, we're doing good. We just played the first 3 games. I think we, as a team, we did very well, and we just keep going for that.
Are you running into any challenges in game? Any particular teams you keep coming across who are giving you difficulty, or teams that you just keep taking care of?
We're just playing against FaZe. Most of our drops, we're just fighting them all the time. But it's just the only thing like right now is landing on us, where we just prepare for everything that comes fight us. We're just going in, all in, baby, all in.
All in, I love it, man. Okay, so this is a big match coming up. Have you done anything to prepare specifically for this group stage, or business as usual?
We did like bot review. We did a lot of bot reviewing, just team communication, like prepare ourselves to like be more like have better comms in our fights, rotations, like just try to keep like that chemistry just going up all the time, because sometimes we feel like we kind of mistake on those types of small situations. Yeah. But yeah, we just keep talking, better communication, better gunfights, play better as a team, and that's all we do.
So last question, a serious one. Who cannot kill you?
Who cannot kill me? I'm gonna say Clumsy.
You heard it here first, folks. Back to the desk.
After their first 9 drops, CT is in 9th. So they're right on the edge.
Right on the edge, indeed. Repos, I got to call you out, brother. I know you're doing a big watch party. You put Inner Circle at D. They overperformed. And then you put CT out there as a C team. And I think that's a little bit inaccurate. But honestly, I can't blame you. CT's been performing over expectations.
A lot of people were also underrating Rock Esports, the team that won the very first map on day number 1. Wars, Visions, going to try and continue this one. And we'll see if they can get it going. My guy to watch, though, is Prodigy on day 2. If you were watching EWC last year, Ellen, he was a rock star.
He's always been my favorite player the last couple years just because of how fast he is. Like I said, he plays on a fast sense, too. I believe he still does, but my goodness, Vision, his prison clutches, it was just perfect when we saw them.
Yeah, without a doubt. Watching, of course, these 3 players last year, obviously, in regards to Wars and Vision together, and then Prodigy, I knew there was something special. You put them all together, they're representing EU, they're considered the best EU roster. Rock is a team that I believe is performing with expectations.
Keep in mind, this is going to be Group A versus Group B. This is where this team had 2 top 3 finishes, including their win. So yes, they petered out at the end of yesterday, and they may have come in with a bit of a whimper here to start. This would be a prime opportunity for them to reestablish some dominance against the other group.
We mentioned that Twisted Minds is not a safe pick to make it into the final 7. Why? They are getting contested early by squads like Movistar. Let's take a look at the 3 Mexican rock stars. We got Go Clamp, Nitoads, and Volcom, who have been popping off throughout this tournament. You just saw Volcom dropping some serious frags in drop number 8. Will he be able to continue now that we have Group A retaking the stage?
Yeah, I started to notice something special about Movistar when Falcons was challenging them and Movistar was putting up a wonderful fight. Gotta admit, they've been a bit hit and miss, but they have still shown enough, at least energy, at least enough slayability for me to take them seriously.
You say that, and Nitoj just got a 3-piece right there. Not to mention how much he's been staying alive for them to regain. I think it was, game number 2, where we saw them stay alive over there on the Northmore side by the boat, right? Going from 12th to 4th. So that game right there, yeah, not a lot of kills, but hey, at least they got the placement.
I think the thing, too, is that they are continually finding themselves in early game battles with 100 Thieves, who have been one of our top slaying squads. The impressive part, though, is that when they're losing battles with 100 Thieves, they're surviving. When they're beating 100 Thieves is not surviving. So a little bit of 6 of one, half a dozen of another.
And we'll see if they run into Twisted Minds in the mid game, as we saw all day number 1. But TM is looking for a stronger day number 2. They want to finish not just with a lot of frags, they want that multiplier. We haven't seen a brain yet at the bottom of our lower third. We'll see if they can get a dub here in their first drop.
My biggest concern for Twisted Minds is day 1 was great because they were getting challenged. Yes, they were having to tussle with the muscle of Leviathan, but then you go into today's competition and everybody clears out the harbor side. They now have nobody to slay out, and therefore they've got to readjust. Do they go deeper onto the harbor side? Well, no. They start going up towards living, but they run into some issues. They're forced to retreat back down to factory. When they do get back to factory, again, nobody is there. They've had glimmers of great games when they're blessed by zone. But Twisted Minds is not getting that hot drop activity that they're used to, and they're wasting too much time in factory, and therefore they're not getting the eliminations to elevate themselves up the leaderboard.
Well, yeah, and especially, like you said, when you are at a POI, you have no way to get any eliminations. That forces you outside of your POI, or you have Shifty in your side getting pinched, and that's kind of a thing where Group A did with Falcons, right? Twisted Minds were just getting contested by Shifty too as well at school.
Yeah, I think the thing too is like Virtus Pro was holding them from rotating the bottom side, but FaZe, when they were hot, were holding Twisted Minds from being able to rotate up. And then the other side of that is you don't want to rotate over to Falcons. That's the trouble.
Yeah. Well, and the thing is about Falcons, they now enter the fold once again. Biffle's already been giving Twisted Minds a tough time, and now that they know it's a reality that Twisted Minds can place outside of top 7, go to LCQ, get rid of that Titans of a roster, Falcons might actually focus them because, let's face it, they're already in a great spot. Do they really care about first place? Maybe the ego says yes, but I think there's more value in stopping Twisted Minds for going straight to the finals and forcing them to battle in the LCQ.
You would pull out the scumbaggery right here?
Without a doubt.
100%. I would do the same thing, baby. Let's take a look at where we stand in our competition now. And you called out something so important. From 7th to 11th, it is such a tight race right now.
13 points is all you got, and all those teams are involved as we get into these next handful of games. So this is going to be, I think, a really interesting battleground just to watch from 100 Thieves down to Movistar Koi. That's where I'm really kind of keeping my focus. Outside chance, FaZe Clan, maybe. Again, they would have to win middle of prison and take down teams like Twisted Minds to then rip apart the middle of the map. It's a hard stretch pull, but very well may happen.
Can I get some predictions here, family?
Who makes it?
How many teams are getting knocked out of our current top 7? I look at Inner Circle, and I don't think 169 is safe. 156 for Gentlemates is definitely going to be the first team bopped.
Yeah, 2 for sure. I'm saying 2. I'm saying Inner Circle, Gentlemates, the rest will stay up in there. That gives an opportunity for Rock, Twisted Minds, and others to enter into the top 7.
I think Rock might have a hard time, so we might see a surprise from those teams. Maybe even AG Global, because AG Global is above FaZe, because they had a role switch. So you never know. We might get a shakeup.
We're sorting out one player's controller. When he has it plugged in, the games begin. We're going to a quick break. We come back. The drops continue live in Riyadh.
Welcome back to the Boulevard. We're here with some of the baddest and the best in the game. Twisted Minds. I'm in their headquarters right now. You can't miss it out here on the Boulevard. Fikri, their gorgeous mascot, the great big pink brain creature outside. Come on in. We'll give you a bit of a tour. This team only broke into esports in 2021. Started out as a PUBG mobile team and very, very quickly expanded and exploded across the world of esports, now competing in 19 different games and very quickly amassed quite the trophy cabinet, everything from Mobile Legends Bang Bang to Overwatch. They've also got a wonderful collection of all their jerseys throughout the year and all the various titles they play in. Wonderful place to come hang out. If you're on the Boulevard looking for some fun here, they've got the Twisted Cafe, they've got themselves the Twisted Track, get your racing sim fix on, the gaming center as well, wonderful air conditioning, and a good time for everyone. Can they find success in Warzone though? That's the question. Guys, come on. Do it for Fikri. Please. Here on the Boulevard at the Aramco Sim Arena, and although the Budapest Grand Prix only took place a couple of weeks ago, here in Riyadh, we're going to set an F1 trial of our very own. We're changing the tire. I've got myself Enigma and Dandro. We're going to enjoy ourselves. You ready, boys?
Can't wait. Let's do this. Let's get it on.
Here we go. How are we feeling? 302. We'll take it.
Go, Contract, we'll take it.
It's harder than it looks.
It ain't NASCAR, but we're good.
All right, get us out of here.
It's the Esports World Cup 2025. We're here for Warzone as we are just 2 days away from crowning a champion and handing out a $250,000 check. I'm joined by I Hold Shift, Dream Crazy, and Reflections. And Shift, we're down 6 maps already. We got 3 more drops to go. You've already done one incredible telestration, but I asked you for more. What do you got for me this time? Who are we dialing in on?
Look, Puckett, you're already an Esports Award Lifetime Achiever, but we're just going to add to your Emmy collection here because we're just going to keep throwing segments together. This is actually from earlier today. A versus C was one of the opening groups. So the maps that we have, or the drops that we have that I really want to focus on, Taylor, you were talking a lot about Twisted Minds, right, and how they have been not contested whatsoever. Whereas we'll see what we're going to get out of Falcons this time around, because for Falcons, they like to do a couple of things. If they're going to load in and play inside a stronghold, they're going to be hanging and chilling. And the thing is, what they often like to do is once they get a read on where exactly their contestants are, they're going to try to find a way to open up space in front of them. So things like moving through, whoa, that's not the way it's supposed to work. Let me go here. Yeah, we're learning. Move through living quarters on their way to headquarters, or find a way to play through control, depending on what exactly they find, and also just what is the circle going to do. Because if it ends up being something in the middle of the map, then they're going to want to clear out the space right in front of them, give themselves a bit of a buffer around stronghold. But Taylor, you're absolutely right. This Twisted Minds team is not being contested at all, and they end up getting pinched out by teams all around them, and that's an issue for these guys.
Yeah, without a doubt. Twisted Minds are so used to confrontation. When they don't get it, where do they go? Do they go up to the harbor side? Well, maybe so, but then they end up choosing, I believe in this clip, right, going up towards Living, if I'm not mistaken, which is already going to be hotly contested. Plus, you know the Falcons love to send a player Living.
Well, that's the other thing about it, is that you can kind of see it as it plays through, is like, this Falcons team is not just contesting, they are actually dropping into Living. And you're right, you can kind of see it on the screen right now. Like, Factory is just so open. There's nothing that they could do besides try to feel things out if you're Twisted Minds. So you're sending players in almost every single direction just to try to get kills because literally they're bored.
And it's tough for them, it really is, man, because one of the things about them is they're not necessarily a team that's been thriving off of placement points. They're a team that's been thriving off of eliminations because of their early scuffles. When there's nothing happening, they kind of go haywire. They don't really know where to go, and in this case, you can see how long they're staying in Factory. That's a problem.
Yeah, and I think the other thing about this, and in this lobby in particular, Team Vision is in the mix. They're the ones sitting up top of headquarters right here, I believe. So that's another issue where it's just like you don't know exactly where to go. And I think the thing about this team and Falcons and what we see them when they find big kills is that they're doing this, where you have Hisoka who just hangs out in the back. Right. Everyone else just goes and challenges where they feel like a third-party action is because they've got an advanced UAV more often than not.
Exactly. And I mean, Hisoka's going to stay alive. You can always count on him to do so. But I mean, when he needs to go out and get kills, he'll do it too.
Yeah. So it's interesting because I think in terms of like how Falcons play the map right now, you see Virtus Pro trying to do the same thing, but on the other side of the island, where they're just anchoring over Chem and then they're rotating from POI to POI. Right. But for Falcons, it's we've got our base of operations. No one's going to challenge our anchor. Let's go third party, and then eventually when the circle gets to late game, we can go and find the high ground win.
I found a very special guest roaming around, and I forced him to come join us on the stage. We're going to share our microphone here. Dandro, I wanted to start some beef because I was following the chat, and we've been hyping up APAC. The Australians think they're as good as North Americans.
Uh-oh.
The Europeans think they're better than North Americans. Can you tell me right now your honest opinion? Who is the strongest region, and what is the difference between each?
I'm glad you picked me for this and not Enigma.
Without a doubt.
I'm glad you picked me because, see, here, Enigma would love to sit up here and tell you that EU is just absolutely, we can hold our own. The fact of the matter is, it's just not even close. Listen, Mr. Chris Puckett here is Call of Duty history from the beginning, and COD's a North American esport, right? It's in our blood, it's in our veins, it's in our history, it's in our bones even. And so North America, I think the reality is we have more competition, we have more tournaments, it's just more reps. And that's not to shade EU at all, right? They just don't have the same opportunity, I think, as North America do. So when you look at it, like, yeah, EU, I think, has probably like 3 or 4 very, very talented teams. The reality is that, like, sometimes it's like the top 30% of North America is even better than some of like the mid-pack of EU. I will give some credit though, because I think this is the first year we've seen some real competition come out of our expansion regions, right? So it's someone like Inner Circle, who they even said themselves, like, our qualifier was a Mickey Mouse qualifier, right? It's like, okay, well, the fact that you're able to come into a lobby like this, you traveled 14 hours to get here and still managed to put up the numbers that you do is impressive, right? Over some of the teams from North America that we know and love who are kind of not doing great right now.
So with that said, can we go back to our standings? And I want to highlight some Europeans that need to be called out here, chat, because we had high expectations for AGAL. We had high expectations for Movie Star Koi. We had high expectations for huge squads like Gentlemates coming in. I feel like the Latin American teams are outperforming Europeans. Am I wrong?
Well, Movie Star Koi is the Latin American team.
Right, that's what I'm saying. They're playing for Mexico.
Yeah.
They're doing way better. We'll see if they keep going. And we just got a 5th microphone. The production is growing. I'm loving it here.
What I was going to say, though, about all gamers, maybe we can start the catchphrase, those guys are streamers, not beamers.
Oh. And what's the catchphrase for Fnatic? Same jerseys, different team?
Same jerseys, worse results. I think that's kind of what it is at the end of the day. I don't
recruit better. I don't know.
Wow.
What to say? I don't know.
You're bringing out the spiciness.
I really joined the desk and everything just goes to hell. I think with the Fnatic roster, the one thing that's really interesting to me is like obviously we had a last minute swap out with a team coming on in, right? Where that team that got swapped out was landing was that ammo shack side, right? And they were kind of controlling. They actually would do a really good job of sort of keeping the control center teams at bay, keeping the bioweapons teams at bay, and they wouldn't really let anybody rotate through their area. We don't really see that as much this year, which is surprising because this Fnatic roster played last year underneath Vitality, and that's exactly what they were doing, is they just held that line. So now it just feels like I'm like, okay, why didn't you kind of go back to your strategy, knowing that this year there's a lot more control teams, there's a lot more bio teams, and you might be able to sort of kind of flex out of your POI and pick up some kills.
I wonder if there's a level, though, of like, after we saw the top 3 teams from last year, DWC kind of play like a 1-person anchors, 2-go frag, if everyone's trying to replicate that, and reasons why like Inner Circle are doing well because they're like, we don't care. Like we even heard Na'Vi say like they don't play the game right and no one knows how to deal with it.
It's something even
death ball.
Literally the death ball.
Yeah,
it was
for
something
real.
I talked to Huskers last year about it because that team, they didn't do great, and he was just saying like, we were trying to play 2-1 through all the first 2 days, and then it wasn't until we basically moved to death ball that we actually started getting points. And so it's kind of weird, and that was something I was very curious about. I was like, for these first 2 days, we were going to see a lot of 2-1, but then at what point do we see teams start to just morph into that death ball and start roaming as 3? And with teams like Inner Circle finding a lot of success, maybe they'll do it.
But Coach was telling me, maybe you heard the same thing, that I guess the narrative yesterday was teams needed to come out really, really hot and just slay out as much as possible. But now I guess the narrative for day 2 is kind of slow things down. They don't necessarily need to be as slay heavy as they once thought they needed to be.
I don't know if it's necessarily you have to be as slay heavy, because like playing like I know we call it the death ball, but it's also about like just increasing your chances, I think, of staying alive. Because I think teams are now, what they're realizing is that even like Falcons, for example, if you go back and watch some of the maps from yesterday, it's Soka just by himself, his stronghold. All it takes is one team to realize like we can just late float out a plane and triple land on Soka, and all of a sudden Falcons are now in a blender.
I will say we saw Visual kind of get taken out earlier by the Falcon squad as soon as they spotted FIFA up top. They're like, okay, we got to go after this one. I don't think I've seen Virtus Pro sitting back. I don't ever see one man who's out of the mix. And if he was, he's always in a transition once the team fight starts. Is there a difference in communication across our top squads right now? Does anyone have an advantage in this tournament?
I wouldn't say it's like is it a difference in communication? I wouldn't necessarily say that. I do think it is a little bit of a difference in play styles, right? Because a lot of these teams are coming off the back of just being so big map brained, right? That Rebirth Island, it's almost like you have to shut off the brain and just full sprint at people. And some teams I think are actually legitimately having to struggle with that. And so first teams like 100 Thieves and Virtus Pro and a couple of our other top squads, they had a specific strategy for Rebirth Island to be able to move on in. So
Dandro, you are killing it this week, and it is a pleasure to have you joining us. Unfortunately, the podcast has to come to an end because the players want to play video games. Ladies and gentlemen, let's head back to the Kadia Arena for another round of drops.
Woohoo! All right. Hey, congratulations, analysts. That was a great segment all the way through.
As an EU man, it was not a great segment. I hated it.
Well, our game is about to get started. We appreciate everybody at home for your patience. We were talking a lot here in the booth. We had a lot of time as well. And one thing we noticed was that 5 of the top 7 teams as of current are done for the day. And like Alan talked about, it's a great shout. 7th all the way down to 11th are very close. 8th through 11th are a spread of 4 points. All of those teams jockeying for position with each other and the teams that are done for the day in the top 7. There is a lot of folks that are going to shift on this leaderboard in these next 3.
I mean, we were having the conversation on the desk about there being 2 teams in particular in a little bit of trouble here. But for me, honestly, you're going to have Thieves in that conversation. They still need to play out. They still need to play well. If the teams around them, or also just beneath them, have a few good games, they get in that conversation of being outside of the top 7. Team Vision of the other team, they will be unfortunate right now sitting at 184, but they can be caught.
Absolutely.
It will be difficult.
Absolutely. Well, welcome back, Group A. Group A versus Group B. We're getting started. It's the first game of this series, 3 total to play, and that will end our group stages. 14 teams being relegated, 7 being promoted to the finals to skip LCQ. Let's get into it. The first zone ton. Woo! We're headed back to the south. We're headed back to the Falcons. We're headed back to Stronghold.
And I think with some of these drops that are coming in, the POIs that we are seeing, if you're looking towards it, that's a team gone already. Are you kidding me? How is a team literally already been eliminated? Are we down to... My goodness, I didn't even see who went out.
I believe that was Team 14. That's going to be 9Z Globin out immediately.
Oh, well.
I want to say it was on the hands of Robstar. They might have dropped together. And speaking of the death ball, it's a high-risk, high-reward scenario. Yes, you could stay alive with all 3, but if you play together, you could be wiped together, and you could be out before that timer ends.
And I wanted to kind of make a point about the positioning of Twisted Minds. We'll get there in the end. But for me, that is for some of the teams who are trying to catch up into that top 7. That team dropping out immediately is a disadvantage. That's less bodies on the map that you can start to farm. And for some of these teams, you can see on the right-hand side, ROC, Twisted Minds, CT, Movistar Koi, all in this game alongside 100 Thieves. They need to guarantee themselves here about 50 points over 3 games.
Yeah, it's a great shout. Definitely mathematical possible. Mathematically difficult, but definitely possible. So we swing over to a couple of the key fights. Obviously the fight for control, this time a little bit slower between 100 Thieves and Movistar Koi. Inside of Prison, that's going to be FaZe versus CT. You heard it in the interview. Both of those 2 fights are going to be going on for a while, but they're important ones. The trading of blows yet again. A couple folks maybe lurking to get involved in third party. Novo is not playing right now, so you will not see that third party push from the boat. You will see this fight over and over and over again. And like you said, 100 Thieves, not 100% safe, especially if they lose this fight. Here we go. Blast swings through and decides not to take shots. Instead, finds another angle. The Skullface gets cut down. Netodds, Volcom, they're backing each other up here, playing this nice and slow. It's a slow play, and the only team close by is VKA coming from boat. They have replaced Novo on boat to potentially third party.
Just have a look at Twisted Minds here. From the start of the game, they got Factory for free. Nobody over towards Harbour. Chemical Engineering only partially occupied. They may have moved up all the way over towards Headquarters, so keep an eye on that as things do continue. But fights are going on here. Here's Biffle will find 1 of 100 Thieves. Netodds trying to get in amongst the action as well. 3 different teams fighting, and who comes out on top? It is of no surprise to see Biffle and Shifty.
You heard it in the interview with 100 Thieves. You heard it from Alan in the Telestrator segment. 100 Thieves is in trouble when the Falcons come swinging up to control. It happens all the time. They either go living quarters or they go control, and they found control and they found several kills. However, Volcom's actually traded one out in the smoke. Does finally get cut down, but at least trading Biffle out means that control is not entirely given to the Falcons. It's actually likely going to be this Team 13 Kazu that comes swinging in, VKA.
And for all that, we feel like it's been a little bit of a slow start to the game from our POV. 2 teams already dropping. Fnatic out again. That flash in the pan of map number 1 of the entire tournament truly was a flash in the pan. Had a stinker of a time since then. Really are sitting towards the bottom end of things. Will not be making it into the finals at the first time of asking. LCQ does beckon, as does the, well, second circle, which is coming in 35 seconds.
Well, an interesting note here, by the way, obviously you can see inside of Prison, Rock still here in Prison as per the usual. On the other side, CT fighting Prison as per usual. FaZe not here. FaZe is like to play the north side. Jawad comes in thinking Prison's free. It definitely wasn't. CT's been here since the beginning. They're going to trade blows. Rock finding the other angle. Twisted Minds. Ford down in Factory says, can I get into it? Oh, guess what? There's another team. Prison, always a blender. This time even more so than usual.
And another team who's actually made their way there very, very quickly is Twisted Minds. They seen the fact that it was very quiet down to Factory. They don't need to get moving. 136 points. As mentioned, they need to continue. Another team is gone now. Squad number 10. That, of course, is Movistar Koi. They need to have themselves a very, very good game. Another team who need to have another good game is Twisted Minds. Let's go for a listen in with a squad.
Weak, get him. Cracked. Dead. Nice. Oh, they're both living. We're good. Okay.
Let's fucking go, baby. Keep cooking, Aiden.
Yep. I'm gonna grab your guns now, Smith.
Yeah, you're good. Ben, give me my money. I had an 8 attachment too.
Yeah, well. Yeah, okay.
I dropped you my money, Ben.
Okay.
I could grab you, Ghost, if you need it. Wait, oh, no, somewhere. I hear him. Yeah, metal roof. Low. The buy. On your loot. Buy 1 Ready, knocked.
Oh, I got knocked.
Yeah, one.
Basement. Hold up.
No, I'm coming.
Stay up.
Right. He's running.
Come on.
Rest him.
Still near the bike too.
Yeah, I'm going to hold your stairs.
I have a plate box.
Yeah, one's gonna go to the boat probably.
Plate box, man. Plates. Yeah, heard.
Yeah, he's on the boat. He's on Crater boat. Crater boat. I can't tell. He's pinging over there. Yeah,
I need loot. Could someone help me work down? Yeah, low. Let's go.
Hold on, let me try to ping his teammate. His teammate's still deep side right, on the right somewhere. I'm gonna try to get a UE.
Top boat. I hear him basement, I think, again.
I'm coming. I'm going UE, I'm getting UE. He's not ghosted, here. I'm good.
Yeah, basement.
I'm with you. I'm stacking his teammates.
I only have an AR. I'm holding right. He slid out.
Twisted Minds elite comms, but a bit frantic trying to track down this FaZe roster. The FaZe roster has come all the way down the east side of the map, and it found another angle. Clumsy swings up, picks up another one of the Twisted Minds. They are on their heels right now, Ton.
Doing a really good job finding the kills where they need to, but Fnatic are very much here, and there's another team who may well get involved here as well. We're looking at EVOS Esports. Might think about getting in the mix. They need some points big time. You can already see Aiden's going to get picked up there. The fights will continue. Twisted Mind surviving for the most part, as do Fnatic. Another fight, actually, I just kind of want to point out as we were watching things kind of unveil through there. Over towards the boat on the dock side of the map. There's a lot of teams doing quite well over towards that. VKA have been lighting it up, and Control is where a lot is going down as well. Let's see how they can do over towards this side. Gabe can't now find it. VTAT again. VK need to have some good games here, extremely good games if they want a chance. 114, I mean, you're talking a 30-point average over these next 3 games. Might give them a chance.
Well, if anything, they're playing spoiler to 100 Thieves, who absolutely need these points. Imkoi being out is huge for them. Another team that's breathing down their neck, literally in this map and on the leaderboard. Rock, obviously right there on the bubble, was 8th showing going into this. Likely a team that will go directly to finals if they have a couple decent games. So far, so good for them, winning out for the most part on this side of Prison. They're going to swing up over towards EVOS.
Blast. Finding a couple of different ones there, sorry. Shifty finding his way through. Blast finding 2 kills, though. Over towards Control Center, but who is sweeping in? It is going to be Falcons, but over towards this, ROC. Find some more kills. And that's another shutdown. And just about cleared factory there. So Twisted Minds come out the better end of that one. But we were just talking about our team and VKA, who are having such a good game. They get themselves wiped.
Yeah, I don't think they can really threaten for finals. They absolutely could play spoiler. But not in this map because the Falcons have taken them out. Taken over Control as per the usual. We saw a quick look at that map. You see the Falcons have control over the west side of the map right now at Control. Everybody else is going to be on that southeastern side, except for this final fight here in Prison. And you can hardly even call this a fight. Rock Esports have won out on the entirety of Prison, which is a massive feat for them and likely will put them well within the top 7 after this map.
And I think their only problem is they don't know how much room they have at Prison right now. We can see in the top left corner, Prison is entirely dead. They are literally the only ones there remaining right now. They can loot themselves up, but look at the concentration. I know you guys can't see the map, but over towards Living Quarter, 1, 2, 3, 4 different teams in and around that area. Things could get spicy in just around 20 seconds when this circle does eventually start to tighten up.
Oh, classic Robstar said that he wanted the tower, and he'll have the tower regardless of where they're at on the leaderboard. Here's the fight in Living Quarters you were talking about. Shifty's found an angle. Anxiety has nowhere to go except for back to the lobby, potentially. Scythe in trouble by himself, waiting on Biffle to come for the cleanup. He's actually going to throw down some covering fire, trying to grab a wallbang, sure, but also cover the footsteps of Biffle, tracking down his quarry. Unfortunately, Biffle gets tagged up from behind. That's actually going to be Leviathan that's behind them, tagging up Biffle. They swing back. Leviathan now flanked by flanked. FaZe coming in the right side. Falcons have to back up and can't clean up 5 Fears. A little bit of breath of fresh air for Scythe to stay alive.
Oh, good shots coming in from Shifty. Biffle there to back it up as well. They've just about managed to squeeze out of what was a very awkward situation. What can Lev do here? Shifty will find Decky. Lays the next on the chopping block. Incoming is Shifty. Lays will do very well to get out of this one. There you go. Squad 3 gone, done, dusted. For game number 1 of this section, Leviathan out again.
Take a look at their positioning. Again, got control now over the southeast. potentially a couple teams could threaten them, but Twisted Minds are still on this map, and that is a crucial point for them. CT on the other side, weak and not a lot of kills. Reminder, CT lost out in prison. They've been in the regame blender yet again, yet somehow, some way, they've been able to stay alive and make it to the top 10. We're down to 7. Here's the new zone. Yes, we see EVOS in the power position in headquarters. The question is, will it really matter when the Falcons are wiping this entire lobby? Twisted Minds need to get active, and they're able to. CT, done, dusted, sent to the lobby, looking for top 5. This is the Twisted Minds we've been waiting for, folks. There's only one team that can threaten them. It's Rock Esports from prison, but Twisted Minds is getting out of Dodge.
Yeah, they got the hell out. Rock considered it for a second, but I think for them, they will see themselves in that power position over towards top prison. They are safe in next circle. No need for them to take any unnecessary risks, especially when you're seeing the kill feed light up. And it's Falcons doing the business again. 6 teams remaining, Shifty on 9. The game slows down for just a second. Teams trying to establish, well, everybody pretty much inside of the circle right now. May well just have a little bit of a breather for the next 4.
Yeah, I mean, this is probably one of the fastest maps we've seen in terms of teams getting eliminated. Only 6 teams alive. Circle 4 hasn't even started closing yet. I mean, we've got a ton of game left in theory. That's why there's so much open space. The teams have won out in their areas, and they're going to stay patient. You shouldn't see anybody fall here. I will tip my hat to this EVOS team. Again, I don't think they can climb the leaderboard to a dramatic number, but Robstar's on 7, showing that, hey, we can play out of HQ when we finally win it. We do see 5 Fears eventually wiped by Twisted Minds.
8 seconds until that circle does tighten up. We're about to see it come in, and this will dictate which way the game's going to go. You'll see it on the top left of your screens. I'll see it on my big one. My goodness me, living quarters, we are on our way. Everybody who thought they had the power position, you're thinking of Rock on top prison. You're thinking of EVOS in headquarters. You have got a gauntlet to run if you just want to survive.
Yeah, we are touching a piece of factory and then a piece of living quarters. Technically, it does look like our team in green here, FaZe. They could play on the low side and be patient and hope to get that moving zone, but you're right, definitely a power position here for the Falcons. And this Rock Esports team's gonna have to rotate through Twisted Minds, and Twisted Minds knows it. They spotted each other earlier, and they've got a nice hold.
Yeah, Walls is gonna get taken down. You need to start making a move here if you're Rock. You in a sweet position. Now all of a sudden it's a foot race just to get through Factory, and who's gonna come out the right end of it? Twisted Minds are here, and they both need a very, very good game. Reminder, both these two teams are just on the outskirts of that top 7 fight. Can they find a way through? Is it going to be Almond and Boys, or is it going to be Vision Prodigy lighting up Almond, lighting up Aiden, and they just about clean house. 1 player remaining, Smith, and he runs away with his tail between his legs. ROC, we're in prime position. They get out of dodge with that one as well, but who's going to be there, ready and waiting? It's going to be Falcons, it's going to be Fnatic. This is about to get juicy.
There is no placement to play for besides the win, so Smith's just going to look for a couple picks here. He knows those are going to be worth 1.4x. It's a big moment for them. Smith doesn't have a ton of kills, but his team does. That's 4,000 damage, 1 kill. They've got a lot of kills between them. Twisted Minds has done a lot for the team. They've done a lot for the leaderboard, and all of a sudden we're about to see a big fight between FaZe and Rock Esports.
Yeah, the numbers are not there for the side of Rock, but can they get the better of it? Not going to happen. FaZe holding the angle, a tight one at that inside of the building, but now the team's going to start to converge because the circle is going to move. Who's the one who's going to come out on top? Well, who would have thought it? Hisoka drops the bombs, and there goes Smith as well. The Falcons starting this up.
FaZe versus the Falcons in our first game of this matchup today. Who would have thunk it? The team at the top and a team that was deep inside the bubble, deep down our leaderboard, who desperately needs this 1.6. The Falcons are playing for ego. The FaZe are playing for the finals.
FaZe need a good game. They absolutely could do with closing this one. That extra multiplier will help. They're not out of touching distance yet. They need a good few games. It is still doable. But if they really want their dreams to come true, they need to find something here. And I tell you something here, though, Coach, it is not a nice position to be in. A little bit of a scout going to go down. But this fight is far from easy from the side of FaZe.
It's the last zone. It's just going to shrink out into the open. Again, usually we say high ground and advantage. In this case, I actually like this low ground position. Falcons without resources will have to jump down. Likely have a few gas masks to work with. Going to smoke and drop and potentially just barrel stuff each other and pray that the bullets hit. See what Fnatic's able to do. There's the push. We trade 1 for 1. Biffle on the wide angle, gas mask in hand. No actually ticking. No gas mask finds the angle. They pinch, they execute. The Falcons at this point, inevitable.
Truly, it does feel that way. The crowd getting behind Falcons as you would expect here in Riyadh. Incredible work once again. And when it comes down to those end games, it does feel like an inevitability. the positioning, the kills, utility usage, the way that they set up so wide in those areas. You think gas play, they are deep, far away. You don't even expect it. There's nothing you can do when they get you in your sight, in their sights. Falcons, another win on the board. That might be number 4 or 5 at this stage.
It's a communication diff, man. This team is so good because they have the chemistry. They've got the communication, like you said, a perfect setup. To send Biffle out in the wide angle, you know that FaZe doesn't have enough time in that zone to play for anything. Folks, you're not going to want to miss this game 2 right around the corner after a short break.
From first floor. They're under me. They're under me. They're on the railing. They're not on the railing.
Sit, bro. Someone's going to this fucking sit. I want to double with Soka. Go for it. Go for it.
We should play ourselves too. We should play ourselves, by the way. They're under me. They're first floor. They are first floor right now.
Someone tick to right. Someone tick to right. He doesn't have a gassy.
I got PA,
I jumped down a little bit.
Look at your radar.
In the zone, I got hit by PA.
Knocked one. Playing myself, hold on. Watch out,
nice.
Fuck go, baby. Hold on.
Hey, don't fucking tell me. You're fucking shit. You're fucking shit. Let's go, baby. Hey, come on. Hey, G. Good shit, baby. Come on, baby.
Calling them a bunch of dogs is rude. We're going to see what's going to happen here with them Falcons as they continue to soar in the Kadia Arena. And you heard Tun say, this is like their 5th win. It's actually just their 3rd. But it feels like it every single time because they're constantly in the kill feed.
Well, it's also, because they're constantly in the kill feed, every win feels like 2 wins of any other teams right now.
Yeah.
So, we can go ahead and give Ton a little bit of European maths right there.
Well,
get the 2 times.
It was also Ton saying they wouldn't even make it top 3, and they would have to go to LCQ.
He
So
would
Tun-
shave his mustache if they won the tournament, though, he said.
Oh, did he actually say that?
No, but I just said it on air, so it's true. Okay.
Yeah.
Dream crazy. Let's talk about this game, though.
I was going to say, I guess this is a perfect time to say that D'Angelo let me know, speaking to the Falcons management, that the boys are on like a strict electrolyte water regimen.
Okay.
Like, down to the T, you guys. And hey, it's showing.
Overhydrating is a thing. You just deplete yourself of all of the minerals required to get your kidneys functioning happily. These guys are dialed in. Well done. Outside of maintaining their hydration, the Falcons are maintaining control on top. How are they doing it?
Yeah, they're doing a great job. One of the things that we kind of question is, how do you beat the Falcons? Well, one of the solutions, potentially challenging Hisoka as the anchor player. Well, Movie Star Koi gave it their best shot, consistently going to Stronghold, challenging Hisoka. At one point, I thought they were making a breakthrough. Nah, Shifty then joins into the mix. Movie Star Koi get eliminated in 12th place. A team that's trying to break into top 7, trying to challenge Hisoka and Falcons, probably not the smartest decision.
I was excited for Leviathan. We heard Lazy Day 1 was going to be going after these Falcons guys. We saw Shifty and Biffle taking 2-on-3s. Lazy was shooting them in the back. Flanked on a different team was shooting them in the back. They dealt with both squads. How do you continue to position yourself so well in those micro moments?
I think it's a lot of just how Shifty and Biffle play off of one another in the first place. Who can get in there first, and if there is damage, then I'm going to commit, follow up, and we'll take the 2v3. If the entryman doesn't find the success that they want, they'll back off, and they'll reset, and then they'll take the fight on their terms the next time around. Excuse me. Yep. I've got the hiccups so flippin' bad.
It's the code red here.
It's something here.
Lack of electrolytes, too.
While we take a look here at the standings, go ahead and sip some water, drink crazy. Let's break down where we're at with the Falcons in charge. Don't worry, Dad's got you, Alan. We got the Falcons still on top of this game. Another 36.8 performance. It's not their best, but it's within their top 5.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And I mean, we were talking about it, Taylor. We thought Twisted Minds was doing a little bit of farming onto FaZe Clan, but they definitely performed a lot better than what we thought. And that's credits to, of course, a little bit of a repositioning from their prison drop. They were going bio, and they pushed Twisted Minds really fast.
We needed to see FaZe Clan have a better game. They're up 20 points here. Rock Esports, nearly 19 of their own. Those are some squads to look out for. FaZe, though, is it too little, too late?
I don't think so, no. For FaZe, they're looking pretty decently well as far as I'm concerned. They do drop down
They're
to
at 135 points, right?
They are at 135, but they've got 2 more games, and something tells me that they are going to move up. I mean, CT Gaming kind of been hit and miss. Movie Star Koi challenging Hisoka, dropping the ball early on. I'm just not feeling it for FaZe Clan. I think they are going to be okay, even though it looks scary at the moment.
And, of course, we had to keep our eyes on Movie Star. They got shut down. They tried to go after the Falcons. Don't do that with your remaining 2 drops, right?
No, definitely don't. You just need to try to put yourself in a spot to get a high placement with solid kills, and there is still obviously a window to crack right above that Gentlemate's position at 156. So yeah, you're looking for 20 points or so for both FaZe and Movie Star Koi. Definitely doable in the next 2 drops. I think it just comes down to the other teams between them and Gentlemates like CT Gaming.
Okay, Ellen, before we get into this next one, I wanted to ask you about buys. That's the one thing we don't really see from the Codcaster perspective. What are they purchasing? Everyone's using UAVs, right? But what else do you purchase as the game goes on and you rack up more money?
Well, especially for those late game moments, we heard, I think, a player call it out, streaks, right?
Yep.
End game
Precisions are
moments,
coming in.
precisions, obviously cluster strikes, maybe a self-revive, because you never know in those late game moments how that can, maybe help you in a heal off, right? Which we saw Sage yesterday. So when it comes to buying, or of course your teammate, cash is king. As far as Falcons, right? They always have cash, and that's what some of these teams are trying to replicate.
Look out for bombs from the sky. We have 2 more games coming in live from the Kadia Arena as we send it back over to the casters.
Alrighty, well, a great breakdown of another great game from the Falcons, but I gotta say, that leaderboard looks scary for some of these teams. We still have a total of 5 teams that are done for the day inside the top 7s, but there were some shuffling around there. Twisted Minds had breached into the top 7. Good on them, a big map from them. The rest of this leaderboard still insanely tight with FaZe, just kind of getting into striking distance. Not done yet. They got to do it again, probably 2 more times.
This is what FaZe did there, Thieves did not, right? I mean, we've seen Thieves really have a miserable time there, barely getting a point to their name. And that puts them even further into the conversation. Yes, okay, they're sitting towards the top side of our remaining teams right now. We'll flick through that leaderboard as time does go on. There are only 2 games remaining to see who is going to manage to make it. Gentlemates, for me, are done. They will undoubtedly get surpassed. But you look at it in a circle, Team Vision, they will be counting on someone like Gamax, Fnatic, Leviathan to actually have a good game. They need some teams like that towards that bottom side to come out and have a stormer if they want a chance to stay in right now, because the points are only going in one direction, and that's the teams who are just outside the top 7.
Well, I gotta say, I mean, it must be an ego play. The Falcons want to be the top of all group stages. They still have to take down Virtus Pro with about 29 or so points combined in the next 2 games. Well within reach for that team that just dropped well over 30 points with that win. But because the Falcons are maybe playing for a group stage win, they are soaking up a lot of points that some of these other teams need. So I don't know if the slaying power from the Falcons is helping teams or hurting them, but we only have 2 more maps to find out here, Ton, and we are dropping into our penultimate map of the day.
Well, here we go. We're going to be starting to make another hefty circle over towards Bioweapons, Chemical Engineering. It's cutting off headquarters, factory, living quarters, stronghold, and control, about half of it. This is a heavy northeast map. Gentlemates would probably be screaming for something like this right now. Unfortunately for them, they've got to sit and watch to see if they could somehow survive. I just don't feel like it's going to happen. But we're into the game. Teams go into their regular spots for the most part. Big fights over Prison, though, and that's going to be a nice one for a lot of teams to keep an eye out on. But for the side of Falcons, it's going to be a farm up, see what they can do through Stronghold. They'll start making the move shot.
Yeah, as we watch Rock Esports, see where they are on the leaderboard. They're in 8th currently, but only a point behind Gentlemates, who are done. So Rock Esports most likely making it inside the top 7, pinning the teams behind them. Watch out for some of those fights. Now, a big shift here, 100 Thieves. This is the story. 100 Thieves has been struggling. What do they do when they see an extremely northeastern zone? They drop Bio, completely shifting this map on its head, and said, fine, Imkoy, you've kind of chalked your own game. You've also chalked ours. We don't want to deal with the Falcons. We're playing opposite side of the map.
And the team they're going up against is a team who've been here for what feels like the majority of the day in Fnatic. They are a team who've struggled over the entirety, let's be honest, and they've struggled over towards Bioweapons. It has not necessarily been a good playground for them, and now they have got a team like 100 Thieves to try and deal with. It is a tall order to see what Fnatic can do.
Yeah, the other shift, by the way, it happened last map as well. You were wondering probably where FaZe was landing. Chemical is wide open, so FaZe has landed at Chemical. They will likely be the first team that interacts with that Fnatic and 100 Thieves fight up in Bio if FaZe decides to leave. However, this zone won't necessarily pull to the submarine like it did last time we saw this one. It could pull to the Kim side. I bet they stay patient while we watch this fight here in Prison.
There we go. Twisted Minds get themselves inside of Prison pretty early. You can already see one player already drop back, making sure that this aggression isn't going to be, well, necessarily punished too much. But here we go. Padzuka, can he find much? Yeah, he's already found 2 kills to his name. But Thieves will find the break. Fnatic Sanka sticking over towards the sub, and we'll keep things going here. But yeah, getting interested on not just Fnatic, but FaZe Clan, who have come to join the party.
I thought they for sure would be patient, but I guess when you look at the leaderboard, you know you can't be. You got to get active. 100 Thieves, a team ahead of you on the leaderboard. You're sending 2 out, and they're right. There is no one over at Kim. They can keep their anchor over there. This is reminiscent of the Falcons' play style. Keep one slow, send the other 2 out. J-Tech picking up several, and now Blast on the run.
Blast alive momentarily. Should be pretty short here if he can continue to survive. Falls and wipes. falls and wipe. Let's see, did anybody actually spawn up on the map for team number 8? I'm looking. I can't see a goddamn thing. 100 Thieves out. Another miserable game. They are in big trouble.
I thought it was such a good play to come up here, and I think it was Fighting Fnatic, who are now getting wiped by FaZe. FaZe is flipping this map on its head. FaZe has gotten risky, and it is paying off. They flipped the coin, it landed heads, and now they're on top. This is unreal.
Those kills coming in against 100 Thieves are worth their weight in gold. That wipes an opposition out. Thieves are outside of the top 7, will still be outside of the top 7, and FaZe Clan can close that gap a significant amount. Fight starting to go on, of course, over towards the other side of the map. Living Quarters is going to start to get a little bit mixy here, actually. 30 seconds, the circle is closing. There are 3 or 4 different teams still outside the circle.
Again, northeastern zone. That means the Falcons get on the move very quickly. All 3 of the Falcons, by the way. This is the zone that they struggled with, the only map that the Falcons have struggled with, and they might struggle again, especially getting pinched here for Twisted Minds. Z-Smith's going to come down from on high. They're going to try to wipe this entire team if they can get a handle on them. Question is, have they found out where Shifty is deep inside the zone? Could he sneak in late and potentially play spoiler? I doubt it.
Shifty's the last one momentarily. Biffle will find himself coming back up. They did find Hisoka. Shifty now can get a little bit active. Can he find anything on the way out? Armor will first to drop. Smith will be there for the trades, but the reach out comes through. You manage to get yourselves back up and running if you're Falcons, if only just by the hair on your chin. But look at what's going on over towards this side as well. Teams fighting all across the top of prison. Top of the prison now belongs to EVOS Esports.
EVOS getting a little mixy here in the last 3 games. They say, don't worry, you might see us in LCQs, but we're going to go out with a bang regardless of this leaderboard. By the way, off screen, what you missed, Rock Esports, also one of the teams that are out. Of course, they were in a pretty good position on the leaderboard, but dropping a map like this, 100 Thieves dropping a map like this, there is still a lot of breathing room going into this last map. This leaderboard is going to be wide open going into the final one, pending the way this one ends. So let's get into it. Falcons, again, regain Blender, however, still alive. This is the one zone that has caused them a bit of concern as Almond's trying to hold, potentially find out where Hisoka is and hold this team.
Another team you want to speak of how this is all played out with and how this is good for is got to be TM, especially if you're finding those gunfights of your Almond. You'll take your second of this map, no problem against Hisoka. But at this stage, yeah, for TM, they're a team sitting in that top 7. Teams just below them, dropping out like flies. I mean, what, we've lost 3 teams? 3 of them all in contention for that top 7.
Yeah, 5 Fears moved over to the harbor side, now holding Twisted Minds. The gunshots in the sky with a signal flare that they have an opportunity to play edge of zone. And unfortunately, it does look like the CT squad has lost only a couple plates overall, winning the fight over here in ammo. But again, CT within striking distance, with the 2 teams ahead of them down, CT can make a play for the top 7 right now rather than the last map, especially if they can sniff out the rest of these lurking players from Leviathan who drop here.
We'll be starting a little bit of trouble here. Actually, 1 player remaining will just about get out. So teams who are really on this bubble are not having a good time, but some teams that have to be a team like FaZe. They were way out of the conversation and are talking very loudly right now. They are well and truly being talked about throughout everybody else. When we get into segments, they will be in and amongst it if this game keeps playing out the way it has done.
Okay, off screen, take a look at this. Now on screen, J-Tech flank both sides of this team of 3 being chowed right now. 5 Fears takes out the anchor. On the other side, it's Pat Zuka and Fnatic who have pushed out the remaining players of FaZe. Luckily, 1 player in the air floating. FaZe is not out of this map, but they are in a blender right now.
It's going to be a hard regen from where you are as well. A lot of teams in and around them. We'll keep an eye on how things are going there. 5 Fears, though, they were a team who surprised us towards the latter stages of yesterday. Okay, yeah, they're not really going to be anywhere near you would like to think. It'll take something quite spectacular to get themselves up into that point where they can put themselves in that final day. But looking over towards the transition, we can see TM starting to make their way through Harbor. We're on board now with Falcons, who have had to stack together just a little bit. It has been a case of fighting with their backs up against the wall. And they've come out swinging. Not necessarily too many kills, but they are surviving.
Well, you ask Amex, maybe step up for some of our other teams to give some breathing room on the leaderboard. And so far, I think I just saw T-Nex pick up 3. They're kind of in a blender as well, split, but we're finding kills together inside of prison. Sukra doing a lot of the same, but on screen, the Falcons lying in wait, playing this prison side. Now, if I'm the Falcons, I'm playing for a win. I want to prepare for the finals. I've already made it there. They want to continue to prove that they are the best team here, and they want to make sure that they can practice whenever they can of getting a win. But unfortunately on the rotation, it looks like CT has another plan in mind, which is pick off Shifty and make their lives a little bit more difficult.
Yeah, Resolve was all on his own there over towards top water tower. His team are actually down towards the dock side of things and are trying to continue to survive as well, but they do catch Falcons off guard. Fights going on here still over towards bioweapons, and it still is the regular customers over towards this side of the map.
Yeah, the only new customer is going to be that Movistar Koi, who's come all the way up from Control. We lost
Falcons
two
are going,
members.
Falcons are going.
They regained, and you're right, Falcons swinging all the way to Bio. You see one remainder in Industrials while this fight's happening on your screen. A big fight for CT, because this is one of the teams on the bubble looking for a play. Pick up one who gets a buy, but Aizen, they cannot stabilize. That VKA squad is in trouble.
A lot of kills going down. Not many teams dropping. It's getting very mixy over towards Bio. You can see two teams actually making their way up from Chemical, but here we go. Inside of Bio, as Netox cannot find the second. Hisoka is there for the trade. Teammate alongside of him, but there are a couple of other teams who probably want to get into this mix. 5PS, not too far away, looking to try and hold over towards where Falcons are. Biffle finds Padzuka. Fnatic finding themselves in a little bit of a bad situation. Clubs are going to have to drop in here for the side of FaZe. They need to continue to survive, and they've dropped straight into the Lion's Den. Falcons are very much here.
Biotin getting wiped almost off screen by Evos. They picked up several. JTech is on 8 kills, so the FaZe team does put up a decent amount of points this game, even if they don't even make top 10. You say top 10? Yeah, we still have 11 teams alive. This one playing a lot slower than the last. Shifty into the mix. They've taken over Bio. Clumsy trying to find an angle to get in. The door only open for a moment as several teams are in the area. Zakar goes down. The Falcons maintain control over Bio, and Fnatic is holding on for their dear life on top.
Yeah, FaZe are a team who are in the water trying to survive, and there actually seems to be a pistol fight going on. I believe that's VK actually getting in amongst it. We'll keep an eye on how that one's going to go, because if FaZe go out, this was a huge opportunity for them. But right now, Falcons are playing spoiler over towards Bio. We'll see you later, Fnatic. They have just gained control of that side of the map, but you can see in the top left corner that the zone is moving in a different direction. We'll cover that in a second, but the fight over Industries right now currently belonging to the side of CT. They are in a prime spot to put themselves in this top 7.
I'm really impressed with this CT squad to be able to rotate out of prison, get pushed out, regain, get into Industrials, win the fight. They've pushed 5 Fears completely out, and now they have the entire building of Industries to themselves. Now you can see it in the mini-map. Most of that building is not going to be in the zone, and they're going to have to rotate out. Now, we do see Twisted Minds off screen. They pick up a kill on a squad that really hasn't threatened them, but those are big kills for Twisted Minds to make sure they maintain a top 7 position.
I mean, just seen Falcons actually pull out of the fight somewhat. They didn't like it. The fight over towards Industries was not working out for them, but on screen right now is center zone instead of chemical engineering right now are Twisted Minds. They can put some serious gap, a serious amount of breathing room between them and the competition, still fighting for that top 7, and Almond is adding to the tally. Shots coming in. Squad number 9 has been wiped. We will see no more of 5 Fears in this game. We may well not see too much of the side of Leviathan if they keep getting picked up here by Almond and Co. But the fight now starting to make a move. That circle once again is starting to shrink towards chemical engineering. Falcons have got to try and make their push over towards that side, but currently they're holding over towards Industries, who are CT right now, trying to get themselves out, but they've got a few different teams staring their way.
CT once again not getting the zone pull that they would like. Gonna have to wrap their way forward. Luckily with the full team of 3, they can try to play this. Unfortunately, it does look like the Falcons absolutely know where they are.
The Falcons are going to move themselves.
Oh yeah, the Falcons are just going to rotate out. They don't really care about wiping this squad. They're going to try to get to position. Reminder, the Falcons want to win this game. They want to prove that they're the best. And over in Chemical, we've got 3 teams stacked on top of each other with Twisted Minds. Virtus Pro out of this lobby means that Twisted Minds can breathe. They were breathing underwater before, but now it's just oxygen filling their lungs full. There are now 3 teams inside of Chemical and more joining them. CT take the bottom. Talk about a layer cake. We got as many layers as you could possibly think of.
And look at how Falcons have managed to find themselves on top of the roof. Nobody was in control of that whatsoever. Koi not on the roof, in the opposite direction. Lacer's being taken down, but you're in the water if you're Movie Star. Koi by name, Koi by nature. They're just trying to survive underwater right now as the rest of the team's getting it on in chemical engineering.
Twisted Minds versus FaZe, likely the next fight that we will see. I expect CT to play nice and slow, but look at the zone pull. Unfortunately, Robstar and Jawad, you got the zone pull, but it doesn't matter. You got a cluster strike right on your head. Like the analysts talk about, in the late game, these streaks are everything. Jawad, Robstar in deep trouble, and the question is who goes early? It's not going to be Shifty. Twisted Mind finds one.
Oh my god, Twisted Minds have fallen. Not 2 of them, 3 of them gone. Comsy and Flank finding it, and who's finding it? It's FaZe. Time and time again when they need to. 3 teams remaining in chemical engineering, and now they need to start moving. 30 seconds of the zone closing. Netots will fall. We are down to 4 teams.
Down to 4 teams, and many of these teams need it. Many of these teams are on the bubble. Jawad and Robstar have been saved. They have the zone pull. They could potentially win this as well, but CT not going down without a fight. They might be last to the party, but it doesn't mean they won't be the last to leave. Here we go. Jawad inside of technical zone. We're able to play it, but no cover to work with. Double push. FaZe, CT almost seemingly working together, but Robstar wins it. Robstar cleans them. FaZe off the map. It's just Diaz Biffle by himself. And somehow, some way, Robstar last alive for his team, lying in wait for the final player to die in zone. King Matty, will you give up your life or will you take Robstar's? He will give it. And somehow, some way, Robstar and EVOS have won a map. Unreal.
Incredible. When you see them on the corner wall next to Harbor and the cluster comes in, I'm thinking chalked. I didn't even consider that they would be in the equation, they would be in the conversation. They close out the game. But the real story for EVOS isn't really about them. The real story is about some of the teams who are fighting around that top 7 having a disastrous time. CT Gaming will close that gap further. FaZe Clan will close that gap further. Movistar also within that top 5. If you're Rock, if you're 100 Thieves, if you're Twisted Minds, you're looking down and it ain't pretty beautiful.
Look, I will say one thing. EVOS, of course, not within striking distance of top 7, but absolutely should celebrate that win. Very well done. We're going to head to a very short break before the final map of the day.
One dropped. Okay, one is down low on you. One is down low on you. There's kids in harbor already.
He's here on me, on the wall.
Nice. Solos. One's in harbor, okay? One's in harbor. Harbor there. Last guy behind you. Last guy behind you. He's top on your right. Yeah. On your right. I think on your right, bro. On your right.
No, I think behind you. Yeah, hit.
Nice. Good shit, Rob.
Come on. Show, don't leave me hanging, please.
Bro. Good shit, boys. Take this off.
Hey, if you make your teammate do a 360, eventually your call out will be right. Well done, though, as we see Robstar winning that one for Evos. They didn't have a huge kill total, but it's going to help them build a little confidence as they enter the LCQ. The real eyes, though, are on the teams on the bubble. 100 Thieves, Rock, right there. We thought they were shoo-ins to make it into the top 7. They went out super early here, and that opened up things for teams like CT to go the distance.
That's right, and maybe potentially FaZe as well. 100 Thieves getting eliminated early is tough. They came in as a titan of an organization, and now they look to be struggling a lot. CT, though, can they get the job done? Was it enough in this game alone? Honestly, it might have been, but for CT, proving all the doubters wrong.
It looked like all the kills were just flooding to them. They didn't need to move from the spot, Alan.
That's the beauty of playing in prison. Everyone just kind of comes through you, especially with these zones that are pulling closer and closer towards the water. So, yeah, really good stuff for them. And again, it's just the way that they're moving into the late game circle is also very successful in terms of kill count. The issue has been they haven't been in perfect fighting form when they get to the final circle with the last 3 or 4 teams. A couple of top 4 finishes, but still need to see them get over the finish line at some point.
So that was mid-game. I saw 8 kills on King Matty, 7 kills on his teammate. They get second place. That's a 1.4 multiplier. That's the game they needed at the right time if you're on the bubble. The question is, how did everyone else fare? Who are you watching during that drop?
I was honestly watching Movistar Koi. Also, Thieves, why did they switch up their landing? Because we were pointing out that fact that the zone, right? It seemed like the zone really threw a lot of these teams into straight chaos, and we saw Thieves land towards bio when they're usually towards control. But for Movistar Koi, we were watching them engage at prison with the Falcons, and, well, Nitods does what he does best, right? The regain. I think they brought it from like 12th again to 4th as we saw them in the final moments, Alan.
Yeah, I think there's a lack of confidence right now at the 100 Thieves. The last handful of games when they were playing in the B versus C matchup, they were getting bullied by Movistar Koi. They give up control. And then this drop, they go all the way up to the northeast side of the map, and it's just like a hodgepodge of FaZe, Fnatic, 100 Thieves, and they can't beat any of those guys either. So with all the confidence that they were sharing in their interview segments, we're not seeing it in the last 3 or 4 drops out of these guys.
No, we're not. 100 Thieves, they've got to step it up. For them to go to the LCQ would be a tremendous shock. You know, there are a lot of rosters that we can look at and say, okay, that makes sense. 100 Thieves would not make sense. But when you get aggressive like they do, sometimes it's a little bit too much. Reckless aggression is not what you want. You want to try and find a balance. And while finding a balance in this last game is going to be tough. But again, for 100 Thieves, they've got a target on their back and everybody's gunning for them.
I feel like that's just a bad dice roll. You got a 2 out of 20. Wasn't so fun. You're going to do better in your final drop, right, Alan? 100 Thieves and Nade Shot will be here on a final Sunday, correct? Saturday, I should say.
Well, I think the chance that making it to Saturday is still very high. Right. I think it's just we're dealing with today's games that they've dropped in, 14th, 13th, 9th, 14th. Like, what the hell?
They go out early. How about my guy Rock, though? Because we've got Wars trying to lead this squad deep every game. They went out around 12th, I believe, in this drop.
Yeah, and, you know, I'm not exactly sure what happened there, but I know Wars, he was just that player that was getting a lot of those, like, sniping picks, getting out early. But, I mean, for FaZe, they're the ones that really were kind of making all these teams kind of scattered.
Yeah, it's another aggressive roster, right? So whenever they get hot, they start pushing up. Sometimes it can lead to their demise. For Rock, a team that I am fully confident can make it into the top 7. Of course, they're cutting it very, very close. But again, same narrative for 100 Thieves, like Chip was saying. Like, yeah, even if they do go into the LCQ, I think Rock is going to be one of the strongest teams out there alongside 100 Thieves and maybe who else is towards the upper echelon or bubble rosters.
Major shout out to our incredibly hardworking staff here at EWC. The admins have officially tallied the scores from our 8th drop, it's time to reveal our standings before the 9th and final drop here on day 2 in group stages. As you take a look, Virtus Pro still holding on to their first place, but only by 6 kills. Falcons nipping at their heels. Novo's going to feel confident. Twisted Minds at 175, not necessarily a shoo-in, but they're breathing a little bit easier. We look at this bubble, it is getting messy down there.
Well, I know Gentlemates may have brought the fan base out. Well, they're going to have to get even louder tomorrow as they move to the LCQ, dropping down to 10th place. For Inner Circle, they hold on tight to what they got, but it doesn't mean that they are guaranteed a top 7 finish. FaZe Clan, 100 Thieves, looking to knock them down a peg.
All right, so we need FaZe to get, what, an 11-point game?
Roughly, it's tough
to knock out Inner Circle. That's kind of the target I'm going for. Inner Circle is done playing for the day. CT's still in your lobby.
And Rock, what, about 15 or so?
And 100 Thieves are very much in the mix here as well. You're looking at Rock. You're looking at Movie Star. I mean, I can't expect a 20-point game out of Koi, can I?
Well, they've done it before. Like, it's possible. There's a very real world to keep in mind that, like, 100 Thieves and Koi land on each other.
Sure.
So there's a world where if they decide to go back to that double control drop, one of those two teams could be out of the running immediately, and that means that Thieves could be in the danger zone without question.
I'm going to say, honestly, my hot take, if it is a hot take at all, I'm saying FaZe. I think FaZe is going to be the team to go in the top 7. I think 100 Thieves might be going to LCQ.
I think they both get in.
Really?
Actually, that is an option too.
It is possible.
Actually, excuse me, if we're not just counting one.
No more predictions. It's time to party. Drop number 9. The final drop in groups begins now.
Thank you so much, Chris Puckett, and our amazing desk. I will say predictions are our job. No, Ton? You want to give some predictions?
Well,
What's going on?
Classically, they have not went too well. I believe we're filming a hot take segment tomorrow morning. I might have to just actually go something very easy. But other than that, something that isn't easy to decipher is how this is going to go down. There's like, in our minds, we're kind of saying we think there's about 2 spots here to fight over, and there's 5 teams who can actually fight for it. In a circle, from the outside looking in, just praying, CT, FaZe Clan, Thieves, Rock, Movie Star all have a nightmare, which, on the basis of what we've seen in the past few drops, isn't out of the realm of possibility.
Yeah, I think it's a great shot. Like you mentioned, those 5-ish teams are playing for 2 spots. So when we talk about that moment, of course, I want to remind everybody at home that teams aren't going to be eliminated from the competition. Our top 7 are skipping LCQs and going straight to the finals on Saturday. The bottom 14 will play tomorrow in LCQ. So nobody's eliminated, but skipping LCQs, I don't think D'Angelo agrees, but I think it's a boon because you get to watch film, you get to rest. This is a lot of like high action reps. I mean, this is exhausting for players to skip a full day of competition, rest, recover, and be ready and rejuvenated for the finals day. I think is a boon.
100%. I think on the other side of that, you say, okay, you keep it warm. Do you see the fights potentially? I'm seeing your face, coach. And I can't really tell the people at home as to why that is, but this circle is interesting to say the least. We'll get a little look at that in a second, but here we go. Final drop of day number 2, final drop of the group stage. And my word, truly, does it not come down to this? There are so many teams fighting over that bubble. They are fighting to get themselves that quick ticket into the final day. Can they do it? Who's going to do it? It literally is anybody's game.
Anybody's game, but the last game of the day. And folks, you can see our players dropping in our last game of the day. You're going to want to take a look at this zone with me. We are headed down to the southwest. This is a stronghold zone through and through. This is a Falcon zone, but our normal fights are happening. And look who it is. Allman from Twisted Minds joining the fight at Control Center. There are multiple teams that do not want the 100 Thieves into the finals.
I mean, the fight is kind of went a couple of different directions here. Nobody's really coming out on top of that one. Shifty just continuing things over towards the Stronghold side of things, but the fight over Control here, immediately important. Some of these early fights could really dictate who plays tomorrow, who goes to play on Sunday. And the fights do continue. Rock have had a really decent start over towards the prison side, but here we go, still inside the Control to the center. 1, 2, 3 different teams.
As you can see on your right-hand side, we will call out if we see FaZe, CT Gaming, 100 Thieves, Rock Esports go down, but right now on your screen, it's Imkoi for it's 100 Thieves. Almond was here, now he is gone, I believe. But here's a look, blast down below.
He's
and no,
here.
It does look like Almond has come back for a vengeance. He wants to wipe 100 Thieves, and Imkoi does not want to see them.
Even if he could just make their life a little bit difficult, Almond will do his job. Can he find something here? Shot's not quite good enough, has to back it on down. But he's just being awkward, just causing issue. Squad number 12 being wiped. Squad number 12 being Rock. Are they out?
Way.
Are they done? Rock are out of the equation almost immediately. Team number 6 are the ones that have come in to wipe them. CT, get rid of Rock. That is a massive moment for them.
Rock Esports will not go directly to finals.
Wow.
They were outside of the top 7 barely, and they get wiped off rip in prison. There were only 2 teams in prison, Ton. CT in a 3v3 versus Rock. Win it. A huge moment for them. Doesn't necessarily book CT a ticket to the finals, but it's one step closer for them as we see FaZe back up in bio.
Back up over towards the bio side. Thieves have mostly won the fight for control center. We'll go back there in a second. But a team who've really not performed all Leviathan, and right now they have FaZe Clan, a team who need to perform right beneath them. Here comes JTech, he will find the first kill under Stukex. They will linger around and try and find others. They know they are really deathballing in and around this area over towards bioweapons. Can they continue to find something? Squad number 10 wiped. Are you kidding me? Movie star Koi. Oh, God.
Imkoi gone. Rock Esports gone. 2 of our teams on the bubble out of here already. The golden ticket's looking shiny for several squad. 100 Thieves in trouble. Well, guess who it is? Our last map winner. EVOS Gaming continuing to make a statement that LCQs aren't going to be easy, and it might not be easy for 100 Thieves, depending on how this fight goes. Gabe Kuhn able to stay alive, dance and dive and duck and dodge inside the smoke, eventually cut down, but not before his teammates are back onto the map.
Oh, that is so clutch from Gabe. He just manages to survive through the smoke, the fire, the flames. Gets away with it, but Skullface drops straight back onto it. Shifty is already here, and if you are Thieves, you need to get away. Blast with his tail between his legs. We'll go for a swim, we'll keep things rolling, but everything else still continuing over across the rest of the map. Twisted Minds having themselves a very decent start here, but King Manny from CT wanted to keep things rolling here inside of prison. Momentarily was on his own, but he's back up and running.
Yeah, CT having a game right now. They're going to make sure they solidify themselves here into the finals. So far, so good. As the team on the bubble, as the 7th place team, they're the ones holding the line.
Look at the circle already.
Could even jump some of their opposition. But you're right, a long way to move, because like I said, we are headed to Stronghold most likely, and we check out another member of CT. Extra J finds one. Swing back over to FaZe on the other side of Industries and finds a couple himself. 2 of our teams in the bubble frying out this game.
That was how we seen Movie Star Koi crash out. It was how we seen Rock crash out. The replay comes through, but the circle now starting to close, so we will center in around living quarters, if you like, just towards the south side of the center of the zone. But fights ongoing on the outside. A lot of teams not quite safe as they would like to be. Big kills coming through for Twisted Minds. You see plenty of teams starting to drop down, and that was FaZe Clan falling to the sword. They still have a member over towards the south side of the map, just about surviving, but he has company over there. We'll keep an eye on how that's going to go. Twisted Minds having the game they needed. This kind of situation should secure them a spot in the final day.
Now pay attention, top middle of your screen, only 2 teams out, 2 really important teams. Of course, Rock Esports out and Movie Star Koi out for our bubble squads, but everybody else technically still with a player alive and maybe a couple more players spawning in. 5 Fears trying to hold on to something deep in the water. Flank sees Big Man and wants to pay him a visit. A pistol battle in the water unfortunately goes to the side of Big Man with a trade from JTech. Was that worth your life?
Don't think it was.
That was wild.
Because there's actually somebody from CT over towards this side as well, and he could get involved. The rest of his team over towards prison. Do you think about getting in amongst it? We are now over towards prison and figuring out what these guys are going to do over towards this side. Little bit of company. Yamax Esports over towards this side. Columbus is actually fallen from FaZe, so that's something they're going to have to worry about as time does go on. The Alarm's going to have to back them down as Shifty continues to farm away. Thieves have not been in a good spot the majority of this game. They are not getting the kills they need to. They are very much still on that bubble.
Kills can come in the end game. You've got to get there, hopefully with some sort of an advantage. Off screen, we do see 100 Thieves in that blender from Biffle, from Shifty. The Falcons have a goal in mind, there's no question about it. GameX trying to make a play, and he's able to do it. Welcome back to the party, gentlemen. You might be near the bottom of the leaderboard, but that was a high leaderboard position play.
Squad number 6 wipe. CT are gone. CT are gone. I do not believe it. These teams who need to stay alive are falling like flies. I cannot believe it. CT were in such a good position. They've had an okay game. They put up decent numbers, but they are gone.
3 teams out of this lobby that were all on the bubble. The mathematicians behind the scenes are going to be doing God's work here in our final map of the day. FaZe, one of our only remaining teams that are left on this map. with CT Gaming gone, 100 Thieves still alive, barely. J-Tech's gonna have to go huge and is able to do it. Down goes Shifty, and it looks like Shifty was alone.
That's huge. FaZe are in a prime position here. They are the ones who are actually finding the kills. They are the ones who are continuing to survive. If you look at the other team like Thieves, they really haven't got anything going. There's one member currently remaining. Another about to drop back in so they can get themselves back up and running. But the bubble teams are struggling severely here in the final map of the day.
You see that blue 8 flying by. That's 100 Thieves just holding on for dear life. By Fears in the Salmon. Not a bubble team, but quick play spoiler. J-Tech shot down Shifty once, and he'll shoot him down again. These kills, these mid-game kills actually mean everything for this team. It's going to make their multiplier count if they can get to in-game. Our first multiplier about to come through in just a moment.
A little bit of a southwest pole. Stronghold seems like the likely destination for the final moments of this game, which are going to have repercussions whether or not you're playing tomorrow for many of these teams. A squad who have significantly stepped it up. Let's give them their props. Have been 5 years. They're still over towards the bottom side of things, but hey, things are looking better than they did after the first 3 games, right?
There's no question about it. I mean, they've actually got a great setup here on FaZe, and they know it. Clumsy's going to have to back
Can I just
out.
interrupt? How many kills Falcons are finding against Thieves? They are hunting.
I promise you that's exactly what's happening. We can take a look down in Stronghold. It looks like 100 Thieves decided to locate Hisoka and try to make a play. Unfortunately, the Falcons, their communication, very clean, shooting bodies, saying, guess what, boys? We're going to try to make sure you don't qual. A lot of ferocity between these two teams, a lot of animosity. Friends in some manner, of course, but not on the battlefield.
He's in trouble. Gabe survived last time, has survived long enough. Teammate will be back into the fold, but Gabe not first read. Thank you very much. Shifty will find it. Does he actually see the player in the sky there? You can already see. I think that might be Blast just getting the hell out of dodge. Aiden and Cole from Twisted Mind still continue to farm them. They're having a really good game. They are pretty much secured. CT have fallen. Gentle Mates, of course, were in the previous game. They are gone. Inner Circle, under threat. Rock Esports, gone. Movie Star Koi, gone. This is between FaZe Clan and 100 Thieves if they can manage to beat CT in Inner Circle. And it's been really, really difficult for Thieves to get anything going. Right now, FaZe Clan look like the favorites to go through.
Biffle just keeps killing 100 Thieves, but they will not fully fall. Holding on for dear life, back at the position they started. The POI is technically theirs, kind of. As you see, it looks like our Falcons still hunting 100 Thieves, but also hunting FaZe off screen. They are trying to make sure these teams stay out of the map. You see Alado get wiped. The Falcons reaping teams.
They are really running this lobby. But this feels like for the first time that Thieves are actually going to manage to find themselves with a setup. Biffle wants to play with that. Hasn't been able to do a great deal, but still, look at FaZe just surviving over towards that side. Thieves, though, in a good position now. They have all 3 members up. They have control of control. This is now the moment for Thieves to try and step things up.
As expected, our zone does pull the stronghold, so they will have to move. But the fact that they've been able to battle through this regain blender, stay alive, get all 3 up with some decent guns, they actually can make a play for a decent multiplier. Again, we're looking for top 5. We're already down to our top half of this lobby. 7 of 14 teams remaining, as we do see 5 Fears get wiped off the map by Twisted Minds. Twisted Minds have assuredly put themselves into the finals, and now they're here to make a statement.
Yeah, they're putting up some serious numbers. Twisted Minds have had a sensational time, really, when they did need it. Have secured themselves a nice spot into the final day. Biffle falling, Yulam falling. They're in a nice position right now. But as are the Falcons for the win here in the final game of the day. Stronghold looking fantastic from them, but look at the positioning from Thieves as well. They want to try and get something done. Got to win that gunfight. If you give, you do. But now they have to start making their move into potential hostile territory.
Take down 2 members of Fnatic. We've been able to stay alive. Ancien's already rotated over to Stronghold. It's going to find a place to hold out for a little while. EVOS does get cut down. Won't see a back-to-back from them. Final 6 here. These multipliers going to be key for some of our bubble teams. And down goes Tenix's squad. Damax out of here, which means we've made it to top 5. 100 Thieves came here to make finals. They came here to prove that they're one of the best teams. They've struggled all day today, but they may have done enough. It's going to be very close. They need a few more kills in this final circle.
Yeah, CT were not having a bad game when they did fall. They will have kills, they will have points. It will not just be the gap that was sitting at 10. And right now, Thieves do not have themselves a great deal to play with. That circle is getting smaller. Thieves are not in a bad position. If Thieves can come back and win this game from the positions that they've been in, from the bullying that Falcons have done to them, they fully deserve to be at that final day at the first time of asking. But who is in their way, who has been there the entire game, is Shifty, is Biffle, is Hisoka. The kills are flowing. But Thieves, what can they do? Can they repel all this aggression that Falcons are just starting to throw down on them?
I was going to say, 100 Thieves had the tower position. Unfortunately, Hisoka has a tower deep into the gas, raining terror on these boys. A perfect setup. The Falcons have pinned. Shifty comes in from the side. He's going to clean up the 100 Thieves. Skullface is going to have to go massive by himself, but he finds an angle. Shifty goes down. Blast falls over to the left-hand side. Biffle by himself trades one. Can Skullface find anything? Twisted Mind says, these are free. The signal flare's in the sky. We wipe them. They're out of here.
3 teams remaining. Twisted Minds here would love this game. They're in a really good spot to do so. Hisoka starts to creep. He got so aggressive over towards Thieves. He put themselves in a bad position. FaZe come to the party. FaZe may well get wiped. 1 player remaining from that side. That will be flanked. But the real fight is between TM and Falcons 3v3.
Everybody wanted to see Twisted Minds versus Falcons.
Yeah, we don't care. Flank's in and amongst it. Let's see this 3v3.
Flank's gonna hold on for anything he can find, but right now Almond's got the angles. He's got the high ground, but no, Aiden gets cut down from a distance. Smith's on double digits as well. Both of these two teams are fragging out, and Flank comes in and picks up a single kill from behind to spoil the party. It might have been a 3v3 for a moment, but Flank's into the mix. He does get cut down. Z-Smith's on 15. This is the Z-Smith we were waiting for. This is the Twisted Minds we were waiting for. It is a 2v1 against the closer. Can our closer do it? Can Hisoka do it alone?
The 1v2, Smith tagged up. Armand gets aggressive. The angle is here. When they need it to have a good game, Twisted Minds say, yeah, bet. Well, can they do it? Hisoka, oh, he can't manage it nearly in the end, but TM get the job done. What a final game between all these squads. Throw expectations out of the window. That's what you come to expect when we talk about Warzone. Incredible final game. Twisted Minds will secure it. Other than that, I am going to go down clip.
Resilience is the word that comes to mind for this team. Battled all day today. Couldn't get going what they wanted. The same could be said for FaZe. The same could be said for 100 Thieves. That's what makes a great team. Resilience. Battle against all odds. Push for the final moment, the final kill. The mathematicians are going to figure it out. But that one kill from Flanked in the final circle, worth 1.4, it could be the difference maker.
It really could. I think if you're a team like CT, you may well be kicking yourselves. You went down in like a 3v3. Yeah. It happened so quickly. We'll have to review because we didn't really see it on screen, but it looked like there was a moment where they were in a great position. They wiped, I want to say 2 of the different teams that were in their bubble. They got in and amongst it, they killed the teams they needed to, and then dropped so quickly after. Oh my word. My feeling, my true feeling is here that FaZe Clan and Thieves may well have made it.
May have well made it. We will see, folks. We're going to head to the studio and see who has made it to the finals.
Preview of our Saturday closure as it is Twisted Minds going up against Falcons in the final fight. Flanked and crew battling deep in it to keep FaZe alive with hopes to skip out on the LCQ. Craziness, but I love how TM takes matters into their own hands, saying, you know what? We are not playing tomorrow. We're going to be doing VOD review.
Well, it's not even just that. It's how they drop into this lobby. They're not just sitting and hanging around until someone comes to them. They're now taking the fight like Falcons would, dropping onto teams, trying to get more eliminations early with 1 or 2 players, and then you fall back. You've got Factory for free. We love it.
We have so many scores to look at here, Dream. Do you think Z-Smith set the record, or did Teeny beat him by 1? They were 16 and 15, I think.
Yeah, I think Teeny may have beaten him, but MVP for me from Twisted Minds that last game, as Alan called it, it's got to be Almond because we saw him pushing control solo by himself, trying to grief 100 team.
It's a great take. Look, 100 Thieves had a struggle throughout the entirety of this game. We were watching them just constantly trying to even land constant regame opportunities, and they could not regain. They do get third place, which should put them up in the 7th, but I don't know if it's enough because also FaZe, third place, I think they did, but CT, I don't think they were able to close it out. Also for Inner Circle, they have to helplessly walk on by. I don't know if they were able to do it either.
Now, we don't have any official numbers, guys, so don't look at us like we have the answers. Puckett math is telling me CT's good.
Whoa.
Really? They were on the edge.
Okay. You know, that's a good shout, though.
Is not good. Because who was moving up, right? Movie Star was not a threat. They got knocked out early.
Yep. Right. Rock,
100
they got
Thieves,
knocked out early.
Not a threat. They got knocked out earlier. Rocket knocked out early.
But CT
so
out
FaZe
12.
is really the only one that's going to jump up there because CT was in 7th as we went into that final drop.
Okay.
The gap was 3.5 points, I think, between CT and Inner Circle. So there could have been a bump there. It just comes down to what the math looks like, really.
And so when we talk about these little fights, when it was a little pistol off in the water, was it worth it? I feel like every kill in that 9th game mattered. Let's take a look at some of the big moments throughout this game and talk about some of the big rotations. We talked about the difference in drops. Did you see any early fights this time around?
Yeah, obviously the biggest one for me was Allman, like landing control on that one, because that's really what made 100T like uncomfortable, and that's the team obviously we're looking at. But you mentioned big ones, and it's for me, it's FaZe. It's J-Tech. He won a huge one over at Grandma's to even allow 100T to, you know, survive in the late game moment. And hey, the 1.432 multiplier, it'll make a big difference.
Yeah, without a doubt. I felt FaZe was in constant survival mode for a lot of the map, but it ended up paying off towards the very end. Again, same thing, at least as far as I'm concerned, for 100 Thieves.
All eyes are on this squad right now. They were our 3rd best team after day 1 shift. They come in, all expectations that they're going to be one of the big 4 going into Saturday.
Yeah, and I think the thing that's really, you know, again, an indicator for what 100 Thieves are going through today is that they drop back down onto control again here and challenge Koi, and this time they beat them off the map. So again, it's just there's just these levels of who's contesting these more central POIs when it comes to things like Factory, when it comes to things like Control, when it comes to things like Headquarters. Those have been the hot spots for some of our teams that find themselves on the fringe of being possibly a top 4 squad this weekend.
There's so much tension in here. I love it. All the players just staring at my ugly mug on the monitor like, show me the scoreboard.
I just want to
show me the scoreboard.
It's killing me.
Show me the scoreboard. I'm going to make you wait. Before we get to this moment, as our admins are making it 100% official, any surprises to see Virtus Pro at the top for their group, and now the Falcons in another fight. They almost won this game. We should remind everybody, they were in that last fight.
Right. I love the fact that we do get Virtus Pro performing as well as they did. For me, it's irrelevant who gets first place overall in the group play. Obviously, it's bragging rights, but it comes to show me going into the finals, Virtus Pro or Falcons have the ability and the shown ability to win games and obviously perform well. And the big thing about those two rosters is how fast they accumulate points. 135 is the point threshold. They can reach that in just 4 games.
There's a level, I think, and we'll have this conversation on Saturday. The finals could be a coin flip for where the final circle is. Is it on Stronghold side or is it on Bio side? That may determine this final.
And then, of course, we did see Twisted Minds winning, finally. Sure. Something they didn't do all day 1. We see it here in the 9th drop. Are they the true threat? They believe they are to win a tournament here at EWC.
Yeah, and I mean, we say this a lot in the community, adapt, and it seems like they did that really well. And even for Inner Circle, like depending on what happens if they do go to LCQs, you got to give your flowers to Bray, like this being, like, I believe he's the youngest player in this tournament, just turning 18. As you play more on LAN, you get used to, you know, how everything works. It does feel a little bit different than home, and I think for these players going into the LCQ, it's just going to get more competitive.
Yeah, I think for me, Bray is a great example. Teeny obviously performing as well as he have. I mean, all 3 of these members coming from the APAC region. This is their first ever LAN event. They had high expectations. At least in my mind, they absolutely delivered. Going back to Twisted Minds, though, good call on them. They take the win, and they have been improving. I think as far as adversity goes, in my opinion, Twisted Minds probably had to face the most adversity out of every single roster.
Aiden's discipline.
Like this call out. Well, Twisted Minds are done. The big names are done. But who will be joining them? The top 7 move on to Saturday, and we have Barney Banks down on the floor with our 7th place winners.
Ladies and gentlemen, after a hard-fought 2 days of the group stage, we obviously have 7 teams that are going to be going automatically through to our finals stage, which will be on Saturday. And then The remaining teams will be fighting it out in the LCQ tomorrow. And so I'm just going to get confirmation of who our 7th place team is going to be. Okay, our 7th place team making it through to grand finals from group stage is CT Gaming. Woo! Okay, you're going to stay here with me. Resolve, commiserations, gentlemen. Really hard, well fought, but tomorrow we're going to see what you guys can bring to the table. Resolve, how you feeling, my man?
I'm feeling great, man. This is I'm so excited. I came here to play and show everybody like Latam has talent and really does. We have good players and yeah, I'm excited. I can say some words in Spanish.
Yeah, of course, man.
Quiero agradecerle a toda la gente de Latinoamérica. Les mando un fuerte abrazo por todo su apoyo. A los que confiaron, muchísimas gracias y que sepan que vamos por todo.
Resolve, you've also got a day off tomorrow, right? Ultimately, you're going to be tuning in, you're going to be watching, analyzing as well, but what's the plan? I know that you probably don't have a plan right now, but tell me what's going through your mind.
What's going through my mind is we got to focus. Tomorrow probably bot reviewing, just getting prepared for the finals. It's not a day off. We got to be prepared because the last step is just coming closer and we're going to give it all, bot reviewing, just talk and practice.
That's right, Resolve. Congratulations once again for making it through to the final stage. Wait right there. But for now, we're going to head back to the studio to talk about what we just witnessed and, of course, getting ourselves prepared for LCQ tomorrow.
So much drama here on the final drop, but the scores are officially in. An Inner Circle has been bumped out. FaZe Clan thought they weren't 7th, and that's for good reason. They're in your top 6 shift.
Dude, that is such a comeback story for FaZe in these last 3 games. They were sitting on the right side of our leaderboard, and we were looking at them like, are they going to come out in the A versus B matchup where they were good yesterday and do what needed to be done? Yes, sir. That is unreal stuff. And just talk about just 100 Thieves.
Yeah.
Choke City, bro. Cannot get through that hurdle.
That's tough, isn't it? And I know that hurts. You could see how angry Blast was with the results, and they're going to have to come back even stronger during the LCQ. Inner Circle also falling down. Rock, Movie Star, Koi. Puckett, I felt like we were creating storylines the entire day about those very rosters, and they fall just short. But good on FaZe Clan to skate by, because they started, I believe, our final 3 games like 12th or 13th place. A lot of question marks.
And I want to call out, remember, it will only be the top 14 playing on Saturday. 5 Fears was in that 14th spot. They will go to the LCQ with all the other bottom teams. But you wonder, just how big is that gap? It is going to be another razor's edge tomorrow as we send 7 teams packing and crush their keys. Dream Crazy, what a finish here to our groups.
Most definitely. I really was not expecting 100 Thieves to not make it, but that's what happens in Call of Duty, right? Expect the unexpected, but at least these players do have one final chance to make it through tomorrow. Like I said, guys, we're going to be sending 7 teams home, so I'm going to be wearing all black. It's a funeral.
It's a funeral, huh?
Yeah.
Halfway there today.
Time to take a look at our top plays from day number 2. It's our Kadia top plays, and we had some great ones, some 1v3, some huge pickups, and Ankyo on the flank got it all started with the backstab against the VP boys.
We had individual kill leader swap-ups almost in every single game, it felt like, today. And after the Falcons did what they did for their first win, you thought no one was going to be able to touch what Shifty and Biffle put together. Ankyo started us off, but it didn't stop there.
Didn't stop there, indeed. Aiden also had some big pop-off moments, and he needed it because there was a big battle in Factory.
You know, I just wanted to give a shout-out, though, to that Gamix squad because it seemed like they started to find a little bit more life. If you saw Elo Lam just getting slays out around the prison area, it seemed like they were just
You're calling out an LCQ squad in our top plays, Ellen?
Well, yeah, do that, but, you know, 100 Thieves, I'm sorry.
I forgive you. I'm just kidding. I love this play that we are witnessing from 100 Thieves, but Twisted Minds, VKA, real noisy day 1. They had a few good plays, but not nearly the day they needed.
No, not at all. I think the thing about it is they find themselves in the same conversation as a lot of our teams that are trying to find space at control or headquarters, living quarters. It's just not a comfortable drop when you have some of the top slaying teams in the world also dropping either on or around you.
Question is, though, who was the kill leader after all 9 drops on day number 2? The Rockstar, the MVP.
Gotta be. Yep.
Dongy! 49 with 13 as his best in a map. He did that multiple times today as Dongy and Noobs were fragging out. Virtus Pro looking like a ferocious team to contend with. They challenged Falcons for the top spot all day on our leaderboard.
And the thing is, they do it in a different side of the map. Again, that's what I think we're going to talk about a lot on Saturday is where does the final circle end up, on the Falcon side or on the Virtus Pro side? Because both teams have immense slaying presence, and they're both dominating all the other top teams that fall around them. So Dongy definitely showing up in a major way for VP in their 2 wins today.
Yeah, not to mention Noobs getting into the mix with that, right? Like these guys, obviously we know what Sage brings into the table, but he was really a factor, especially when sometimes we see him play a little bit slower, but pulling out the LC10, getting into the mix, and Dongy does what he does.
And the thing about Dongy too is his positioning is wonderful in end game, and therefore could secure wins going into match point. That's one of the big things I'm looking at for him. Yes, he can slay out, but he also knows where he needs to be in the final moments.
I'm looking at these highlights.
Exactly.
This is a guy you don't want to run into at short range, right? He's got some medium range kills in these highlights, but whenever it's a multi-kill, he's just beaming you at short range.
Yeah, we saw that a lot today. Blast had the same thing. The SMG up close and personal with the extra ammunition just shreds through armor plates. Unreal stuff.
Oh my gosh, plus his usage of utility, right? How many times did we see him pre-frag something or those entry kills where you're just annoying people with the thermite?
Yeah, not to mention too, with him getting that many eliminations, he's racking up money. Racking up money means kill streaks, right? Going to your shops that we were talking about, as well as advanced UAVs. That is incredibly valuable information for Virtus Pro.
Fantastic 2 days of group stages. Final thoughts as we say goodbye to everyone who's tuning in and remind them we still have 14 teams battling 8 more times tomorrow.
And that's the big thing, right? If any of your favorite teams were eliminated or they fell short of top 7 today, they come back tomorrow. They still very much have a real chance to make it into grand finals. Their job just got a little bit harder, but don't worry, they're coming back.
Dream Crazy, which LCQ squad are you most excited for? Is it Gamex? Do you believe?
Hey, yes, I do believe in these other expansion regions, but I will say this, though, and, what I'm going to be following, Chris? The Falcons regimen. That's what we're going to be doing.
There we go. We're hydrating after this.
Inner Circle. Those boys are playing a meta-changing style of Warzone Rebirth right now.
Without a doubt.
I've got these guys topping LCQ. I'll say it. I'm with you.
Australian chaos. It continues tomorrow. On behalf of everyone behind the scenes, thank you for enjoying another round of Warzone here at EWC. Day 3 kicking off tomorrow as we send 7 teams home. We'll see you then.
They're never getting in my way, and even if I make mistakes, I will always season through, 'cause I don't wanna play your game. I had enough, I'm burning up so hot I just break your chain. You can never stop what's building up inside of me. Inside of me.
They call me a monster, I guess I don't fit in with the imposters. I'm taking the mask off, prepare your conscience, prepare for honest, cut off all the nonsense. I'm all in your chakra, wonder who shot you. Go call the doctor, boom like the chopper. Don't you get chopped up, I'm here to stop you. Whoever wants smoke like a roster, break you off proper.
Things they say, they're never getting in my way. And even if I make mistakes,